Good afternoon, fans of The Legend of Zelda. Welcome to Oops All Zelda Weekend, Day 2 here on Games Done Quick. We have some incredible runs coming at you today with, first off, a game that I'm hoping that Pippi can convince me is fun. That's it. It's The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. I'm actually very excited about it. It's gonna be a good time. Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass, any percent. And then later we have The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening 2019. Then we're jumping into The Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker. And we're wrapping it up today with The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D. So it's going to be a great time. But yeah, welcome everybody to the show. My name is Jiggy. I'm going to be hanging out with you the rest of the day here as we celebrate the Legend of Zelda franchise and the amazing speedrunners that make these games quick and fast. Because those are two different things. There's a difference between quick and fast. Absolutely. Folks, I want you to just hang out with us today. Leave us up in the background if you have stuff going on. But also feel free to chat and tell me in the chat what your favorite Legend of Zelda game is, and just tell us what you think about the game that we have going on here. Without further ado, I want to jump in to our first run and introduce our first runner. It is Pippi in a top hat with The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. Pippi, how are you?
I'm doing great. Welcome to Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. I'm aware that this is a less popular Zelda game and a less popular Zelda speed game, but we will try to be both quick and fast, because this might be games done quick hotfix, but it could also be games done fast hotfix if we play our cards right, I think. Maybe. So this is a 2.5D Zelda DS game. And you will see over the course of this run that it makes full use of all of the DS's capabilities. Starting with, we're going to be playing this entirely on the touchscreen. Look at my pen. We'll start a new game. I don't want to be Pippi today. I want to be... Yes. Yeah. Oh. Let me try to see if I can fix that for you.
Don't worry, folks. We're just getting the audio here fixed in just a second. But meanwhile, here, I just want to say thanks to everybody that is currently on that GDQ watch streak. I have 3 myself here because I watched the last 3. You can see it right there. Type 1 in the chat if you have a watch streak going on.
Does it seem happy? It seems worse. Oh dear. Oh. Sorry.
All right, as we continue, we are working to make sure that we can get the audio all crisp for you. I'll just introduce our co-commentator here. It's Gymnast86. Jim, how are you?
Oh my God, it's Gymnast86. Hey Jiggy, I'm doing good.
Jim, this is the sequel to The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker.
I know.
You know that?
And I know, and I love Wind Waker. So clearly this is just going to be more Wind Waker, right? We're going to have storage, we're going to have super swims. I'm sure all of the same glitches still exist. We're going to ignore that it's on a completely different platform with a completely different engine.
Yeah. Fantastic. All right, we're going to just quickly go to a break, and then just to fix the audio, and then when we come back, we're gonna redo it. All right, we're gonna redo the intro. All right, so just rewind what you thought. Just that's the rewind, and then we'll be right back. Good afternoon, folks, and welcome back to the Games Done Quick channel. Oops, all Zelda Weekend 3. I'm kidding. We're not going to do this again. Let's get right into it. Pippi, are you ready to get us into The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass?
I sure am.
All right, let's do this. I'm ready to rock and roll and take us into the ocean.
Let's go to the ocean. Let's go to the Temple of the Ocean King. Well, welcome everyone to The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. This is a 2.5D Zelda game on the DS, and it's going to take full use of the DS's features. This is definitely Wind Waker, and because this is definitely Wind Waker, we have a Wind Waker expert with us. Hi, Jim.
Hi, Pippi.
You know how this works, right?
Yes, I know things about Wind Waker. I'm sure it will all transfer over seamlessly. It's been a hot second since I've played this game, but I've seen you play it a lot. So I'm sure that counts for something.
Thing. Yeah. The first thing I'm going to do before we start up the run is fun time save that you can implement at home. I just went in the options menu and we're going to set our text speed to fast. That's a setting that you can set before the game begins, which is really nice, actually. There's going to be plenty of time to talk while we are getting introduced to 10-pixel tall Link, because remember, DS screen. So I think we are all set to go. Jiggy, Jim, are you ready to go on an adventure in a boat with me?
I am ready.
Let's do it.
All right. When I hit adventure, we can start the timer in 3, 2, 1. Here we go. So we're gonna just start by skipping a bunch of really charming cutscenes. They're very cute. They've got like this really cute papercraft art style, and we are not going to look at them. That is slow. Oh, Link, go up the stairs, please. So the plot in this game is, I don't know, something really similar to Breath of the Wild, actually. We woke up on a beach and we have amnesia, and our favorite female character is missing, and we're gonna go find her. Right? That's like the actual plot of Breath of the Wild, right? However, in this one, instead of having the voice of Zelda, we have a fairy. This is not Navi. This is Ciela. And she is telling us that we should go make friends with her grandfather, who is for some reason this random human old man. His name is Oshu, and he is going to give us a sword because every old man has a sword. And we're gonna get into our first skip of the game pretty quickly here, and also our introduction to how a lot of the puzzles in this game are gonna work. That this game really likes you using the touch screen. So, that was a puzzle. I drew the number 7. Neat.
Okay, see, no. You can't make fun of that puzzle because I'm not going to lie. It took me like an hour to figure out that I had to draw the number 7. I had no idea.
Yeah. Ooh, we got dizzy. Hopefully we won't be doing that too much. I'll talk about getting dizzy in a moment because we are going to jump straight into our first skip. We're going to skip a tutorial section by picking up a pot, pressing the menu button, picking up another pot, and leaving. That breaks something to do with Oshu's like cutscene by throwing the pot at the right time and pausing and running away. So now there is a copy of Oshu hanging outside his house that will be there for the rest of the run. That makes doing 100% run impossible because he is standing in front of a dig spot. Fun, weird tutorial skip, but that's just gonna skip us doing the sort of classic Zelda sword tutorial where it teaches you how to slash things, and in this game, obviously slashing things is gonna be very dependent on me using the stylus. And also, while this is a DS game, it is optimally played on the Wii U Virtual Console. So I am playing it on original hardware, but just on a Wii U Virtual Console. We're also going to start a pattern now. In early game, all of our tricks are going to be dependent on pots. This is a trick called Rat Room, and it's a little bit... No, that's not what I wanted. Hold on. We'll grab another pot. Link decided he wanted to throw that pot at the wall. It's a very RNG dependent and relies on rats doing what we want. But hopefully we can get to show it off for you.
There's a couple of Zelda games that rats are required for tricks.
No. Hold on.
Yeah, this rat around you is not making any sense.
There we go.
There we go. Good stuff.
That probably didn't save a lot of time there because I got some pretty rough RNG from the rat on the right. Because if he runs into you, Link is going to drop his pot, and that's bad. And I didn't want that to happen. But I did get to show off the trick for you. You can snipe that lad as he enters the screen, and it skips a whole puzzle where you have to move blocks around and wait for the rat to run in the correct direction and slash him when he is on his way back from finding out that his hole is covered. It is just a cute little trick. So that's going to be a lot of our early game tricks for now, so we can run around and watch some cutscenes. We're looking for access to a boat so that we can go on an adventure to find Tetra. Jim, you know who Tetra is, right?
Yeah, she was in the first half of Wind Waker, and then she kind of just disappeared for some reason. And then came back at the end, so it makes sense that she's in the sequel.
So does that mean that we're already halfway through Wind Waker right now? If she's disappeared already? Okay.
Yes.
Got it.
Phantom Hourglass starts halfway through Wind Waker.
Exactly.
That's how it works, I'm sure.
So they told me to go to the Temple of the Ocean King. Now, if you remember this game casually, that's probably what you're going to remember most, because we're going to be visiting it multiple times. It's right up here, and we're going in looking for Linebeck right now. We're actually going to be visiting it one less times than you normally would casually, but we do have to do all of the early game visits, unfortunately. We can't really sequence break the game yet. This game is going to fall into the general sort of structure of the first half of it is going to be kind of casual gameplay done fast, and the second half of it is going to be, what if I broke everything because I have a fairy holding a hammer? So it's kind of the best of both worlds. Pick whatever half is your favorite. Let me know, which half do you prefer? Personally, I prefer the second half. I think that breaking things is really fun, but that's not to everyone's taste, and Phantom Hourglass is here to provide. By the way, here's the best character in Phantom Hourglass. Here's Linebeck. He's a coward. And perpetually sleep deprived, aka has a ton of guy liner on. I don't know which it's supposed to be. But we're gonna rescue him. I don't even know how he got stuck in there. There's like no way. He had no tools. How did he do this? But Temple of the Ocean King's kind of gimmick is that when I touch the floors, if I'm not standing on the purple sparkly floor, I'm gonna be continually taking damage. And you will notice that my health total is going to get increasingly more scary over the course of this visit. That is okay. I can be fine. I don't need to die. We're just gonna wait for that spike cycle. Death is not necessary for speedruns, says the Skyward Sword runner.
It's time for another Jiggy Zelda hot take, everybody.
Okay, I'm ready.
Uh-oh.
All right, you all ready?
Okay.
I think that the mechanics of the Temple of the Ocean King are incredible, and I think that if they came out in a 3D Zelda game like Wind Waker or any other 3D Zelda title, Skyward Sword, I think that it would be a genuinely fun experience.
I will go one step further and say that the mechanics of Temple of Ocean King are just great. I think they're great in this game. Like, I know not everybody loves the stylus-based control scheme. Some people found rolling in this game to be kind of awkward. But I think they're just fun. They're really fun. Also, I died. Don't worry about it. That was intentional death warp. If it wasn't clear, we skipped like some text. But we freed Linebeck. We also got access to the first section of the ocean. And we're gonna go back and see more of the mechanics that Jiggy is talking about later. I kind of think that Temple of the Ocean King is sort of a speedrunner's dream. The structure of it is that every time we go back, we'll have different items and we'll be able to do different things and get further on the timer. By the way, this is Scribbles. I have scribbled successfully. I feel like a child. But you can...
But could you imagine if it was like kind of like Breath of the Wild in a sense where if you were like really good and you had like a, I don't know, some sort of like mega brain, you could get to the top instantly.
It would be so...
But like if you were... It'd be so much fun if you could just go all the way to the top. But then like the point is that you only have that specific amount of time. And, you know, it gets easier just like it does in this game if you go find items or you get more time. You know, you have to go find sand to make your time more higher. But I don't know. I think it'd be a fun mechanic for a modern experience.
Jiggy, I would love to have a remake of this game. You are also going to love, there's a lot of theoretical time save for tricks that haven't been found in this game. Hey, Jim might know about this. A lot of people say, what's this game's barrier skip? And we have one that we're looking for. We're desperately looking for. I'm also a jumping boat right now. Don't worry about it. But we have one that we're looking for. The biggest theoretical time save in this run is called Blue Door Skip. And it would essentially mean that the second half of this run would be turned into maybe 20 minutes of gameplay. We would be able to skip so much in the second half of the run, and it would be so cool. And I will definitely show you when we get to where it would come into play, because it would basically mean that the second half of this run would be exactly what Jiggy is describing. Just get to the bottom of the Temple of the Ocean King, like immediately, as fast as possible on a timer that you're not supposed to really be able to beat. Very easily, and then go fight the final boss. And that would be it. That would be great. But we're still working on it.
That would be so fun. Yeah, maybe one day.
Yeah, if you enjoy Phantom Hourglass, please consider helping us out in glitch hunting it. I can't wait to break this game more. There's totally breaks in this game that we haven't found yet. Someday, well, we might not get arbitrary code execution like the other Windwaker, but we can definitely get Blue Door Skip though, right? You might also notice that Link is adorable and gets dizzy sometimes. That means that he kind of has like a dizzy meter, which works like a stamina meter. And I can't roll too much. The problem with the dizzy meter in this game is that it's invisible. I can't see it. So I'm trying to cut corners as much as possible. Also, this is a DS game. Did you know that the DS has a microphone?
Yep.
I used the microphone.
Wait, did that work?
Yes.
Because the Wii U's is like way worse than the 3DS's.
It sure is.
I got I was playing the game with the trains.
Yeah.
And they make you do like, you know, ocarina stuff in that.
Oh, that one's
And I got lightheaded because I was going I was going crazy.
They also changed
That was probably great audio for everyone, by the way.
They changed it between Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks. The mic is actually better in Phantom Hourglass. I don't know why they made it worse in Spirit Tracks. And it is also even better manipulatable. We have microphone manips later in this run.
Wild. But the Switch 2 does have a microphone built into it. That's the thing. It just doesn't have it on the controllers.
They can bring it back. They can bring back having to yell at my gamepad.
Have to yell at your Switch.
Yeah, gotta scream.
So
it's interesting because these two titles are in an interesting state right now where like, so Mr. Shasta has this game world record right now, and any percent is 3 hours and 4 minutes, which is absolutely insane. You're not too far behind Pippi, and it's like the question is that you would think this one would be the longest, but Spirit Tracks, the world record, is literally an hour longer at 3 hours and 59 minutes for any percent. They are, in fact, the longest titles in the like longest categories, other than like 100% Breath of the Wild and like meme categories like that. But it's very interesting that like they are obviously the longest any percents in the franchise. So it's challenging to fit them in. So I'm happy that we were able to fit them into this one. But even like when we're talking about building the big split, which I can talk about later more, I think this game we have 3 hours and 30 minutes for, and then the next game, Phantom Hourglass or Spirit Tracks, has like 4.5, 5 hours.
Yeah.
They're by far the longest titles.
Yeah, and if you want to help us bring them down, you are more than welcome to. Both Jiggy and anybody watching at home.
No, you can have this game. You can play this one.
Thank you for leaving
this one. You can have this one. I like A Link to the Past. My favorite Zelda game got played yesterday, and I was pumped about it. It was a great time.
A Link was struggling with switches there. But as you might have noticed, we are in our first dungeon now. We've kind of gotten past the majority of the cutscenes in this run already, so we're gonna get more movement time. Also, carrying on it with our trend, this is gonna be another pot-based trick. Neat. Ow. I got electrocuted. But here's our first dungeon. And you can see our fun stylus-based combat coming into play. Those little green guys did not play super nice, but we're going to get one of my favorite items in this game. This is the boomerang. Hot take, and Jim being a Twilight Princess runner, you might argue with me on this, but this is the best boomerang in Zelda.
So I guess I would have to hear why you think this is the best boomerang in Zelda.
I think I know.
I just get to draw a line on the screen, and it does stuff. It also does a lot of fun tricks. You get to just draw a shape, and it follows your shape. It's so cool. How is that not fun?
That's true. That is pretty cool.
Jim, from what I'm aware, this boomerang also defies the laws of physics and goes through walls,
sure does.
so you can get keys that are just like on the other side of the world.
Although
it
I
sure
do think
does.
that most boomerangs in the Zelda series do that. If you curve them around a wall and the boomerang has to come back to you, it will always just ignore all collision on the way back to you, pretty much.
Yeah, so
unless it's Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, I think.
It essentially, it has a grab box in this game on the way back, even though it does not have collision, which is what we can abuse. Also, I'm damage boosting quite a bit. Here are more rats. So we're gonna use that quite a bit to get, especially out of the way small keys later, is we're going to, look at that. Look how cute that is. You can just draw a line and then have it wait somewhere else for you and then draw a line back. So cute. Love it. But we can have it grab things through walls by angling it so that on the way back, it grabs stuff for us. Excuse me. There we go. This is also a really satisfying puzzle if I can get it first try for you. We're gonna draw a little star with our boomerang. And, Link fell in the lava on the, that actually, is unfortunate.
Oh yeah,
because
that canceled the boomerang coming back.
Yeah,
I would also to go with Jim, to give Jim some love here. I do think the Gale boomerang is a pretty good boomerang. It lets you fly.
It sure does. That was unfortunate, and also the game knows I'm on the GDQ channel. That's never happened before.
Yay!
Always on the GDQ channel.
There we go. I didn't need to. Yeah, come on. Okay, we're gonna heal. There we go. The keys are very annoying because, well, most enemies in this game have a pattern that they will follow, that you can kind of predict where they're gonna go next. The keys do not. So we have to, excuse me. We have to kind of play by their rules to try to hit them with the boomerang. But luckily the boomerang does take them out. It doesn't just stun them like it does with a lot of enemies. As you can see also that a lot of the beginning of this game is damage boost strats. So I kind of have to babysit my health total and see where I can save little bits of time like that, and where I can heal. And the boomerang is also excellent for quickly healing. The big keys in this game are very silly. They are so heavy that Link has to pick them up over his head, and he's really slow while he's carrying them. This is luckily actually probably one of the longest sections of just throwing and running after the big key that we're ever gonna have in this game. It's just kind of teaching you how the big key mechanic works. And after this, it really gives you them in either more creative puzzles or shorter puzzles. And now we're going to go already into our first boss. And this boss is going to expect me to count to 3, which is very hard because I'm a speedrunner and I don't count. That's what timers are for. But here's Blaze. So I'm going to try to count on the top screen what order I have to grab his little minions in. You can see that they are labeled 1, 2, 3. Oh, sometimes they get in a bad sort of formation and they will like auto-collect the wrong one out of order. But there we go. And now we're gonna try to sort of manip them so that they don't do that by running in the center of them. I'm also trying to like very carefully get Link going in the correct direction while I'm quick spinning, because since Link is left-handed, there's actually a very small portion of the circle that deals 2 hits per quick spin. So I'm trying to like, anytime I quick spin an enemy, if it has more health than would survive 1 quick spin, we're trying to get it a little bit to Link's left so that Link will hit him twice in one go around to just eke some extra damage out of him. We're obviously going to be picking up our early heart containers. We'll be picking up the late ones too for safety, but we're going to pick up the early heart containers because they really help in saving a lot of time by letting us do extra damage boosts. As I said, we'll be doing a lot of damage boosts in our early dungeons to save some time. And now we just have our final cutscene on the island, talking to them and being like, yep, I need to go collect the spirits. I found one of the spirits during that cutscene I skipped. And the spirits are going to, they're the little fairies. They're gonna let us get deeper into Temple of the Ocean King. So now we can head back and go to Temple of the Ocean King 2. And we'll go a little bit deeper and get to see a lot more of the mechanics. We also kind of skipped over how the boat works. Unfortunately, I'm really sorry, Jim, we can't super swim in this game. To my knowledge, but
this
also
is unfortunate.
Link can't swim in this game, so if there's a way
I was
to
gonna say, I think if Link goes into water, he just voids out. So
yeah,
it is wild that they just forgot that Link. He just forgot how to swim since Wind Waker.
Yeah, listen, I can't swim either, so he makes me feel seen. However, there is lots of boat movement, and this is one of the honestly more fun things about running Phantom Hourglass. Hopping with the boat saves something like 3+ minutes over the course of the run, just constantly hopping. So this is not just me being bored and tapping my screen. This is actually significant time save. And also, it's kind of fun. That is definitely what would happen if you put a 10-year-old in charge of a boat.
True.
If the boat could hop. I don't know how the physics.
Wouldn't he be 11 in this game?
Is he 11?
I think he'd be like 11.
Okay, 11's still young enough.
It takes place like 6 months after Wind Waker, not even
Something like that. Yeah.
So maybe you had a birthday. Maybe you didn't.
We're gonna now pick up the titular Phantom Hourglass in the Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. And it's gonna change how the Temple of the Ocean King works. That, as we were saying earlier, it's gonna introduce our timer mechanic, which kind of makes this a speedrunner's dream. That for however much sand we have, it will determine how much time is on our hourglass. And for that amount of time, we will not take damage on the spicy floor. And we can freely explore deeper into Temple of the Ocean King. Every time we beat a boss, we're gonna get more sand for the hourglass, but considering that this is a speedrun, I really don't need the sand. I just need to beat the bosses because I need to beat the dungeons and get the dungeon rewards. We're barely gonna use most of the sand. However, there's our fancy hourglass animation. Get used to seeing that. 10 minutes. This will not take 10 minutes. Here's our new fairy. I think his name is Leaf. I'm pretty sure the other two fairies are Leaf and Neri? Shrug? We don't use them. You can set them to be your cursor. If you're playing casually. We obviously don't do that because it doesn't save time, but you can set them to be your cursor and to be your little companion, but we just stick with Ciela. Ciela is good enough. And now these are gonna introduce the phantoms of Phantom Hourglass, and our goal is to not get caught. If we get caught by a phantom, it will teleport us to the beginning of the room, it will remove a heart of damage, and it will also remove, I believe, 1 minute from our timer. Yeah, I explained all of that. So we're gonna try to, ooh, hold on. We're gonna try to play nice with our little phantom friends. Let's see if we can, oh, we have plenty of time. We're gonna try to play nice with them, but also the starting phantoms are, a little stupid. Huh? Huh? Where'd he go?
Where did he go?
Oh, he's over there! We're gonna step on our little switch. Open the door to get our small key. Oh, they lost me again. There's our small key. Oh no, I got hit. Oh dear.
Oh, no.
What's that gonna do? Teleport me back to the beginning.
I like how the
room.
I like how the second one just froze while the first one walked away and walked through him. That was pretty good.
They're not very smart. They will get smarter as we get further into the dungeon. Also, this is the only floor that in the game that is not going to change no matter what items we get. Whoops, did not mean to do that. But that's just because the boomerang is so broken. We do not actually care that he saw me there. That's totally fine. Because as I said, boomerang through walls. You're supposed to do a whole other half of that room. We never will. We'll do this room like 3 times or something like that. And it's never gonna change because the boomerang is too broken. Now we get to what I like to call the Tringle floors. They're called Force Gems. They're definitely not pieces of the Triforce. Totally not, but we have to collect them all and bring them to the center. Again, these phantoms are pretty stupid, so they are gonna see me moving the force gems around and they don't actually care about it unless they see me. So I just threw that gem right in front of that lad and he did not care. And I can get away with
business
stuff like
as
that.
usual, it seems.
Yeah, that's totally fine. He doesn't care if he can see the gem as long as he can't see me. That, again, is early game privilege. That will not be the case forever. Gotta grab our key. Whoops, or not our key. This is our key. Grab our force gem, our Tringle, and then our key. And just like the big keys in the dungeons, Link walks really slow while he's carrying the gems. So we're just gonna throw them to ourselves. And it's kind of gonna make dealing with our phantom friends a little bit interesting. Once again, he doesn't care about the gems right in front of him in his pathway, as long as he can't see me. And all of these floors, because of the phantoms, are going to be, like a lot of Temple of the Ocean King is going to be cycle-based. So I knew where the phantom was going to be based on my timing for the rest of the puzzle. So I can try to my best to always be doing something, not spend a lot of time waiting for him. But this is going to be our second trip through Temple of the Ocean King done. we can go get our reward for it. We are going to have two more normal trips until we get to our final trip. Will be the 5th one, which the final boss of the game is at the bottom of Temple of the Ocean King. But for now, it's just going to give us our charts each time we complete a section. And oh no, that chart is all dirty. Any ideas how to fix it?
We could throw it in the water.
I feel like it might dissolve.
That'll get the dirt
might be
off.
paper. Oh, it would get the dirt off. It might also take the map off.
Oh, yeah, that wouldn't be good, huh?
I don't think so.
Do you think
Could we import the Gust Bellows?
we could import the Gust Bellows or the Gust Jar? I think y'all had a Minish Cap run yesterday. We could do that. Or I could implement my own version of the Gust Bellows. Courtesy of Lineback, have you considered that I might be the Gust Bellows?
What? That's crazy.
They're like,
Well,
hey, we have a microphone. We should use it.
We really use every part of the DS here. And by DS, I mean Wii U gamepad. So
I'm actually curious.
Yeah, what's up?
Have you ever tried to speedrun this game on an actual DS, or have you only ever tried on Wii U Virtual Console?
I personally have only done it on Wii U Virtual Console. There are people who run it on DS. DS is slower for Phantom Hourglass because there's a trick I'm gonna do later that is doable on Wii U Virtual Console because we can use the suspend menu that comes with the Wii U Virtual Console to frame perfect buffer the trick, which takes it from a TAS-only trick to just being very, very difficult. On DS, it can be completed, but it is ridiculous and really not doable by a human under really any circumstances other than blind luck. But DS actually has a little bit of its own time save in the fact that the trick that I'm talking about that saves like 5-6 minutes, something like that, is English exclusive. Because it is reliant on a cutscene that is only in the English version, which does mean that there are more cutscenes in the English version, meaning if you are running on DS, you can get a whole lot of free time save over the course of the run by swapping to Japanese, where certain cutscenes are just missing. Nobody knows why. They just cut out a bunch of tiny cutscenes. Okay, or you don't... Rad. Thank you.
Yeah, I know that in Wind Waker, there's also a case where, like, the English has more cutscenes to some degree than Japanese, which is interesting.
Yeah, it's very odd.
So really, this game is just Wind Waker again, as we established.
Yes, of course it is. This area is called Bomb Garden. We're gonna... Oh, that'll work. Gonna play with some bombs. We're gonna knock 200 rupees out of this tree. There's a cutscene behind that, don't worry about it. And that's really all of the rupee farming we're gonna have to do for the entire run. And we're going to immediately go into this building, and this guy's gonna be like, you can't pay for the cannon for your boat? That's 50 rupees. Why would a child have 50 rupees? And we're gonna go, we got it from your tree. And he's gonna go, what? And then he's gonna give us a cannon.
Man should really check his trees.
He should.
It just has 200 rupees lying in them. Also, nice going back around the house.
For some reason, we don't have to go backwards through the island. We can just go behind the building. They didn't do the collision correctly there. Now, that was a little detour that the game didn't tell us to take yet. A good bit of this section is we're going to just do things in an optimal order instead of the order that the game is telling us to. It wanted us to go to the northwestern chart because in this game, unlike Wind Waker, where they are commonly called quadrants, but there's actually like 49 of them, something like that.
Yeah, technically they should be called sectors. But
in this game, they are quadrants. There's 4 of them. It's quad. Or you could also still call them sectors. That's still accurate. But if you're a stickler for pedantry, we do have quadrants. We can. They fixed that. That was the bug patch for Wind Waker. You can see that also. I have to use the cannon, but I like hopping. It saves me time, so I can just shoot the cannon while in midair and not have to miss my hops. But now that we have the cannon, we can go to the northwestern quadrant on this side of the map, which is going to spawn in the ghost ship, and it's also going to actually allow me to go to the northwestern quadrant. If I went on the other side of the rock wall, it would immediately void me out, and then it would tell me to go get the cannon. We don't need to do that. It wants me to chase the ghost ship, but you'll notice that I don't care. It wants me to chase the ghost ship into the upper left-hand corner of the next screen, which is very slow. And that would effectively, that's a really bad line, void me out. So instead I'm gonna opt for a faster way to void me out, and it will do the same thing. And the ghost ship is going to be a little bit confused because it's like, wait, why are you beelining it in the wrong direction? And the ghost ship, because we're going so fast, because we're constantly hopping, is actually going to match our speed. So it's just kind of pixel for pixel matching us right now, and is still confused why we're not following it. And that's fine. We're just going to turn here. That's going to void us out because we left the like playable area, and it's going to act as if we chased the ghost ship. Neat. Because we are not allowed to just flee that interaction immediately until after we void it out. But now we need to go get the shovel, which is for some reason an item in this game. I don't know, it feels very Animal Crossing. Oh, hi, that's an enemy. I will very rarely care about my boat's health. And will often ignore enemies if they're in inconvenient locations. The only thing I need to kill enemies for are there's a couple of interactions where I care about my boat's health and like a couple of specific sea journeys, because otherwise my boat gets healed at the docks every time I get out of my boat. And also I do want at least 200 rupees by a certain point in the game, which I'm currently, I believe, at 199. So as you can see,
I think that's correct, yeah.
I don't care that much. I will get there. Here's Melita. This is the only time in the game that we are required to say no at a dialogue option. No. Thanks. Linebeck doesn't like this island and wants to leave immediately for some reason, but you can just tell him no. We have to talk to a bunch of NPCs. Oh, hold on, I have to talk to him first. I forgot you talk to him, and now you run away and come back. There we go. It's a very silly interaction. And now we can go pick up our shovel and bail for later. This is another, like, kind of interesting theoretical time save. Somewhere on this map that I'm just entering now, there's actually a copy of an item, whoops, hello, that we're gonna need later in the game. Just out of bounds. There's like an extra.
Oh yeah, I've seen a video of there's just an out of bounds chest here that has I think it's like a key. Yep. For later, yeah.
It has the sun key, which is the reason why we need the salvage arm later. If we had a way to clip out of bounds and pick up that key early, we could single dip this island by going to immediately turn around and use it on the sun door, and sequence break and go into the 3rd dungeon. As it happens, we haven't found a way to do that yet, but we're working on it. We are working on it.
One day. It'll happen.
Maybe Link could put the shovel on the ground and climb up out of bounds with it. I think he should be able to do that.
I think he should too. I don't know if he can, but I think he should. But now we have our shovel. Oh, we got dizzy. It wants us to explore the island more and find the sun door. We're not gonna do that. We're instead gonna go straight back to the boat. And they're like, great, now we can chase down the ghost ship because you found this map that tells you how to navigate the northwestern sector. We didn't find the map, you might notice. It was on a wall somewhere. Oh, but I memorized it. So, you ready for me to draw
knowing the
funny
solution
shit?
ahead of time.
Yep, basically. You might see those golden frogs dancing around. We'll play with them later, but for now we're gonna ignore them, even though they're very tempting to hit with a cannon. I don't want to hit that one with a cannon. Don't hit frogs with cannons. It's bad for the ecosystem, I think. Maybe. Anybody a frog expert out there?
I cannot say that I am a frog.
I wish. Yeah, I wish I was an expert on frogs.
All right, so here is our fun shape. Fun normal path to take, right? Just go. Did we go around a circle around one of those rocks for some reason? You cannot skip that. If we go out of line, the second we get to the like bridge later on, that sort of we hit over 200. Yay.
Yay.
And the second we get to the other side of the reef, it's gonna void us out. So we're gonna follow its stupid little path. And just go for a ride in the fog. Shoot squid, which is for some reason not bad for the ecosystem and good for my wallet. I don't really get that one.
Alright, so Pippi.
Yes, what's up?
How would you feel if there was a way discovered to get the Sun Key out of bounds chest early?
Yeah.
But it did not work on Virtual Console.
I would be sad because that would mean I need to buy a DS capture board, and I don't have one, and they're expensive. I'd still probably try it.
The DS, like the DS ones, are actually pretty cheap.
Really?
See, I think they're only like, I mean, you know, it's still $50, but that's much cheaper than the like $200 3DS ones.
I mean, even $200 sounds not nearly as bad as I've heard what some people paid for it. But if it did make me play on DS, I would do it for the love of Phantom Hourglass. If it saved time. Finding the Sun Key early probably wouldn't remove the time save for doing warp displacement, which is the trick we're gonna do later.
Right, that's
that is VU exclusive, essentially, and also English exclusive. However, we might run into Beetle. No! Randomized Beetle time loss! No, we don't want to board Beetle's ship.
I was gonna say it's interesting that there's an English exclusive trick. Usually it's the Japanese exclusive or sometimes the European exclusive.
Yeah, because usually they patch things.
Yeah.
But yeah, in this case, the fact that the extra cutscene was added is what makes the trick possible.
Yeah. But welcome to the Isle of Gusts, by the way. There's a wind cycle that we're dealing with.
Oh my god, are we gonna get the gust bellows here?
That's not in Windwaker.
Oh. But I like the gust bellows.
But I'm the gust bellows.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, I forgot the microphone is the gust bellows.
So we have the gust bellows already, and by we I mean me. I have the gust bellows. They're called lungs. Ow! That mini blend just stabbed me in the butt. I didn't like it. This is one of the hardest movement sections in the game, and you will see why. Hey Jiggy, how do you feel about Dune?
Like the movie?
Like the movie?
Like with that guy who with Chalamet, that guy?
Yeah, like that one.
Yeah, he's in another movie that is coming out soon. I don't really know what it's about though. I like Dune. I think it's got big worm.
Yeah.
It does have big worm.
So
Yeah.
we're gonna play Dune. This is Dune. Don't dig that one. This is gonna turn into Dune, and it's gonna be very scary because big sandworms, as it turns out, are very scary.
I remember these worms. Yeah, they are rather scary, and they're in. Is this the dungeon where they exist prominently?
Yes. We will be going to that dungeon. Post haste. Oh, I've gotten caught.
Yep. I think there's supposed to be likes in this game. Is that what the bit is? Is there supposed to be like
no?
likes?
Actually, we will see likes later. Oop.
Oh, okay. So they're not likes.
I'm gonna pick up some safety help. Ooh, good. We snuck by that one. So I guess we did get the Gust Bellows, which is I have to play with the microphone more. One time getting grabbed in that section is honestly about average. That section is really hard to do perfectly because the worms move faster than you do, so you kind of have to juke them out. And we like to say around my stream that if I get through the entirety of this dungeon and the section before it without getting grabbed, I am the Quisat's Hat Rack instead of the Quisat's Hatterack. It's a Dune joke. It's very funny. Ha 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 ha. Nice.
I've unfortunately only seen Dune one time because it was like a 9-hour commitment, so I couldn't get that joke.
I'm very sorry. I hope that the Dune fans find it fun.
Yeah.
This joke about hats. I like hats, if anybody did not notice. I have a lot of hats. We were just off from the optimal cycle because we got randomly nabbed by a Keese. Unfortunate, but that's okay. We got the next optimal cycle. And, oh, my boomerang missed someone. There we go. Nice quick combat room. This game has a lot of those little combat rooms. I'm not really sure why. Like, Nintendo just decided they really liked them. For some reason. These little, I guess Windwaker kind of has them too, but not quite as formulaic about it. Right? They've got, like, the combat trial islands. Something like that.
There are just a bunch of islands on Wind Waker that are combat cave.
This section is teaching us kind of how to use bombs. I wonder if it's foreshadowing for the fact that we're about to get bombs. Maybe.
That would be crazy.
Wild. Bombs actually are super useful for, like, bomb boosts and stuff like that if this were Spirit Tracks. But for some reason, between Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, they actually overhauled entirely how bombs work and introduced a bunch of bugs. In Phantom Hourglass, they do not give you upwards momentum and thus cannot break things. Except for the things that they're supposed to break. So we will not be doing a whole lot of bomb-based shortcuts. We will be doing more sandworm avoidance, though, because we have to dig up these specific spots on the floor. I'm gonna spend a little bit of extra time sort of babysitting what directions they're gonna run in to try to make them hit the part of the floor that they can't cross so that they won't catch me. Excuse me. Oh, hopefully we're fine. Hopefully we're fine.
I believe you're going to escape.
I'm like constantly trying to do the input so that I get, oh no.
Oh, darn.
Link just got confused with the shovel. That's okay though.
Oh, did he try to dig?
He was like not digging where I told him to. Like I just was tapping and he wasn't digging.
Yeah.
And so we wasted a little bit of time, so the sandworm got a little too close to me. That's fine. We're gonna align these little pinwheels. Unfortunately, we can't really skip much of these early dungeons. As I said, you have to wait until the second half where we can just kind of blaze our way, skipping like over half of dungeons. But for now, we'll go through. But while I'm moving some pinwheels, how are y'all doing? How are you feeling?
I'm doing good. I don't know why I have this random idea. Hey, Jiggy. Is Jiggy here? Oh, maybe he's not here.
Hi.
Hey, Jiggy,
I am here.
How do you feel about? For some reason, my mind kept on thinking about this because of the Dune reference. How do you feel about "Oops, all sand"?
Wait, so like we would get like we have to do we'd have to do Star Wars Episode 1
that are all
Racer
based in deserts or something. I don't know.
I mean, the new Metroid game would fit into that.
That's true. You could show off the new Metroid game at Oops All Sand.
Yeah.
Yeah. I Oops All Sand could work. There's a couple of desert only games. I would definitely want to get one of like Episode 1, or no, I guess it would be Episode 2, the game Star Wars, where we have Hayden Christensen saying like, I don't like sand. Of course, you know, we got to get that. There'd be a couple fun games that Oops All Sand. Journey be a good one. Yeah, I see that. Post your sand video games in the chat right now or in the YouTube comments.
Oh, we got Beepless. I feel so cool. There was a timer there, but I was so already past where I was supposed to be that the timer did not even start. But it doesn't make the single beep. We're gonna do a fun little weird boomerang trick. Oh, hold on. There we go. Second try. You're supposed to wait for a bomb to go off in order to do that, but with the boomerang, we can skip that and get our boss key. Oh, by the way, we got bombs. What a surprise. We're now going to fight the dumbest boss in this game. I love him because I think he's adorable and charming. His name is Cyclock. He is the stupidest boss in this game. This game's got some really good bosses. I think they're really clever. Cyclock is not one of them. He's a dumb octopus in the sky. I guess he's an Octorok. We're gonna refill on bombs and
we're gonna quick spin.
Yeah, apparently. Here comes Cyclock. Look at him. He's so cute. I don't know why an Octorok is the stirrer of winds, but our best damage option right now is bombs.
This is just Vadi. They just said, what if Vadi? We
just absolutely unload on him with bombs, and that is the entire fight. Okay, it picked this one. Actually, really good RNG.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this seems like it's pretty fast. He's not hovering in the air for too long.
Wow.
He can give himself invulnerability, which is some bad RNG, or he can choose to be just out of range of your bomb, which is a little slow. But that was optimal RNG. That was the fastest the fight can ever be, is he just immediately goes over. I could technically have saved a little bit of time. That he'll always go to the far little cyclone spot first. That'll always be the one that has the cyclone first. But then afterwards, it has about a 50% chance if it takes the left path or the right path. And if you pick correctly, you can save like a second or two. But overall, that was like pretty darn perfect. And now we're done.
I was actually curious, is that fight normally only 2 cycles? Or did you like throw bombs so fast that it became 2 cycles?
If you use bombs, it will always be. No, I don't want beetle shit. If you use bombs, it will always be 2 cycles.
Okay.
I like that you're chasing the ghost ship and Beetle is chasing you.
He is. That actually is dependent on what time of day you are playing the game at.
Really?
Yeah.
Like real life time?
What time
human?
my Wii U thinks I'm playing the game at. So
wow.
That is why I'm running into him.
That's interesting.
We're gonna try to do a little trick right here. There's an island that I'm sailing towards that is not on my map. You can see it out of my camera there, and we're gonna turn the camera around. Now that I'm inside the dock, And Ciela's gonna go, there's an island over there. And it's gonna skip an entire, like, 15-second cutscene of, like, the camera panning and Ciela going, oh my gosh, let's go explore it. And immediately shoved me onto the island because I was already inside of the dock when the, like, map icon for the dock spawned. That was actually a really clean one. Usually, if you're coming in at the wrong angle, oopsies, then you'll like crash into the island and it'll still work. It's just extra funny because Ciela will be like, look, an island! And I'm like, yeah, I know, I just crashed my boat into it. This is actually casually one of the most fun puzzles in the game. If you haven't played this game casually, I'm not going to spoil it for you. But the game wants you to solve a little riddle that tells you how to solve the island. And the way you solve the riddle is by running around in like the perimeter of the island and drawing the map. This is the uncharted island until you chart it. You are the map maker now. It's very cute, and I really like this puzzle. But of course, the solution is always the same, so we don't actually have to chart the map. We just kind of do the thing.
We just know the solution ahead of time. Very powerful speedrun strategy.
It's actually a really fun thing in, like, Phantom Hourglass in general, because you can interact with the map so much, and you will see it later, we can draw on literally any map. You can doodle whatever you want, you can write yourself notes, you can note where things are. It asks you to do a lot of puzzles that involve going and looking where fixtures are in the, like, real full world, and then noting them down on your map. But because of that, it means that a lot of the puzzles are reliant on permanent map fixtures, which means that most of the puzzles have deterministic solutions, which means for a speedrun, we can skip them by just knowing the solution. Whereas, like, a decent amount of games might make that not a deterministic solution, have a randomized order every time. That's not going to work.
I do like that because then I could just ask my chat for the solution. That was really nice. But one thing that, you know, this game is kind of weird where it's like all the dungeon songs are the same, and it hurts my soul.
Yeah, unfortunately, the music in this game is my one big gripe with it. Hopefully, we won't run into Beetle again. 3 Beetle encounters in... Okay, we're not running into Beetle again. We're actually gonna start hitting these golden frogs, because we're gonna... I hit a bird!
Well, oops. I'm sorry, bird.
But I'm just going to do a save warp to get out of that situation very quickly, because I only needed to hit that frog, and those are our fast travel system. You're gonna see still a decent amount of boating, but I'm never really going to retrace my steps very much after a certain point in this game because the fast travel system is great. We can use those little frogs to sort of teleport to waypoints, like throughout the game, and so we are going to be grabbing a decent couple of those. There are more that we don't grab that are in some like weird other sections that I'm sure they like grab in Hundo, but we will be grabbing a lot of them just to speed up our traversal. And this does, because now the fog is gone, we can go back and forth between the north and south portions of this map very easily. That does mean that we are kind of free to just... I actually don't care about my health total. I had to think about that. Absolutely do not. We are free to just go south and go back to Merkay, which is our sort of starting island, where we can go for our 3rd Temple of the Ocean King visit. And I am told that this, we're on something called GDQ Hotfix right now. Is that accurate, Jiggy?
That is very accurate. We're on the GDQ Hotfix Oops All Zelda weekend.
Yeah. I've been told a little bit of information about GDQ Hotfix, and one of the things that I've been told is that y'all like to take a little sanity breaks. and that this might be a nice time for a little sanity break. Is that good by you? A little.
Yeah, I think this would be a great spot. We're going to take just a quick break, but when we return, we're going to jump into the next part of the Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. We'll be right back. Folks, welcome back to the GDQ Hotfix Oops All Zelda Weekend. We are going to jump right back into Phantom Hourglass here with Pippi in a top hat. Pippi, what are we doing, where are we going, and what's happening?
We are currently standing in a room with bad music holding a pot over our head. That's what's happening right now.
Oh.
But...
Okay, all right. Well, whenever you're ready, let's do it.
All right. Are you ready for action in 3, 2, 1? Let's go. We are actually entering the Temple of the Ocean King visit number 3. So we're gonna be able to get a little bit further this time, both because we have Neri. I think her name is Neri. Don't judge me. I am not a Zelda lore person. And also, as you saw, we have bombs, so we can get through this floor very quick and easy. We don't have to do the whole boomerang and getting caught puzzle again, which is nice because I'm at much lower health this time. I don't... Actually, I'm not at really lower health. I'm just at low health. I prefer to save that for future damage boosting. Once again, we get to do this floor, which I said would not be changing, and it won't be. Boomerang still breaks it wide open. But we can still just ignore it. But we now can get to, if you saw, there was a door after the section where we stopped last time that had a little symbol on it. That door was waiting for us to have Neri. So since we have Neri now, we can continue on deeper once we get there. This floor is also going to be very similar to our previous visit, except a little bit faster because we have the shovel. The shovel making things faster, though, also makes our cycles a bit tighter. Oh, I can fix this. That's how we're going to fix this.
Oh, no.
No, a whole minute is gone.
Yeah, I mean, would the other way of getting rid of those flames have just been to go back into a safe zone? Or...
Yeah, unfortunately, we are going to have to wait a little bit because of that. Getting caught is kind of the best way to get them back on their path.
Oh, that's right, because, yeah, certain cycles need to be hit.
Yeah. Unfortunate, but that's okay. It happens. I was being greedy, and sometimes when you're greedy, you get punished for it. But that is perfectly fine. Oh, hold on. Excuse me, Mr. Spikes. There we go. There we go. Because we still do want our small key. As you can see, I didn't have to go get, pull the lever to do that whole section this time because I have the shovel. The shovel is actually a really weird item, in my opinion. I loved it playing this game casually because you can just kind of dig wherever you want. It's like the same joy I had as a child making little, patterns on the ground in Animal Crossing with the shovel. You can mostly dig wherever in the game you want. However, it's not really a combat item. It doesn't have a whole ton of functionality. It doesn't get used most creatively. If we're talking about the most unsung item in Zelda games, we mentioned the Gust Bellows earlier. The Gust Bellows are such a weird item in Skyward Sword because how do you optimally use the Gust Bellow? They don't get used very creatively. There we go. Get some safety health. Or the spinner in Twilight Princess doesn't get used a lot. It's the shovel in this game. I don't know what you do with a shovel. Game
in the spinner's defense, yeah. It is very fun to ride around on the spinner.
Oh, it is. Definitely.
Yeah, after the dungeon where you get the spinner, it's not used very much.
I still argue that Twilight Princess should have had the spinner speed be the fastest movement speed in the game, so that optimally you would have to ride around on the spinner. It would be very funny.
I agree, but this would probably break things. And the developers most likely didn't want that. But
oh, heck yeah. That's actually a really hard shot to set up.
Very nice, very nice.
Got it first try, which we love. We are now going to bucket past this guy. He's gonna go, hey, wait a minute. Oh, that guy saw me. It is possible to get through this room without getting spotted at all. It's very, very difficult. I do not have any fear of getting caught in this room, honestly. So I just kind of can ignore it. Go on about my merry day.
So
yes.
in the Temple of the Ocean King, I know that the gold pots give you like extra time in the Phantom Hourglass. What are the red pots?
Good question, actually. I have to remember the colors correctly. I should know colors, but I believe the red pots, if I'm thinking correctly, are safe zone pots. They just contain like a bubble of safe zone that you can throw.
Oh, okay.
That if you like throw it at a location, it gives you one like tile's worth of safe zone. In order to like be able to hide really quickly. We will be using one of those later, because hey, why not? I have a question for y'all. How do you feel about safety? Do I get the safety potion?
I think no.
Okay.
No potion. Don't do it.
We're leaving. Jiggy said no.
All right.
No safety.
No potion.
No safety potion. I hardly ever get the safety potion, so I am totally fine.
But I did also, after I said that, I saw that you had 2 hearts, and I'm like, uh-oh.
Oh, we would not use it now. Don't worry about that. That was an hourglass, by the way. The handwriting recognition in this game is interesting. It will get more interesting. This is one of the cutest puzzles in the game casually. However, it kind of loses quite a bit of its charm doing it on Wii U, because there we go, I closed the DS. The puzzle asks you to press these 2 items together. And if you have a DS, you do that by closing the DS, which puts the game to sleep, and then opening it again. It goes, oh my gosh, you pressed the items together, that's so funny! That's so cool that you did that. But if you're on Wii U, you just have to put the game to sleep, and the only way we have to do that is by opening up the suspend menu that I did right there, which isn't really pressing the items together. It just kind of lies to me. And it's like, wow.
I was so sad.
Yeah.
I was when I did that, I was just like, how do I close the Wii U gamepad?
Yeah.
You can do that, but only once.
Yeah.
True.
You have to get a second Wii U gamepad and put the screens together.
Yeah, slap them together. We're going to be getting next our most commonly used warp point on the way to this island. He should be spawning here any minute now. Friend. We're going to try to force him to spawn.
Maybe we'll hit another bird again in the process.
Will hitting the birds help? Excuse me. He's being spicy. Their like spawn radiuses are very weird. And they're sometimes like time dependent. Like sometimes they'll take longer to spawn. There he is. I'm just gonna redraw my line. There we go, perfect. A little bit of a rude frog spawn, but there we go. I don't know why they're so happy after they've just been hit with a cannon. Typically getting hit with a cannon does not make me happy. Oh, we haven't, it did take my go, I see. But I'm not a frog. I'm also not a frog expert, once again. We're gonna get to do now, I said earlier we were gonna be doing a microphone manip. This is our microphone manip. First of all, don't get hit by the dancing mailbox. Good. I'm gonna cover the microphone during this next conversation, which is going to suppress the room tone. So basically it's gonna think that I'm in a very, very quiet room. So now, it's gonna think that that is the loudest noise it's ever heard because it was comparing it to absolute silence. And it's gonna give me credit for it, even though, like, I don't know, that was a little bit loud, but not that loud. That trick basically, like, makes a very silly part of the game absurdly consistent. It kind of, like, it used to be that people would use a can of compressed air to do that because he wants to charge you a variable amount based on how loud you are. He can either pick 200 rupees, 300 rupees, 1,000 rupees, or no, I'm not selling to you, you're too quiet. So obviously we'd like 200, which is what he gave me right there. 300, often people will collect extra rupees if you're concerned about it like, you can make that. It's just you have to put in a little extra effort. We cannot make 1,000 rupees over the course of this run. It does not happen. My last fun fact about that trick is that it is my only contribution to Phantom Hourglass speedrunning. I found out how to manip the microphone by holding it up to a heater.
Yeah, I mean, that is like a very creative solution, because if I had to do something with a microphone like that, I would have, like, I don't really think about, like, the technology of a microphone very much. It would not occur to me that the microphone was, like, profiling the ambient sound of the area to like determine whether or not the player was actually making a loud noise or not. But it makes sense, so.
That'll be fine. We don't actually have to go to the island, we just have to get close. Yeah, no, it's a very funny trick. That whole interaction gave us the sun key, which is that thing that Jim was talking about earlier, that we could get potentially early by getting it out of bounds. That would skip having to do the microphone trick, it would skip having to go to the island at all, it would skip that salvage interaction. That is the only time you will ever see me use the salvage arm this entire run. I'm sorry if you were just so much a fan of the Phantom Hourglass salvage minigame. I say this despite the fact that I really know that I'm the only person out there who really liked the salvage minigame.
It's cute the first time.
Well, good news for you. Thinking it's cute the first time means you are perfectly equipped to be a Phantom Hourglass speedrunner, since we only do it once.
True.
Are you convinced to be a Phantom Hourglass speedrunner now, Jiggy?
No.
All right, I didn't get quite close enough to the island. This is gonna be our first, like, sort of island entry boss. We're gonna have a couple of these. It's kind of similar to how, like, in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, they'll often have, like, a boss before you can enter an area for the first time, like, for one of the dungeons. It kind of operates the same way. That's a wider circle than I needed. That's okay. Oh, really? We're being spicy. This guy should be perfectly consistent, but the way that his, like, decision-making works is very janky. So sometimes he just doesn't get manipped when he's supposed to. There we go. Good eye plant. I don't know what this is. Apparently it's a plant made by Apple.
That took me a second, but thank you.
Alright, we're gonna...
I mean, yeah, Nintendo does love putting eyes on plants.
They sure
At least
do.
in Zelda games, so...
And now he's gone. We will now have a couple of extra frames of interaction here. I'm sure that didn't cause an avalanche. You can just...
I don't know if the DS has enough processing power for the legitimate number of polygons you would need for an avalanche.
Maybe they're safe from that because of hardware limitations. That's the
Also nice. We knew where the solution was.
We did. It actually intended for us to do that and find the sun door way earlier on our first visit. We didn't do that because we didn't need to. We don't need to find out where the sun door is. We can just go, okay, yeah, I know where this, oh, spicy. I know where the sun door is. Sure, why not? So there is a trick here that some of you might have heard about. We like to make fun of it. Excuse me. There we go. Like to make fun of it. It's called tree clip. Trees are real. Something like 20% of the time or something like that. I don't know. People say that it's half the time. It's not. It's way less than that. The trees don't spawn in correctly, and you can just walk through the island, and it saves like 10 seconds. Really?
That's funny.
It hardly ever happens. But even though I don't actually go for it in runs, you gotta go for it in the showcase. It's funny.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm inside.
And now Link is in the statue.
All right, let's turn this boy around. I'm actually also gonna go out of my way a little bit to grab this convenient cart, because that was a little bit of calculated time loss, because that gives me enough health to go for a faster cycle once I'm inside this dungeon that I'm about to enter. This is Courage Dungeon. This is one of the hardest dungeons in the game, at least in a speedrun context, because this is kind of the point in the game where we're gonna start getting more and more broken items. But we don't have them yet, so instead we get to rely on damage. Oh, okay, we didn't get the second damage boost. Oh. Okay, we're just gonna be a little dicey. Don't worry. It'll be fine. We can heal later. But this is where we're gonna start getting some of our more late game items. And really, like, because of that, the game's gonna kind of amp up the difficulty. Ooh, nice. I got dizzy into a door. I'm gonna try to play this area super safe because I'm at low health now. There we go.
Yeah, the hitboxes with these guys are not cooperating.
They are awful. They're not where they visually are. But in a pinch, you can just do that. You can also kill them with sword, but it is actually, it takes more hits with your sword. And also sometimes they don't cooperate, and you essentially have to clip into their hitbox in order to hit them with the sword, which I don't have the health for at the moment. But now you're going to get to the rest of this dungeon, this dungeon's gimmick, which is moving platforms, which means this dungeon is cycle-based. And we're going to have to try to make our platform cycles, which is...
Oh my god, it's just like Tower of the Gods.
It sure is.
This really is just Windwaker.
It's Windwaker, except this is a Pole's voice.
Not.
Blowing into the microphone
So scary.
is required to kill those things. It's actually not required. They have like 25 health or something like that. But if you blow into the microphone, they have 1.
I mean, that's a reference to Zelda 1, to any time opposed voice is on the screen.
Yeah, it's very cute. I like them. They're very clever. But I do have to, like, you don't technically have to blow into the microphone. You can just like make noise, anything. But you do have to activate the microphone at least a little bit in order to kill them. Which I don't think that is a mechanic that Windwaker explored. So, you know, we can be a little special. We can be a little quirky. We're Temple of the Gods, but with microphone jank. We now get
And square crystal.
Yeah. We now get introduced to our second type of carryable item, which is these keys that are not as heavy as a boss key or a tringle, and thus we can just kind of carry them. It will be faster than picking them up and putting them down. This section also is invisible.
And we know what the path is already.
Yes, we do. I really hope that actually hit. It should have. Oh no! Well, I guess we got to check. Got right to the end before I fell off. Did it check? Yeah, it worked. Okay, good. Sometimes if things get too far off camera, they stop working because this is a Zelda game and you have to be a little bit careful of that. Nintendo loves doing that, as we know. But now we have the bow. The bow is, ow. The bow is a pretty good combat item. It also can press switches, which we're going to be using right here. This is actually a really cute puzzle idea. I really like it. You have to open the back of this room and go fetch the square crystal we used earlier, which is going to close that door, and just bring it on over here to open the other door. We're going to hope for good RNG on the little... Yeah, they can get in the way and make you drop the crystal, and it's completely random. Because they kind of just bonk off the walls at random. This is one of the hardest rooms. We're gonna really try to get a good cycle. Which you can only get... Ooh, that's really promising, actually.
That seemed really good.
Yeah, you can only get if you don't waste any time. Look at that. Look at that.
And it just looked like a normal cycle.
Yeah. All of the cycles are off if you miss the optimal cycle. We're gonna be really careful to murder these keys because they can knock you off. That was actually so clean. That's like one of the hardest rooms in the game right there. Gonna sneak by this, refill on health and arrows. We're gonna try to do a funny damage boost trick through here. Almost made it. You can damage boost your entire way through that guy if you're careful. This cycle, unfortunately, gets set when we enter the room and is awful. Anybody have
Now we wait.
Yeah, anybody have like the Wii menu music or like the Wii shop theme on hand?
Yeah, good stuff.
The Jeopardy music.
Yeah. Any of those do? Just some nice waiting music while we wait for this platform. Oh, come on. Oh, you're almost there. There we go. And we're gonna... there we go. There we go. And I'm also just going to boop that guy out of the way. Woo! We're gonna whoop. There we go. Go down this little arrow trail. That'll open our way forward. And we get one more Pole's voice. Very nice. We could get a refill on arrows. I really don't need it right now. We will need it later, but unfortunately, we have like a max of 20 arrows. How many arrows do you get in Windwaker?
Your initial arrow max is 30.
I'm jealous.
In Windwaker. Yeah, and the upgrades go 60, 99. Because in this game, the upgrades only go 30 and then 40, right?
I don't even remember. We don't get them in the run. Oh no! Oh wait, no, we got by it. We're good. Don't worry. I have to hit these eyes in a certain order. Oh no! Oh, hold on.
Oh no.
That's unfortunate. I was a little too far away. This room is very creative. Unfortunately, it's a little slow. Hello, eye? Oh, there you are. There you are.
All the way across the screen.
Yeah, you can just draw it into infinity and it doesn't care as long as I draw it Close enough. There we go. Now we can bring it back to the beginning just by rolling off of it. And I'm going to go back, erase that line, and give us a nice long line across. It's gonna wait for us to get on before it follows it, thankfully. And now we wait. Do, 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 do. Is this gonna get us a flag for copyright infringement? Am I close enough? Am I gonna get DMCA'd?
Thankfully, I think it was short enough that you didn't. Good. Yeah, we didn't trigger the copyright protection. Good. But that was our boss key, and now we are right into our next boss. This is Crake. I'm gonna try my best. Crake is a punishing boss if you mess up anything at the beginning. So here we go. First, I want to hit him in the eye. Immediately. There we go. Very nice.
And now we want to snipe all of his gems. Oop, we missed one. Luckily, we got another shot. There we go. Perfect. If you don't get the one cycle on that, you get heavily punished. Let's see. Okay. I'm also trying a little bit to not push my luck because there we go.
Very nice.
You can't get better than a 3 cycle, but you can get a little bit faster on the first 2 cycles there. But his armor tends to block a lot of your attacks, and it's kind of nonsense. And if you hit his armor too much, he's just gonna like turn around and nab you with his claw and chuck you across the room like you're an ant, I guess. I don't know. He does not care about you or my speedrun. But yeah, that is our 3rd dungeon done, and we actually have one more dungeon, sir, before we get into kind of the second half of the game proper. This is kind of a weird dungeon, because that one is almost impossible to avoid. We're going to go to the ghost ship. The ghost ship is what we've been chasing this whole game. It's where we're pretty sure Tetra is. I'm still gonna avoid the dancing mailbox. I don't want to get my mail. They keep trying to give me bills and stuff, and I don't want to do that. I'm participating in tax evasion, I guess. But we're gonna actually get to go to the ghost ship now, and the ghost ship is gonna be kind of its own dungeon. But first, oh no! We're gonna get attacked by pirates. Who could have seen this coming? This is Jolene.
I don't know.
I don't get to avoid her, so we just get it over with as fast as possible. And now we're going to fight Jolene. This fight is mostly RNG, so hopefully she gives us good RNG. No? 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 No. No.
And she really,
Okay, there we go. I have to do it one more time. No. No. This is hilariously bad. No.
Yeah, it's gonna be like, what is like the average number of slashes that you expect?
Like 2. For the entire fight.
Right, so this is just like, what the heck happened?
Yeah. Yep. That was evil. Bye, Jolene. Thanks. She's like, man, I got beaten in a sword fight by an 11-year-old. Well, that sucks. And Linebeck goes, hey, thanks for saving me. Here's $5. Thanks, Linebeck. Now it's gonna be our first time getting to use our little warp pad. I just draw the shape and it warps me where I want to go. Because now that we've gotten raided by pirates, we can actually go to the ghost ship. So we're gonna just beeline it over to where we saw the ghost ship earlier. It wants me to go, I believe, to where the ghost ship disappeared, which is the top left corner of the map. But of course we didn't see the ghost ship disappear because I skipped that. Don't worry about it. And now we're going to enter first-person boat mode. That's the thing this game does for some reason. Our boat is going to break down. There it goes. And the only way to fix it is by using our ferries to make first-person boat mode. This is the RNG portion of the run, where the ghost ship spawns, and thus how far we have to move to get to it, and also where and how fast it moves are all RNG. So let's see where it is. Oh, it's somewhere over here. Oh, very nice, actually. That's making up for the Jolene RNG.
Nice.
That's pretty good. But now we get to the ghost ship, actually, the dungeon. And this dungeon is going to be interesting. We have 3 escort missions in a row. To add on to that gross thing I just said, our friends that we will be escorting. Oh my goodness. Got some bad enemy spawns there. There we go. Our friends who we will be escorting are all scared of spiders. And if they see any spiders, they're gonna go eek, and then they're gonna stop moving. Additionally, if I get too far away from them, they are going to get separation anxiety, which is a mood, and they are going to stop moving. Ideally, we would like an eek-less ghost ship, and also one that is free of separation anxiety, partially just because that sounds unpleasant. So we're gonna go collect the other 3 Cubus sisters. I'm gonna grab both those. There's our first spider. We're gonna kill it. Oops. Because we're gonna have to come back this way, and it is just easier to kill it now. Head on down past the rats. We're gonna be a little bit careful now, fortunately, because we took more damage there than I would have liked. But that is okay, because guess what's in these pots down here? Health, among other things.
Health?
Health, yeah. They also can't move very quickly, unfortunately. So they're gonna wind up making us slow down quite a bit. I'm gonna wait here because this spider's gonna spawn. Grab some extra health. Grab that spider too. They have to see the spider for more than a certain amount of time, which is how I can get away with basically letting the spider fully spawn in on top of them sometimes, and them not getting freaked out.
Very interesting how they don't seem to take damage from anything, though.
Yeah, they're scared of spiders. They don't care about the I think those are supposed to be Poes dancing around.
Or the fire.
Yeah, no, they don't care about any of it. I'm gonna once again grab some extra health, and then immediately waste some of it by running into a spider. That is okay.
It's part of the course.
Unfortunately, every time we leave and re-enter a room, the spiders are going to respawn. So I don't get to, like, kill a spider and have it be gone forever. Oh, excuse me. I spent a little bit too long on that spider. That is okay, because I would actually have to wait up here anyway. This is one of my favorite dialogue lines in the game. Ooh. I do have to be a little bit quick because I was behind on a cycle before. You do know which way is left, right? Yes. Smart boy, Uwu. There we go, we made our cycle. We just wanted to be in this little cubby before that skeleton guy turned so that he wouldn't see us and charge us. I'm gonna put down this crystal before that spider spawns so I can stabby to spider. Stabby to spider. Be very scared of that rat because of my health total. And those are just gonna be arrows, yeah, unfortunate. Don't worry.
If you were to die here, how far of a setback would that be?
This is actually one of the dungeons that punishes you the least for dying, because it would just put me back at the... Oh my goodness. That scared me a little bit. At the beginning of the room, but it would leave all of my shortcuts activated, which is helpful. Why I'm not too scared of being at 1 damage away from death. Here we once again have a pattern to put in. However, it's always the same. I would have liked to kill that guy on that time, but the amount of time that he stays on the ground is randomized. So we will have to get him on the way back. Here's a little combat room full of spiders. I really apologize if anybody is arachnophobic. However, these spiders are little cartoon skulls. They're skulltulas, so hopefully they're not too realistic for anyone. We are not Twilight Princess around here. Except for Jim. Jim, you're Twilight Princess, right?
Yes.
You're an entire video game?
Twilight Princess.
Mr. Twilight Princess! Luckily, we don't actually need to care about a lot of these spiders, because the way that the cycles work out, most of them will not be down on the way back. We're gonna walk this girl along. She's gonna tell us how to deal with the big scary phantoms that we've seen around, the ones that have like the little skull on them and everything. However, you might find that a little weird that she's the one who's in the room that doesn't have them, and she's telling us how they work. This room is supposed to have one, but it only gets activated if you push a button. We just don't push the button. I like to call that the kill your run button. We didn't push it, so we don't have to worry about cycles, we don't have to worry about anything. There we go. So far, we've had a pretty good... We're gonna rush by that guy over there so that I don't have to kill him, because once he's off screen, she doesn't care about him. Gotta kill that one. And I don't want to jinx myself because we're not all the way there, but we didn't have any eeks or separation anxiety. Huzzah!
Yay!
I'm now going to play tennis. This is RNG and not actually very easy. So, hey Jim, Jiggy, you want to chat about tennis while I play tennis?
I think that this is probably one of the top tennises of all time in the game in the Zelda franchise.
I do believe
definitely a tennis.
Yeah, I do believe this is the first time the game or the series actually refers to this as the dead man's volley.
It is, in fact, that is what I was told, at the very least. We killed the scripted one. That was the first one. Now it's going to be random who has the ball. How long they hit it back and forth between each other, ooh, that was really nice, is random. How fast the ball is moving is random. And how many hits it takes for them to break the volley is all random. Also, that's random. That is, I believe, the Link to the Past community calls those blue balls. Excuse me, there we go. I missed my quick spin.
It's true.
They are just duds. We're also hoping to... Ooh, very nice. We want to kill 2 of them and not do any damage to the 3rd. So yellow is down. We're now down to blue and green. Oh, blue is feeling salty that we killed yellow, apparently. Well, that is time save if we can do it. It is completely random. I have no choice over it. It's just, will the game be nice to me or not? Okay, 1 hit on blue, so we want the next hit to be on blue. Who has the ball? Green has the ball.
And the tennis match continues.
Yep. Oh, blue.
The score is, I think 40 love. Is that a tennis term?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, something like that.
That sounds right. I feel like I've heard that said
30
in
love
sports before.
I really want it to be low. Oh my gosh. Can y'all stop? Still. Yay! We got the free time save. They just had to think about it. All right, so green gets a full heal for being the last one left, which is why we didn't want to deal any damage to green because it would be undone. But now green has 3 health instead of 2. And green shoots out 2 dead ones and 1 live ball each time. And we're just gonna kind of tank the damage from the dead ones. It is RNG where it goes, though. Oh my goodness, we missed one. That's unfortunate. That's okay. We get a heal. Excuse me, Link. Link did not want to attack there. We get a heal after this fight, so I don't really care about my health total other than being alive. There we go. Cubist Sisters down.
Goodbye.
Very spooky.
Here's the key.
Bye, ghosts.
Yep, and there is our key. Very, very nice. I'm just gonna pick up all the heart containers, even though we have a decent health total, just because Gauntlet in this game is not easy. But now that we have the ghost key, we can go into an area of the ghost ship and pick up Tetra. We're gonna save her, which means that the game should be over, question mark?
Oh my god, that's how it... Well, that's not really how it works in Windwaker,
yeah, no.
but she appears at the end of the game.
Yeah! And then there's gonna be a bunch of cutscenes, I'm gonna skip them. The cutscenes tell you that Tetra has been turned to stone. So...
Oh no!
They're like, wow, do the other half of the game. Okay, sure. I thought it was good enough that I got my friend back, but you want her to be alive too? Fine. You might notice I'm sailing into the nowhere. We're doing the same trick we did earlier with the Uncharted Island. We're trying to get to Zaz's Island, so I'm trying to angle myself so that I can hopefully sail right into his dock without having to ever see the island. Ideally, that's what we want. That's the island. I don't want to keep it on camera too long or CLO will notice. Might be a little bit too far to the left. We'll see if this works. Look!
Not Navi, by the way.
Not Navi.
Not Navi.
Oh, darn it. I was a little too far to the left. That's okay. There we go. Had to move like 3 pixels over. Once again, I'm just trying to, every time you see a dancing mailbox, I have to avoid the space, not around it, but in front of it, because the space right in front of it will cause a cutscene where somebody comes and delivers and hand reads my mail to me. I think that's actually a federal crime in the United States, but we're not in the United States, so apparently privacy as a concept does not exist. So they just read my mail. This is Zaz. Unfortunately, this whole conversation sets the flag that we are allowed to access the entire rest of the Temple of the Ocean King, so we do have to talk to him. But now is where we're gonna start breaking things a little bit, because the game really expects, even though it gives you access to the entirety of the rest of the Temple of the Ocean King, it doesn't expect you to do the entire rest of the Temple of the Ocean King in one trip. It is arranged so that you can, but it's kind of set up expecting you not to. It's expecting you to go down 3 more floors in the same pattern we have been going, and to then get the next map and then go get more items, 2 more like sort of units of sand for the Phantom Hourglass to extend the timer, and then to go back and do another trip to go 3 more floors down, where you would get the final map quadrant. We're going to get both of our map quadrants at once, which means that we are going to be kind of booking it through the dungeon in order to get there in time, since the game doesn't really expect you to do that until you have more items and time to spend. And then we're going to be using that extra kind of area that we get access to early to do the rest of the dungeons out of order in order to get some late game items early and kind of break our way through the rest of the game. This is where we kind of start to transition to a little bit more shenanigans. But it's going to start out a little bit familiar. I'm going to refuel on items for safety because we are going to need those. We're going to start with some familiar floors. However, remember how I said that the phantoms are stupid? They're not anymore. These are...
Oh, darn.
Now they're here. They're smart.
These are the smart phantoms. The smart phantoms can pick up and put down the Tringles if they see them in their path. They're also much faster. They can outrun me. So I do not want to get seen unless I intend to get caught. Or I am like right in front of a safe zone. On this floor, it's not going to really matter because we don't need to enter any of their patrol radiuses, really. Well, I guess we enter a corner of that guy's patrol radius, but he's not anywhere near. This floor is going to be just the same as it's been. Again, he heard me somehow. That's unfortunate, but that's okay. We don't actually care. He's gonna rush towards me, but I'm too fast for him. And fun fact, he also cannot come down here. He turns away. Don't worry, he's one of the stupid ones. He's still a stupid one, so we're good. This is where it's gonna start to get a little spicy. So this floor is going to be very different because we have the red phantoms instead of the blue ones. However, we also have the bow now. So I'm going to follow this guy. Wait for him to turn. Wait for that guy to turn. Throw my Tringle. Shoot him. I'm going to sneak behind him. Give him one more shot. Pick up his small key. And now the only way that I can get rid of these guys at the moment is by dumping them in the void. So we're gonna get rid of him so I don't have to worry about that, even though I do have the small key now. And now we are on a very tight clock because Mr. Red Phantom on the left-hand side of the screen is still on his cycle. He is still on his path. So we would like to get all of our Tringles out of the way before he makes one more circuit around. So I'm really trying to book it here. We're actually super good on that cycle though. Like it's usually much scarier than that. We did kind of a phenomenal job on the first half and it trivialized the second half. Very nice.
Very nice. Very nice.
Gotta chuck our 3 Tringles right up there. There we go. And now we get into our next set of rooms. Our next set of rooms, the combat room is kind of interesting because I believe it is the only room that really fundamentally changes every time you go there. It gives you different combat, but all the rest of these are going to be the same. I'm still going to use my boomerang to... Yeah, it's okay. There we go. You gotta kind of book it to... Oh, hello.
Oh.
There we go. To line up an angle. This guy is gonna see me or not see me. He's blind. He didn't consider looking to his left. Here's our combat room, which is gonna be a little bit different. We're gonna get different enemies. So close to getting them all. You can kind of hope that because they all congregate in that one spot, you can hope to get them all, but you have to be very quick with the input because, unfortunately, otherwise, if you take too long, one of them is going to bounce into you and you won't throw the boomerang at all, which we did not want. We're gonna try to snipe these guys. We can kill them with one hit with the bow. If I can find their hitboxes, there we go. Excellent, excellent. All right, and Jim, Jiggy, how you feeling? Are we doing safety potion? Last chance.
No.
Okay.
You have so many hearts.
No safety potion.
I was literally waiting to I was waiting to see how many hearts you had.
There we go. And now we're going back to the crested door, which was where we drew a shape earlier. However, since we talked to Zaz, this door is now changed and wants a different shape. I drew a Triforce. This is the only time I've ever done a speedrun that had transferable skills from my real life. That is way easier if you are used to doing digital art, apparently. Just draw a Triforce, sure. This is going to give me a waypoint, so you will never see those early floors again, which is why that was our last chance to pick up safety health for the rest of the run, because we're not going back. The next time we come in, we're skipping the first 6 floors and going straight into the second half of the dungeon. We're completely done with them. And now we get to move into the later parts. I'm gonna grab some time here. It saves like a few frames because we're gonna have to watch a timer count later. And now we get to the Jingle Jangle floor. The Jingle Jangle floor, go jingle jangle. That's what the Jingle Jangle floor do. It makes me not able to hide. If anyone hears the Jingle Jangle floor, they're gonna book it after me. This is an invisible floor. Oh, hold on. No, it's not, apparently. This is an invisible floor. I missed. Luckily, this guy is stupid. So we can just throw our boomerang behind him, and it's gonna crash back into him on the way back. He's gonna go, hey, what gives? And then immediately give up on looking for us. We actually don't really care about getting hit here. We have plenty of health and plenty of places to heal. Over here, we're gonna book it over to grab this, our round gem. Because in this room and the one above it, these 2 rooms are linked. We go back and forth so many times I lose track. We're waiting for him to turn. There we go. He's gonna see me and go, hey, but we're gonna walk downstairs. These 2 rooms are linked, and so is the other one that we can get to below it. Like, all 3 rooms are essentially in one, and we need to collect 3 gems over the course of these floors and bring them all to the end. So the first one is gonna be a round gem, which we're also going to use to open up this pathway to start that and grab it. The stupid one's going to see us there, which is going to alert all his buddies, but we actually don't care because we can get here. We're going to chuck this across and go downstairs because this is going to get us our next gem. Whoops, did not mean to roll. And Ciella's gonna go, hey, look, woo! And we're gonna ignore her. But now we need to, this is gonna be the hardest part of this section, but also kind of the cutest. I'm gonna bring this guy right up and hopefully, chuck that right across. We're gonna wait for this guy to turn around, snipe him in his side, get behind him, and drop him into the void. Now we can do all of this section that you're supposed to have to do around his cycle without his intervention at all. And it's going to speed up this area so much. We're also going to... that wasn't... Excuse me. Thank you. Quite close enough to hit that crystal. This is going to open up our doorway to get into our next floor. And our fastest way of moving with these crystals is going to just be pick up one and throw it and then walk the other one to it. Oh, I hit a wall. That's okay. We're going to walk down here, throw our crystals, and then talk to this little skeleton guy. He's going to tell me that there's a riddle to this room, which we will have to solve, but once again, I already know the solution. That was a whiz robe, by the way, if you're familiar with Zelda, you might go, that doesn't look like a whiz robe. And I will say, yes, it doesn't. But it's supposed to be a whiz robe. Okay, we're good.
Kinda looked like a Zatu to me.
I was gonna say it looked like a Pokemon.
It took me a minute to know what a Zatu was, and I was like, wait, isn't that the bird from Lion King? No, that's Zazu.
And I'm not quite the same thing. Still a bird, though.
Still a bird. But... So we just solved the riddle that the skeleton gave us by placing those gems in order, and it causes that little earthquake to happen, which is going to give us access to the next 3 floors in the dungeon. But first, we're going to need our southeastern sea chart, which is where the game expects us to turn back, so it's going to give us the path back is going to be opened. However, we don't want to turn back, so we're going to continue. That tremor that was caused by the riddle being solved changes this room when we come back through the door. So we now have a whole different area to explore, but also we have new enemies. These guys are not as smart as the red ones. However, they can warp. And we are going to try to take advantage of that. They can still hear the jingle jangle floor, so I'm gonna walk really slowly, hit that guy in the back, grab some extra bombs just for safety, pull out my bombs, and we're gonna try to do a really cute interaction. Here we're gonna use that red pot that Jim was talking about earlier. We're gonna wait for this eye to see me, and now we're gonna stand right here to set where the guy warps to. He's gonna warp right there, perfect, and we are standing right behind him. We're gonna step into the safe zone and hit him with a bomb and grab the key off of him, and then we're gonna book it out of here. Because these guys are not as fast as the red ones, and thus they cannot catch me if I just run for it. So we kind of get to ignore them. Oh no, I've been seen again by the eye monster. Which we don't care about. Their warp animation is also so slow, we don't need to worry about them. They're not gonna catch me. So, done with that floor. Now we get to go into this one, which is a little bit more spicy. I need to pull some levers here to spawn some bridges, and I kind of have to babysit the cycles on some of these guys. I'm gonna carefully not trigger him with my feet on the floor. Spawn in our next bridge. Pull out shovel. Get up here before he comes back. And there are gonna be 4 of these switches in this room. We don't actually care about that. Oh, we accidentally killed him. That's fine. We don't really have to worry about their cycles very much anymore because we can do this neat bank shot that's gonna spawn in that bridge so that we
that was cool.
Don't have to worry about the timer at all. And then we can just hop down. He's gonna see us, but now we go into our final and hardest room. This is what I like to call the FedEx room. You'll see why. I have a package for delivery. Said package is a Tringle. I'm going to try my hardest to not have to deliver it myself. Delivering it myself is very, very slow. But these guys, I can stun them, but I can't kill them because there's no voids in the area. So I'm gonna stun this guy. Throw this. Carefully walk on the jingle jangle floor. Stun. Throw that. Keep him stunned because we like extra time. Be very careful about keeping him stunned. I'm now going to wait for this guy to round the corner. We're playing this a little bit safe. I could have gotten him there, but we'll wait for him to come back. There we go. Stabby, stabby, stabby. And now is where we're gonna call FedEx to do our delivery for us. So I'm gonna pick up this Tringle. It's gonna spawn in a red guy. And remember, these guys are smart. They can pick stuff up for us. I'm going to step onto the Jingle Jangle floor, which is gonna make him go, wait, you're here. But now he's not gonna see us. And the Warp Phantom is somewhere. We're gonna actually throw that further. He was too slow, so by the time he got here, the only thing there was for him to see was the Tringle, which he will pick up and deliver for us. I'm gonna be careful getting off the Jingle Jangle floor, but now that his delivery is complete, I can just pick it up off of him and take it the last bit of the way myself. Perfect.
Very nice.
It's one of my favorite tricks in the game. It's very funny.
I will admit, I was hoping that it was going to be called FedEx Room because there was a secret arrow in it somewhere that people didn't know about.
Oh, that would be so funny. That would be very funny.
I was just expecting someone to come and bring me a package and then just chuck it on the floor. You know, no care whatsoever. FedEx, not sponsored.
I mean, that is essentially what we did, isn't it? But now we are down at the bottom of the Temple of the Ocean King, and right behind me is the blue door. The final
the
boss
blue door.
is right behind that door. If we could clip through it, we could skip to the final boss right now. But we can't.
I'm going to call it.
Yeah.
Blue door skip is going to require changing the fairy color.
That would be so funny.
Somehow.
That would be so funny. I'd be so here for it. But yeah, now we're gonna leave. That has been our fourth visit to Temple of the Ocean King. And we're not coming back until we're ready to fight the final boss. Our next trick is going to be, this is where things get interesting. So as I'm making my way back to the boat, Jiggy, would you like to do our second break about now before we get to the weird stuff?
Yeah, that would be fantastic. All right, we're going to take just a short break, and when we return, we're going to jump into the next part of The Legend of Zelda Phantom Hourglass. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Folks, welcome back to Oops All Zelda Weekend here on the GDQ Hotfix. Before we get back to the run, I just want to let you know that we have some very, very fun events coming up here on the Games Done Quick channel. And one I don't want you to miss is Black in a Flash's upcoming event, Speedrunning Through the Holidays. It's December 27th and 28th, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern. Back to Black will be returning February 5th and 8th, 2026, benefiting Race Forward. Use !BAF in the Twitch chat to learn more about both those events. It's fantastic. You don't want to miss it. But with that, let's head back to Phantom Hourglass. Pippi, are you ready to rock and roll?
Roll. So is Linebeck. He says, now let's make speed and haul in some pure metal, and that is our goal. So if everybody is ready, somebody want to give me a countdown to unpause and hit go now.
2, 1, go.
Off we go.
I was really afraid to say 3 there, so I just skipped 3.
That works.
That's understandable.
3 is a scary
3
number.
is scary.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
3, I mean, if we're talking about some of the most terrifying numbers, I think 3 is pretty scary. I think 7 is pretty scary. And then, I don't know, I think 5 sucks.
Jiggy just hates odd
Sorry for all you.
Yeah, it's true.
I was gonna say sorry for all you five lovers out there.
So we're gonna jump right into the hardest trick in the run by far. This is might take a couple of tries, but we're gonna try our best. The trick is reliant on frame perfect radial entry, meaning there is a radius. It is invisible. And I need to frame perfectly press a button when I enter said invisible radius. That already sounds bad, but consider the fact that when I enter that button is dependent on the touch screen and how the touch screen feels like cooperating that day. So that radius is going to change every time I do the trick. So wish me luck. But before we can actually do said trick, we are going to have to actually get there, and we're going to need all of the rest of our golden frogs for the entire run. So that's what I'm doing right now, is we're gonna go on a bit of a world tour to collect all of the rest of our golden frogs at once. Now, there's actual real risk of my boat falling apart during this section, which is why I'm going to be very, very aggressive about killing any enemies we see immediately. We're not gonna worry too much about those little eyes in the sky, except for the fact that they messed up my frog shot, because we'll be leaving the screen before they can get to us. But here is our next frog. He's gonna tell us how to draw a W. Keep that shape in mind. We will be using it immediately. We like W. That's a W. Keep that shape in your brain. You got that, Jim? Can you make a note of that for me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Type. Okay, W.
W. Now, if you see it, there's that giant reef around that island. That's where we're trying to get to. However, in order to get to it, we need to despawn that cyclone that is blocking it. Oh, there's our golden frog. Perfect. He's being nice today. However, we're not gonna do that. We're just gonna teleport to the inside of it. Now we have completed our world tour. That is a different shape. I like to call it a boot. I have no idea what it's supposed to be. But now that we've gotten all of our shapes, we're gonna work back to the northwest quadrant, which is going to take us right up here in between all of these islands. And I'm gonna actually sail to the Isle of Gust, because for whatever reason, this trick is very janky and is dependent on what island we landed at and left last. And we want that island to be the Isle of Gust. Here is our second pirate encounter over here. We've got a pretty good health total right now. Now, these mini cyclones are actually really important. Owie. Because those mini cyclones have the radius I was talking about. It's a radius that sucks us up and moves us. Ooh, spicy. Don't worry, our ship is healed now. It sucks us up and moves us, and we are going to try to enter that radius and activate the slate at the same time. I'm going to, real quick, save my game. I'm not actually going to quit, though. I'm going to use 2 styluses to try to draw a semi-consistent line. And here we go.
2? Why? Wait, what? 2 styluses?
Yep.
Why?
Hold on. Oh, that might work.
Oh, that looks good.
Am I so skilled? That's a W, by the way.
W.
That's a W. I drew a W. Don't tell the government. We did it!
Yay!
Hey! I'm
Very
gonna draw that
nice.
other shape I saw, the little boot. That one's not a W. That one's a boot. I drew a boot. I am now like 40 minutes out of bounds. Don't worry, we can warp back inbounds. I'm gonna draw that shape again. Not a W. That one's a boot. Remember, that one's a boot. I'm now at the origin of the map and inside the reef.
Yay!
I'm gonna pull out the salvage arm real quick because, fun fact, when you're in that really janky, we call that, ooh, hold on. We call that state warp displacement, where it warps you to the wrong location. But while you are in that state, you cannot sail the boat. You need to reload the map to be able to sail the boat. Luckily, if I pull out the salvage arm and then put it away, that reloads the entire map and makes me able to sail the boat. Okay, now I can answer your question. Why a second stylus? We can glitch out the screen by using 2 styluses at the same time to draw an exactly straight line between 2 points. That part is consistent. The problem is when you touch the screen with the tip of a stylus, the tip of the stylus is bigger than a pixel. So the tip of the stylus being larger than 1 pixel means that I can't consistently click on the same pixel, especially when I'm worried about 2 pixels at once. So sometimes I might be a pixel up or down, and obviously that translates to major differences in where the line is, because each of those pixels is representative of a lot more than one pixel on the actual ocean, which is why that setup is not entirely consistent, and I can't just time it based on having the same line every time. But hey chat, can I get a bit of a pop-off? Because yes, great job here. That trick's so hard.
Yay.
Hype in the chat, let's go. I'm so pumped.
Also, this trick's adorable.
Oh, here are the light likes.
Yeah, we found that these are actually rupee likes.
Oh, my bad.
There are regular likes, I believe, elsewhere, but these are rupee likes because they have rupees on their hats, which I think is why I'm Pippi in a top hat, because everyone is named after their headwear.
Yes. Does that mean I don't have a name because I don't have headwear?
I'm so sorry that you don't have a name. I'm so sorry to be the one to tell you this. The movement of these rocks is completely RNG. That one flung me off the... That was interesting. Y'all, I'm so happy. All I ever want is to get... Oh, hello, that's water. Is to get first try warp displacement.
Once again, a reminder that Link cannot swim.
He can. He cannot do that. Here we are supposed to have gone to... That skipped an entire island, by the way. That skipped what is called Island of the Dead. I'm just grabbing some extra health, because we want damage boost through a lot of this next section. We are now on the Island of Ruin. And we have to talk to all three brothers. That's Bremir. Oh God, what's the second one's name? I forget the second one's name. He's got a similar fancy sounding name, and then the third one is Max. And they're gonna tell me about King Muto, who is very angry and is also a ghost. And we need to go calm King Muto down. So this is gonna be our kind of dungeon entry puzzle. This area, oh, is Doylan, right? Remir, Doylan, and Max. My favorite set of, what a dynamic trio they are. Good naming conventions. But we have to, unfortunately, have to go talk to, oh, don't attack the stairs, talk to all three of them. And here, Doylan's gonna give me the King's Key, which I can use to lower the water level to access the rest of the island. And this is gonna give me access to Muto's dungeon, or Muto's temple, which is our next dungeon. And as I said, this is supposed to be the last dungeon in the game. We are going to be completing all of the dungeons because we need all of the pure metals, since we don't have blue door skip, to be able to spawn in the enemies that, will open the blue door for us. That is the only reason we need to complete all these dungeons, and we are going to be doing this one early because it's going to give us the hammer. A hammer is kind of a pretty classic Zelda item, I feel like. How many games have a hammer? I know Windwaker has a hammer. So, Jim, because Windwaker has a hammer, you should know all about hammers, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
I know that in both Wind Waker and Ocarina of Time, you can swing the hammer through walls. So I'm sure we can do that here too.
That is true. A bit of foreshadowing. We're gonna do it a little bit differently though, because once I pick up the hammer, you are going to immediately notice that there is a massive difference between our hammer and other hammers in the Zelda series, and I'm not gonna spoil it, but it's a little bit of an interesting design choice, and breaks the rest of this category wide open, and it's gonna really, we're essentially going to, how long did we take? Ooh, God, drop there. How long did we take to do previous dungeons? I don't know. We got through like 4 dungeons in 2 hours or something like that. We're gonna get through 3 more dungeons in less than an hour. Is the goal. But thank you, Hammer.
That's what we call go mode, right? I've played.
Yeah.
I've done an arc pluggo again
yeah.
before.
So here's Max. Thanks, Max. We just needed to talk to him. He's gonna tell us that we need to do another door puzzle. There's so many puzzles to get into this stupid dungeon. But luckily, this next puzzle, you're supposed to like go around the island and make notes on where a bunch of things are or something like that. But I just referenced permanent fixtures on the map, which means that this solution is 100% consistent. You just draw a bookmark. That's it.
You do just draw a bookmark, yeah.
A little overzealous there. This will be our last fight before entering the dungeon. I'm just gonna try to stun them in. Oh, hello. Unfortunate. I did the hard part, which is stunning them both when they spawn in, and then messed up on the easy part, which is hitting them. I can't go too far away from their corpses when I kill them, because otherwise Nintendo's gonna do a Nintendo thing, and the second that they get off screen, they are going to despawn and not exist anymore and not finish their death animation, which means that they haven't actually died. Which means that the door won't open until I pull them back on screen and they can finish their death animation. This dungeon wants you to essentially do this first section in 2 halves. Dodged the... I'm impressed. We're gonna not have to travel back to do the second half. It wants us to travel all the way back to the beginning of this room. We're not gonna do that. We're gonna save warp. Just a little bit faster, cuts out some traversal time. Off we go. And now we're gonna do a bit of a tight cycle here. Perfect. If those keys get in the way, that cycle can get really, really hard because we're on a timer before the bridge disappears. But we need the timer to line up with that platform cycle. And luckily, if you're very, very fast, it just does so all on its own, which is exactly what we did there. Murder some more skeletons, and now we can get into the rest of the dungeon and go try to pick up our hammer. There we go. Now, this is going to be one of the classic Zelda thing. As I said, hammer classic Zelda item. This is a very classic Zelda dungeon where it's all going to be dependent on raising and lowering the water level. Excuse me, open the door. Don't hit the door with a sword. It wants us to basically tread through most of this dungeon twice. Because we want to tread through it once with the water level raised, and then once, ruby light, with the water level lowered.
They sure did say, well, what if we did a water level and it's the same as every other Zelda water level right now?
Yeah, we can kind of just skip through the uncreative parts, you know? That's all we're doing. So here's our hammer, and it looks perfectly normal. But you're gonna start to see what is interesting about it. It's a ranged weapon?
Ah, yes, the ranged hammer.
Yeah, I don't ever touch the hammer. I meaning Link. Ciela wields the hammer, not Link.
So when this happened to me, when I first played this game, this was this game's redeeming factor, was that the fairy's the one that slams the hammer down for you. It was the best idea.
Yeah, it's so good, and it also means we can do stuff like this. Just get the right frame. Oh, hold on. As Jim said, it wouldn't be a Zelda hammer unless it could go through walls. That's gonna open up this door backwards for us. This is supposed to be your way out of the dungeon. We're gonna grab some extra arrows because this is one of the harder tricks in the run. First try, let's go.
Let's go.
So I just lowered the water level through a door. We skipped half the dungeon doing that. we're pretty much almost done with it now. I used the bow to deload the door so that the arrow could pass through, and then reload just in time so that what I'm actually hitting with the arrow is loaded and can be hit. It's very hard, especially because I'm trying to aim it with my thumbnail instead of a stylus because my right hand is busy doing the rest of the trick. It's one of the tougher tricks in the run, despite the fact that that one's not frame perfect. That one is just kind of vibes. We're gonna fling some rocks around. This is just our boss key puzzle because, again, we skipped most of the dungeon. So we're already at the boss key. And I'm just gonna take this rock, pushy, 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 break the other rock, and there we go. And we're gonna bring this guy right over here. Go right in the door. That was actually a really good jump. We love those jumps. Just use the ranged hammer. My free range farm fresh hammer. To kill all the skeletons. Really easy.
Organically grown hammer.
There's a puzzle. I don't know why it's there. We're not going down here. Like, we're not gonna go do that puzzle. Why would we do that puzzle?
Whoa, hold on. Hippie. Saying there's a puzzle in Legend of Zelda and then not knowing why it's there. I mean, come on.
But I don't need to do the puzzle. I can just walk to the end of the area. I don't know what the puzzle is for. But they just put in an extra puzzle. It's not on me.
They just did it.
Yeah, it was just a weird choice that they did. An optional puzzle? It's like the slider puzzle and the secret oasis, or the private oasis in Windwaker. That one was optional, right? I didn't waste tons of my time. Anyway, here's Eox. He's the best boss in this game. I love him. Look how silly he is.
Smashy, smashy.
Smashy, smashy. He's also called like the stone something, despite the fact that on the inside he's wood. We're just gonna go behind him. I really want to take out his head, which he's not being very nice about. Sometimes you can... Oh, there we go.
There we go. He's moving sideways a lot.
Yeah, when he moves his head back and forth, you get a very... Oh, I did not mean to get dizzy. You get a very tiny window to hit his head. There we go. Now we've hit all the rock on the way... in the way on his back. Please don't do that, Mr. Eox. And he's gonna come up with his weak points, which are not eyes. How creative.
Oh my god, they're just circles.
They are! This is gonna, for some reason, cause an entire room reload. Don't know why it does that. And we're gonna get on his head, and we're gonna try and do a fun little trick to one cycle it. There we go.
Nice.
He is supposed to scripted fling you off before you can deal enough damage to kill the crystal. That doesn't happen because I damaged myself with a bomb at the same time. So I still had iframes, and the iframes prevented him from flinging me off his head. So
very neat.
One cycle. And now we get our first pure metal. That staircase always scares me because we haven't... Oh, I got a little dizzy. We haven't seen it yet, but you can actually break the loading zones on staircases by frame perfectly rolling into them. It just rolls you past the loading zone, which is very funny. However, it wastes a little bit of time. It doesn't, you can just roll back up into the loading zone. It doesn't actually break anything long term. But that staircase, for some reason, takes a little bit extra time to load. So every time I'm like, are you kidding me? Did I frame perfectly break the staircase again? Again? No, I did not. But if we do see that, it will be very funny and I will point it out to you. But yeah, now we have the hammer. and I can bring it with me to our next 2 dungeons, because we have 2 dungeons left before we have to go back for our final visit to Temple of the Ocean King. We're going to go to the Goron dungeon, and we're going to go to the Frost dungeon, which is where the Nukies are. This game has Anukies. If you're not familiar with the DS Zelda games, Anukies are an animal. By the way, I am inside the cyclone. It just spits me out inside the cyclone and gets a little mixed up because it's like, wait, huh? We need to get in there. But we don't, we already got in there. We don't need to go back, so we're just gonna warp back to the start so we can head on down to the Goron Island. Jiggy or Jim, are either of you fans of Gorons?
They're pretty neat. I like being a Goron in Majora's Mask. It's really fun.
You get to be a Goron in this game too.
Oh yeah, that's
I'm
true.
more of a. I like fish drama, so I'd rather deal with the Zora. But I think my favorite is the Ritio. I really like them. They fly.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're cool.
Jiggy, I'm on your page. I'm not a huge Goron fan. Not a big Goron.
They're okay.
Yeah, they're fine.
I like Daruk. Daruk is pretty cool, but if you were to ask me to name another Goron, I'd be like Darunia, I guess. And you the big guy from Twilight Princess.
Oh yeah, there is a big guy. I always forget about him.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I have to
Jarvis.
fight a boss to get into the Goron Island. This boss is annoying because he's pretty much entirely RNG. Ooh, got 3 early hits on him. He did get 2 hits on me. This is, again, one of the few places where we care about our health total. So I am going to try to break these. When he spins, and it's entirely RNG if he decides to spin or not, he is, there we go, he decided to show it off for me, completely invulnerable. He can't take damage. So he can just spin a bunch, and it will mean I can't kill him as fast. But we took down one side, we're waiting for the other side. He also on this side's way harder than the other side because you'll notice he's too far away from me right now. I have to wait for him to get a little closer. There we go, perfect. You also might notice when I take damage, my ship starts smoking. And if I take a lot of damage, my ship will start being on fire actively. The engines will be on fire, and I don't think that's a good thing. That isn't very much of a problem. I know it sounds like it should be, but that isn't very much of a problem unless I am only at 1 heart remaining, in which case it becomes a lot of screen garbage. It's really hard to see anything that's going on because my ship is on fire and smoking and taking up a whole ton of screen space. So that's not too bad during that fight, but it will be really relevant during a future fight. This is called foreshadowing. Foreshadowing is a literary device. Anyway, I'm going.
Just like we had, just like we had with the
Hippie,
bombs earlier.
That's learning. You're educating them. They just want to watch Zelda.
Okay. We'll do some classic Zelda. I have to talk to every single Goron, or else the game is gonna soft lock.
That's my least favorite kind of thing. Hey, go talk to everyone before anything can happen.
And this is just the beginning of an Animal Crossing game right here. You have to talk to every person, or maybe Stardew Valley. I don't know. It's been a while. Reminder that this game has a microphone. Ha!
Wait, so Jiggy, are you saying that you hate having to talk to all these NPCs more than you hate math?
I never said that. This is still a video game there, Gymnast. Now, mathematics, that's like a culture, you know? Like if you like math, you're part of some sort of like cult of the math. Anybody that does the numbers, you know, they walk around with their like nice sweaters with the mat with like the exclamation. No, what's the divide symbol? You know, like the cult of the pie. I don't know what I'm saying.
You're saying math numbers.
Yeah, the cult of the pie.
I'm just
the cult of the pie.
Cult of the pie.
It was a weird
DLC
for Cult of the Lamb, as we all know.
They walk up to people and they're just yes 3.14 3.1459. I don't know.
3.141592653589.
Don't do it! No. Okay, wait. We have to go to break. Come on, no, I don't.
Sorry, I got possessed by the math ghost. Anyway, Ciel's gonna talk to me here going, hey, you won't soft lock anymore. And we're gonna go, great. And then I'm gonna skip the rest of the island. There's like an entire puzzle you're supposed to do, but the hammer is a ranged weapon. Oops.
The hammer do indeed have that range.
Oops, all ranged weapons.
I do genuinely think the hammer is the most fun that I had with it.
It's so cute.
You know,
you're gonna
good.
love. Also, we have some plans out for our next item too, because especially in conjunction with the hammer, things are gonna get a little broken. Oh, hold on. Gonna just hit that so we don't have to move the statue over it. That wall's not real. Just casually.
Does that work because of the pot that's there?
Yes. That's called pot clip.
Yeah.
This door you're supposed to have to weigh down. No, you don't. If you're fast, you can do it without weighing it down. We're gonna spawn in that little bridge. And just like our last dungeon, this dungeon we're gonna do the first half of it. Except for the fact that you might notice that I'm using the hammer a lot as a weapon. That's because the hammer, you know, being the last combat item that you get in the game, does a ridiculous amount of damage. It pretty much one-shots almost everything. And if it doesn't one-shot it, it two-shots it. So we're gonna be abusing that quite a bit to skip a bunch of the harder combat and just kind of melt health bars. You'll see that right up here. Oop, a little bit short. Here's our friend. How do you make it even sillier when the Gorons say Goro after every sentence? Make it instead of Goro, Goro Uwu. Perfect.
Goro, uwu.
But this is Gon Goron. You can, Jiggy, you can add that to your Goron repertoire. He is a Goron that, as I mentioned, we are going to play as him. So we can now freely swap between characters. And we can use him to, apparently roll into, free bombs. That's actually a really good time save for later. And I will show you why in just a moment. But we're gonna have to do some sections as Gongaron and some sections as Link. Here are the regular likes. I told you we'd find them. They're here. Need them both to stand on these switches. And we're just kind of trying to swap back and forth and get as much done as we can as one character before swapping back. So I'm also going to do a little bit more as Link because I want to abuse Link's stamina refueling when I swap back characters. There we go.
Yeah, that's a smart way to like refuel Link's stamina without losing time.
Yeah, we can just immediately start. Ooh, I don't think. Yeah, we're not gonna go for it. You can skip this little cutscene that's playing right now by getting this hammer clip really, really fast. But the enemies got in the way. By the way, we can still clip the hammer through walls. That hasn't changed. Gongaron is going to be gone now. I hope you enjoyed Gongaron. He
wow,
gone.
Foreshadowing.
Bye.
But now we also, you may have noticed, we got the bomb shoes there. And the bomb shoes are also, no, hold on. Pretty broken. No? Can we? That should work. This is something called Bomb Shoe Camera Lock. On DS, this is frame perfect, and on Wii U, it is free.
Yay, home buffering.
Yay, home buffering, indeed. Yeah, by putting the console to sleep, aka opening up the suspend menu on the Wii U, we can buffer our inputs so that two things happen on the exact same frame, which is going to break the camera and get it stuck wherever our bomb shoe put the camera. Which, there you go. And now, because all of the range on my other weapons is determined by where the camera is, I can use the boomerang, I can use the hammer, I can use pretty much anything, and have no range limitation. That's called spite murder. Don't test me, Chew. Don't test me. Anyway, yeah, we skipped the rest of the dungeon again. That was the entire dungeon now. We're just gonna take this key, and... Oh, look at that, I like that. There's the boss key door. Let's go.
Wow.
Yep. I love bomb shoe camera lock. But yeah, now we're just gonna head right in to do our next boss. This boss has the most fun name. His name is Dongarongo, but he is just kinda King Dodongo. Like, this is just King Dodongo, right? There he is. Or Dongarongo Armored Lizard. Which, actually, that one sounds kind of like a Sonic enemy. That sounds like Bio Lizard. Oh, Gongaron's back! And now Gongaron is going to fight the boss for us. The gimmick of this boss is that we have to fight him as both... Okay, there we go. Both Gongaron and Link, and kind of have to babysit going back and forth between the two. So there we go, and I now need to kill this guy before he starts damaging Link. 3, 4, 5, perfect. And now we can bomb chew him. And it's really good that we have extra bombs, because our bomb chew count and our bomb count are different. All right, he's gonna do the long attack, so I'm gonna... He's kind of locked into doing it, so I'm just gonna spend this time killing some of the little guys so that they don't come over and attack Link as much. There we go. Oh, there we go. And that should be final hit on Dongarongo.
Very nice.
He goes splat. It's gonna open up the boss door for us, and Gongaron's gonna be like, awesome! The pure metal, which is, by the way, the thing that you're looking for, is through this doorway. Bye, Link! It's... Did it trick you? Was it not suspicious that the boss didn't despawn? Just a little suspicious. But now we're gonna have to do a more traditional... ooh, that's really good, actually.
More bomb drops.
I'm gonna grab it before it spawns, and then we're gonna go back immediately to bullying him, because he can't take damage from the hammer, but he can take damage from bombs. I'm gonna actually save an extra bomb by... if I wanted to. I was gonna hit him with the bomb from the stage, but there we go. Using bombs, we can bring that from like 3 cycles on a good day down to 2. And now he's actually dead. Now, which has the better boss fake out, this or Twilight Princess, Jim?
Probably Twilight Princess.
What's the
Twilight
deciding
Princess has
factor?
The Twilight Princess has the funny Link face, where they don't animate his face at all except his mouth opens.
That is a good argument. I see you there. I would argue, though, that I do think that Danganrongo's eyes just, like, opening, it just replaces his eyes with, like, PNG eyes. And that is the only thing that tells you that he's still alive is also pretty good. It's pretty
That's fair,
funny.
yeah.
Alright, there's our pure metal. Now we're actually done with Gongaron. But reminder that I said that the game would softlock if we hadn't talked to all the Gorons before we skipped the rest of the island. And that is because there is a very silly thing that we still have to do that Lineback will not let us leave the island unless we do it. It doesn't set the flag that we're allowed to leave until we take the Goron quiz, or as my chat likes to call it, the moron quiz, because it's really funny if you are a moron and you mess up the answers to the questions, and it's time loss. But so we're gonna talk to him, and he's gonna be like, talk to all of the other Gorons. Wait, you already did? Take my quiz. First question: how many homes are there? There's 6. Second question, Goron at that spot is looking at a ship. The questions are not 100% consistent. 14, though it is picking from a pool, and there's like different pools it can pick from. Yellow for each of the questions. The first 3 are gonna be consistent, but the order is a variable. That one's 7. And here's the hard one. This will be 3 rocks, 4 Gorons, or a chest, I believe. It's a chest. There we go. I didn't even have to ask chat for the answers this time. Aren't you proud of me? I now just have to, there are 2 Gongarons in the room right now. We're gonna fix the time-space continuum by telling that one to leave. And now he's gonna go, you rescued my son, thank you! Here's so much money that you don't need because you don't need to buy anything for the rest of the run. And now Ciela is gonna go, hey, we should follow that kid that ran off. We already did that. We rescued Gongrod. That was like that was doing the dungeon. Ciela's also a little bit lost, but now we are fine. We can leave. We've done everything. We fixed all of our flags from sequence breaking, and we can actually leave. He'll let us leave the island. Now, one more dungeon to go, and because we can draw a W, we can warp right to the door. It's going to be that big ice... is that Ice Ring? Hey, Jim, I found Ice Ring Isle. We're playing...
Oh, boy. We're playing Windwaker. So where are the fire arrows?
Good question. I don't have fire arrows. So Lineback has an idea to deal with my lack of fire arrows, and his idea is a cannon. So, does this work in Windwaker?
Cannon also works.
We're just gonna go all the way around the island, and we're gonna shoot down the ice ring. Now, I do have to be kind of careful because these enemies are gonna want to bully me, so I'm just kind of multitasking, trying to hit the enemies whenever it's convenient to do so. There's gonna be more that spawn up ahead, but I am so good on health that I can probably just take the rest of the damage and focus on trying to shoot the ice blocks just as far ahead as I can. Hee that one I killed for fun. And sport. And that one too. Just because I could. Because obviously hitting them as soon as possible when they're like available is gonna save a little bit of time. And you can really see my ship being on fire. It's a little bit on fire. Now, interestingly enough, I said we could skip a lot of dungeons if we had blue door skip. So if we could clip into the blue door without spawning the enemies that trigger the blue door to open, then we could go straight to the final boss. However, we would still have to do a little bit of the second half of the game because the final boss does not require the hammer, does not require bomb shoes, but it does require the grappling hook, of all things. So we would still have to do half of the Frost dungeon. We'd have to get just this map piece. You can go do the Frost dungeon and the Goron dungeon in either order. So we would just go do the Frost dungeon, and then we would book it back to the final boss. So if somebody wants to find that, that would be a really interesting route, and then this run would become an all dungeons run instead of any percent. You could just like edit the text on the screen. It'd be so easy, right? Anyway, right now we're playing Among Us. Yeah, everybody remember a hit game from 2020 that actually came out in like 2018, Among Us?
I love Among Us.
I also love Among Us.
That game is great. I haven't played it since 2020, but I love Among Us.
It's honestly
It's
same.
decent fun.
Yeah, I'm terrible at killing people in Among Us, but I'm really decent at lying. It's something about being really small and female and having a kind of high-pitched voice. People don't think that you're lying. However, we know who the imposter is already. It's this one. We just have to talk to everyone to get all the hints so that the game will let you make a decision. The imposter is called a Uke. There he is. We found the imposter, and then instead of ejecting him out the airlock, he's gonna eject us out the airlock. He is also the Gust Bellows. I found the Gust Bellows.
He's the Gust Bellows Snowy Edition.
Yeah.
He's Blizzard Bellows. I don't know.
Instead of a leaf blower, he's a snow blower.
Yes.
I think this is how it works. Now we can go back and talk to the elder of the Anukis and be like, hey, I found your imposter, and he's gonna be like, neat. Can you go do a dungeon as well? And we're gonna go, sure. And now we can go do our final dungeon. This dungeon is probably my favorite dungeon in the speedrun. Ooh, that was really good. We like to talk to him in the middle because he will pick whatever side you are further from and walk in that direction. Frustratingly. So we like to talk to him right in the middle if you can. We have to kill all these Ukes in order to get here, but this is probably my favorite dungeon just because the reason we do this last is that we can break a whole lot of it by having both bomb shoes and hammer. And being that we have every single item once we get the grappling hook, it's gonna be pretty quick. Once again, we just need these guys to die on camera. I need to either see or hear that they are dead. Otherwise, I'm going to get to the end, and they aren't going to open the path forward because I haven't killed all of the Ukes because their animation didn't play. That's how it works. On this next screen, we're going to encounter our first, boss Uke. They're really annoying because they're basically a Uke, but their attack is RNG. So let's see how many bad attacks he gives me. Oh, 1. 2. Oh, there we go. 2 bad attacks. We're gonna want the boomerang.
Is the minimum 0?
Yes, the minimum is 0. He can just immediately suck in a bomb. Unfortunately. Here we're going to start immediately using all of our items. As I said, we're gonna do that and we're gonna basically use this bomb chew, I don't like that line, as a timer to change that switch, because this next room basically it wants you to do a whole long puzzle in order to change a switch, but if we've already changed the switch, we skip the puzzle. You're supposed to do that by jumping up on top of a pillar and using an arrow, but a bomb gets us high enough up. These switches, once again, are another puzzle that is dependent on permanent map fixtures. The permanent map fixtures means consistent solutions. There we go. And here are the little things that we wanted the red ones to be up. Ooh, nice. Killing that guy early is really good luck because that means he's not going to bug us on the way back. We're going to try to hit all of these, have plenty of space, rush our way back, grab the key, and now the scariest part. Please. There we go. Just playing that extra safe because if any of those touch you, you will get frozen in a block of ice and also get shoved off of the platform you're walking on, which is a good bit of time loss. Now we're gonna have to fight two Ukes. We've got the two Utes, and my cousin Vinny fans. We've got, yeah, that was too close to the white one. Cool. That was interesting.
Yes.
All we wanted to do there was we wanted to kill the brown one first because he has a much shorter timer. The white one will stay stunned for a lot longer. The sort of boss Ukes have a very short timer. Now I'm gonna do something that's kind of new for me in this route. It might take me a try or two because I'm not super practiced with it, but we're gonna save warp out. To bring ourselves back to the beginning of the dungeon. This doesn't save a ton of time, but it does save some time. We're going to be up against this wall. No, hold on. Nope. There we go. Clip our way through that. That's just gonna skip the grappling hook tutorial. And then we're going to use the grappling hook on these switches because we would have had to come back through that passageway anyway to hit those switches so that we can continue down into... this is one of the most fun rooms in the game. We're going to use every item except for the shovel. Sorry, shovel. We're going to use our long-ranged hammer to hit that switch early. Put a bomb there, break our way through. Use the grappling hook. I also hope you really like that. Gonna go through, hit those 4 switches so that it'll melt the ice. Now we're in the perfect position to use our arrows, not our grappling hook, our arrows. And now we're going to have to deal with a trick that skips the rest of the dungeon, but it's going to be, or almost the rest of the dungeon, on a pretty tight timer. For safety, I'm going to give it as long of a timer as possible. This trick is also frame perfect. So it shouldn't be too bad. It's not that evil of a frame perfect trick, but it is still a frame perfect trick. So I'm going to position myself very carefully. First try, let's go. I'm gonna be in this exact position so that I can clip. There we go. The bomb shoe out of bounds.
I don't think the bomb shoe is supposed to be there.
It's not. But now we have infinite range with the grapple. And we can grapple our way to the end of the room, walk through that door, plenty of time left on the timer, and now we're up to the boss key puzzle. Once again, this is a switch on the other side of a wall, so easy. Just gonna slap that. Zelda games really do have a problem with hammers going through walls, don't they? Never really realized how much of a pattern it is. There's an extra enemy over here. It's kind of hiding.
And you have to defeat it along with the...
Yep.
Yeah, okay. Interesting.
It's like the gimmick in Windwaker. Again, this is Windwaker. Where there's the extra Bokos hiding in the pots. Oh, I picked up a rupee by accident. And you have to go break the pots to finish the combat room. except he's just hiding in there. That's, by the way, one of the cutest interactions in the game is that this dungeon expects you to do that a lot more, but we skip all the rest of them where you fling yourself using the grappling hook. It's very cute. But now we're just gonna open the way back, now that the chest is spawned in. Grapple our way across. Pick up our boss key. Sometimes that little buddy wearing the like helmet gets in the way, and that one is also one I like to spike kill sometimes. He stayed out of my way today. He can live. I deign to let him live.
Aren't you kind?
Thank you. Thank you. And now we're going to fight another familiar Zelda boss. Did you know that Gleeok is in this game? Here he is.
Really?
Yep. Here's Gleeok.
A two-headed dragon.
Now, which Gleeok head is going to attack when is not RNG. It's completely deterministic. And also, at the beginning, I believe, actually, how many chomps they do is deterministic. So that's also not RNG. This is just kind of an auto-scroller fight at the moment. Later on, it's going to be RNG how many chomps they do. But for now, we just have to bounce them back at each other. And now they're going to tidal wave the room, and I'm going to hop up on my post. And you're supposed to walk back and forth on the grappling hook line, but you can also just slash these. You don't have to actually avoid them. And you can actually farm a lot of health that way. And also, after the tidal wave passes, the water doesn't hurt you, so you can just hang out there. Now, Blue is going to attack first. Come on over here. Thank you. And they unfortunately will chomp even if I get rid of the group before they can come over, so there's not really any point to me calling the rope back. It's just habit. Alright, we've gotten rid of both of their little masks. What? Shields? I don't know what those are, actually.
Armor.
Yeah, something. I can just chill in the water. I probably am chilling. It's probably quite cold. There's ice floating in it. This is probably really unpleasant for Link, but whatever. But now they're gonna wise up to me and they're going to get rid of my front little doodads there, so I can't actually do the thing. But first, now I'm going to wait for them to give me good RNG. That was the worst RNG possible, and I'm going to do some extra damage with a bomb, and then do a very specific amount of damage with the hammer, and I almost said the red head is dead. No, Jiggy is here. You're here, right, Jiggy? You didn't die?
I'm alive. I'm not dead. Please don't kill me, Pippi. I'm good. I'm here.
So the red Gleeok head is actually dead right now. But the game will not let him be dead until you get to the second phase. You cannot skip a phase entirely, so it instantly starts the second phase instead of having to wait for it. We got worst possible RNG twice in a row. That's sad. But we're gonna do the exact same thing again, and no such protection is on this side. See, that was the best RNG. He chomps once. But doing any amount of damage to him tries to update his health total and realizes that the boss is dead. So we only had to do just the bomb damage. We didn't have to do any more damage. And there we go. That is the end of Gleeok. That's our last dungeon. So we're just gonna pick up our final heart container because, again, it's not a free walk from here to the end of the game. We have an entire gauntlet to get through. So I will take all the health I can for safety. And I love the Azurine is my favorite of the pure metals. Not just because it's blue, and blue is my favorite color, but also because it's doesn't. There's no NPCs in this room. There's no NPCs, and thus I don't have to talk to anyone. You don't have to talk to anyone before you finish the split. It just feels better. I like just walking in and going, ooh, mine. Thank you. And now, by the way, all the ukes are not enemies anymore. They're nice now. You can like stop and talk to them or something. I don't know. I didn't do that.
Are they happy that you took the medal away?
I like the dungeon and the Gleeok was like possessing them or something like that. Like they were enchanted. However, we are getting pretty close to the end of the game. Don't talk to the dancing mailbox. Never talk to the dancing mailbox, except for when you want to talk to a dancing mailbox. We are getting pretty close to the end of the game. We have a little bit of sword forging to go before we get into the proper gauntlet. But since we do have to take our last stretch break at some point, Jiggy would now be a good time.
It would be perfect. All right, final time. We're going to take just a quick break, and when we return, we're going to be beating Phantom Hourglass. So don't go anywhere. Stick around, and when we return, Pippi's going to take us home. Bye-bye, everybody. Congratulations on making it to the number 6, everyone. You did it. We're getting right back into this. Pippi is already playing the game, ready to rock and roll. What are we doing and where are we going and how do we finish this game?
Well, currently I've been playing around with some little squiddies. Anybody want to count me in to start the timer, or have we already started the timer? Am I wasting time?
Jim, you do it. You do it.
3, 2, 1.
Awesome.
Go.
All right. So we don't need to hit the squiddies. The squiddies are just for fun. They give you money, which we don't need.
It's like the gritty, but
it hit the squiddy. It hit the squiddy.
It hit the squiddy.
But that's why I should have named my Wiggles emote. That's like a squid. I have an emote that's a squid. I should have called it Hit the Squiddy. Anyway, we're gonna go back to Zaz's island now. Because Zaz wanted us to get all 3 pure metals, which we've now done, so that we can forge the Phantom Sword, not the Master Sword. This game doesn't have the Master Sword. The Master Sword is like stealing Ganon in Windwaker, right? Something like that?
Yes. Ganon from Windwaker, he does a monologue.
Yeah. He, like, the wind, it's blowing, something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah.
And then you politely insert the Master Sword into his cranium.
Yeah, exactly. I'm actually gonna check my mail. This is required now. I need to check my mail, because I have received threats in the mail.
Revenge.
I love this, that oh, hold on, I need to sign for my package. There you go. You don't actually have to sign your name, obviously, but it's way more fun if I do, right? I do that in runs. But I love the text if you get the threats in the mail. When you talk to the guy and he finishes reading out your letter, he goes, "Ooh, well, that was a little scary. I've never delivered a threat before. Oh, I like that." I'm like, yeah, me too, buddy. But we're actually going to save and quit. Go back to the title screen, and then immediately open back up our file, because what we're doing is that threat was from Jolene, if you remember her from earlier, and saving and quitting is going to spawn her at the bottom of the screen, and she's going to start moving her way up towards us. And we would like to cross paths with her. You can see her on the top screen there, still making her way towards our line. And the game actually will not let you go get the Phantom Sword until you go fight Jolene again. I don't know why the camera just spun there. That was really interesting. What? I've never seen that one before. Okay. So this is just gonna be almost the same Jolene fight. She has a little bit of a trick to her. Now, she learned some tricks, but so did we. She also knows that Linebeck is in the box. She's gonna move a little bit faster, but also we have the hammer now. which can, oopsies, instantly re-roll her RNG until we get an RNG we like. So we're gonna just keep going. Yeah, come on. I also do want to keep my health total relatively high because I don't get a heal before going into the gauntlet after this. We're gonna throw away her sword just like last time, and she's like, wait, but I have a new trick. I learned how to pick it up off the ground.
Some advanced battle tactics right here.
Oh, she didn't learn how to pick it up off the ground twice. Ah, darn.
Ow.
She only learned how to do it once, so. She's gonna leave now, and Linebeck is going to give us some backstory. I'm gonna pick up the heart for safety. So I believe the implication of the story, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the implication of the story is that Linebeck is her ex-boyfriend, and they were like supposed to get married, and he, because he's a coward, was afraid of commitment and ran away. I believe that's supposed to be the story. Also, we're gonna just save and quit again, because if I save and quit, it's gonna place me immediately back at Zaz's Island, where I last entered the map, and I can just turn around and go back. Because we fought Jolene, and we progressed Linebeck's story, and we learned Linebeck's backstory, Zaz has now finished the sword, so we can go. Oh no! Darn it! I didn't mean to go into the mailbox. I don't need to get my mail again. No, they're gonna get me. No.
Well, now
thanks.
you get to sign. You get to sign again.
Actually, don't worry about it. They have my name on file.
Oh, okay.
They keep your name on file. Oopsies. But now Zaz is gonna be all done. It's gonna be like, hey, here you go. Here's the sword. It doesn't have a handle though. So you can't actually use it at the moment. So here you go, kid. Here is just a dangerous blade that I'm giving to this 11-year-old. Neat, thanks. So we are going to have to bring this back to Oshu. If y'all remember Oshu from the beginning of the game, it's Ciella's grandfather, who's a dude. We're gonna have to bring it to Oshu, and he is gonna help us finish the sword. And once again, we're kind of done with the sailing portion of the game now. We can just warp directly to in front of the island we need, and easy. There we go. And this will be our last time entering Merkay, because we're just gonna stop by Oshu and then go directly to our last trip through the Temple of the Ocean King. I like to call this part of the run the victory lap before the true gauntlet, because we do have a boss gauntlet at the end, but the actual victory lap portion of it is just kind of remember how hard and how much work we put in trying to optimally do all of those levels earlier, going down through Temple of the Ocean King. You can skip that now, because we're gonna skip this cutscene too. We have so many items. You saw we tore apart those last couple dungeons, especially the Frost dungeon. Because we have so many items, we can just absolutely destroy what we had done previously. By the way, that broken copy of Oshu is still standing on the cliff. He's still blocking a dig spot. It's like a ship part or something like that. It's like a treasure map. Linebeck is like, all right, child, you're gonna go do the thing, and I am not. Neat. Thanks. This was definitely a necessary cutscene. Bye.
Bye, Linebeck.
Don't worry, we'll see him again. We'll see him again at the end of the game. That's not foreshadowing at all. If you haven't played this game casually, you should. It's a really good game. It is genuinely one of my favorite Zelda games. I love it. Now, just for safety, we're gonna pick up some extra items before we enter, and it's going to take us to the 6th floor, and it's going to remove an amount of time from the timer proportionate to the amount of time that we had left on the timer the last time we went through. And now we're back here. Remember here where we had to do a whole bunch of stuff? We have the grappling hook now. We also have bomb shoes, and both of those things are going to absolutely destroy this section because we don't have to go all the way around to get this box now. We can just grapple to it. Now we already have our round key. And remember that cute trick we did where I like sniped a little like phantom and then dumped him into the void so that we could bring our keys where we needed them? Yeah, we don't have to do that anymore. We're just gonna let that guy be because we have bomb shoes, which can actually, hold on, there we go. Can go through that hole and blow up the switch for us and just open the way through. And we're already on our way down. I don't need the round gem or whatever it's called anymore. Round, it was a gem, right? Oh, well. Whatever
a round
it is.
one.
I don't need it anymore. So I'm just gonna leave it there. I'm gonna use my ranged hammer. Kill a whiz robe there. Because they can knock the gem out of my hand. And that's the only stage. Every time you kill all of the enemies in one of these maps, it's going to, there we go. Punish for your crimes. It's going to give you a little cutscene of a chest spawning. That's the only one we're going to do. On all of our other screens, we're going to let at least one live. By the way, we can grab both of them at once with our grapple, which is pretty fast. There we go. And once again, we would like to get into the last 3 floors, so we're gonna place these in order. There we go. And wow, that was a lot faster than last time. Again, this dungeon is kind of a speedrunner stream. Because we already got the goodies in this treasure room, we don't have to do anything. We can just immediately go back out. And instead of doing, oh, hold on, I forgot a step. Instead of doing that cute trick we did last time, we're just gonna, there we go. Use a bomb shoe to blow up that switch. And now we can push this rock and it's gonna make the warp guy go swish.
Clearly that phantom has never seen Indiana Jones.
Yeah, or Skyward Sword for that matter. We're going to now take another bomb shoe to blow up this one. Pull out grapple. Make our way across. And now we'll take the same path we did last time. But we already have the small key, so once again, the warp phantoms are warpy, but they're stupid, so they're not going to actually care about me. They're too slow, too stupid. This floor we're just gonna skip. I don't know why you can just skip that one. And this floor, whee!
Yeah.
By the way, did you know our sword can kill all of them, regardless of what type of phantom it is? Our sword can kill them now. So we're just gonna hit that with our hammer. Go over and pick up this one. And because we could use the hammer to put down the spikes, we don't have to worry about FedEx because we don't have to really like bring the thing very far. We'll bait that guy with that, stun him with the hammer, kill him with the sword. Bring back out my grapple. And this one is the one we're gonna leave him alive so that we don't get the cutscene, because he's the really stupid one. He's just a little blue boy. He's just a little blue boy trying his best. So we can just... There we go. He's gonna stay stunned long enough that he's never gonna know what happened. But now we can throw all of these right up here. And that is the entirety of the Temple of the Ocean King. A little bit faster than last time. You might notice.
Just a smidge, just a little faster,
bit.
you know?
Mm-hmm.
Just a little, just a bit.
However, there is going to be one more floor added. If you remember, they draw attention when we went through the last time to the fact that the last floor doesn't actually stop the timer. And that is because this floor has enemies now. This is what opens the blue door. These are the enemies that we needed. The trigger for these enemies spawning is having the Phantom Sword. That's the only reason we need the Phantom Sword. We don't need it for anything else. We just need it to spawn these guys. And oddly enough, for these guys in particular, the blue boys are actually the scary ones. But we got through them. You kind of have to carefully pick your way through the blue boys so you can sneak in between them to kill the first one so that you can create a bigger gap to get to the other ones. And as you can see, these guys, there's a little flaw in their plan. I can just make it so that when they spawn, I'm standing like literally right behind them. It's gonna do the same thing with the warp boys now. Again, like I don't need to worry about there being a gap for me to slash through or to make myself a little window to kill the first one, because before they even like turn to start their patrol routes, the first one's already dead. And now we get to see the blue door. This is the blue door. If only we could skip it. Not yet. We'll get there. But here it is. This is the end of the game. The timer is paused. Wow, apparently, according to this, we beat the whole game in like 5 minutes. 5 minutes and 16 seconds, according to it. I don't think that timing is quite correct.
I say take the win, you know. If they messed up, that's on them. Take the win.
This is one of the other only spots where we don't have to say no, but we want to say no. If you say yes there, all of the rest of the fairies spawn to give you a pep talk. We don't want their pep talk. That's slow. And here we're just gonna go into Bellum. This fight is hard. A lot of parts of this fight are hard, and they all share a health total. I don't ever get to heal in between phases. So I'm going to be a little bit locked in. Jiggy Jim, what are your thoughts on Bellum?
He's got a lot of eyes.
He do. He's very squishy.
I hope that one day we can see something like Bellum again. It's very interesting when you don't have a Zelda boss that's Ganon. Yeah. And then sometimes you get like Majora, which is like another fun one-off boss. And then the only returning Zelda boss that's not Ganon is the guy from Four Swords and Minish Cap, Vadi. We haven't seen Vadi in a million years.
Yeah, Twilight Princess could have had Zant as the final fight, but they were cowards. Unfortunately,
they just turned him into an Agahim. You know, they turned him into a Yuga. I think they were just too afraid to do not Ganondorf in a game that looked like Twilight Princess.
Yeah. I also am on team. I like Zant better than Ganon. That phase where I have to grapple to get him to come over to me, that's the only reason we need the grappling hook. Is just to get him to come over. The only other item we need for this fight is the bow, because there is no other way to damage him other than to shoot his eyes. Ooh, nice, we got that snipe. His eyes on this section, I'll take the extra arrows in case I miss some shots, are going to appear only on the consistent pillars. So if I know, I was a little slow on that snipe. If I know which pillar his tentacle was last on, of the tentacles that are left alive, I can predict which pillar it'll be on. Oh, I railed past that guy. Pillar it'll be on next. Also, as you can see, his eyes do open and close, so I'm trying to snipe them and also ideally not take too much damage. because this is still phase 1. This is all phase 1 of the Bloopy Boy. And as you can see now, he's spinning to try to make me forget which pillars it was. Oh, I was a little early on that snipe, but still got 2 really fast. Got a little lucky. I'm trying not to miss too much because I do have a arrow count to worry about. However, he will drop arrows, obviously. Oh, nice. We got the final snipe.
Nice.
He will drop arrows from, if you kill the little buddies, he can drop either arrows or hearts killing the buddies. But obviously we'd have to wait for the buddies to spawn, and we don't want to do that. And that's also more time where he can damage me, so we're going to not do that, ideally. So now we have to watch this little cutscene. Ciela has been informed that she lost her memories, but she is actually the spirit of time. So now she suddenly, because she's been reminded of this by her floating grandfather, normal things, she is able to spawn phantom orbs. Phantom orbs are going to allow me to stop time, so I'm going to wait until he's close and do as much damage as possible. And wait for a second one. It's impossible to get that in 1 cycle with no knowledge, unfortunately. There we go. He go bloop, 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 for a long time.
Well, he's got a bloop until he can't bloop no more.
Yeah, and you would think that, okay, we beat phase 2. We beat Bellum, right? We beat Bellum? Yeah? No.
I think so. There's not gonna be another phase. I think you beat the boss. He's pretty hard.
Welcome to the hardest part of this fight. This is what I like to call Bellum Boat. So if you're playing this game casually, you are supposed to be upgrading the boat as you go. You're supposed to have more health, you're supposed to have better weaponry on the boat. However, we didn't do that because that would be slow. So, I have a max total of 4 health and have to do the sea fighting phase. And this is where, hey, it was foreshadowing, comes into play, that if I take too much damage, it becomes much easier to take more damage, because I can't see anymore because my boat is on fire. You also might notice that a lot of my shots look like they should hit and then just don't. That is because the boat has like way too many target points. So when I tap on it, it either picks to tap on the actual eye or on a nearby target point. And it's really hard to get it to only hit the target points. I am hoping to not take damage. We only have 1 eye left on this side. I didn't get great luck with how far forward and when Linebeck decides to swap to the other side are all RNG. Until you clear out an entire side. And at this point, he is scripted to go as fast as possible to the other side because he knows that I'm done with one side. So I got a little bit of bad RNG, but I'm at full health, or I was. Can take out the center 3. Had enough punishment? All right, we took down the ghost ship. The game should be over, right? Right?
Yeah, you beat the boss twice. There's no way there's a third phase.
I need to save? What? Save? I beat the boss. There's definitely not a third boss. And our third boss is, here's the twist, is Linebeck. This is called Bellumbeck. Colloquially, Linebeck has been possessed by Bellum. So I first have to get a phantom orb and run around to the back to show that his eye is closed. The game needs me to acknowledge that I cannot hit him that way. Hey, ooh, look at the top screen. His eyes open. Oof. Whoa. He got me. Thanks, Ciela. Sorry, ooh. My favorite silly Ciela lines. But we're gonna actually farm some Phantom Spheres because we can have more than one at a time. And we would like to do it while he is at high health because the lower health he gets, the more attack options he gets. So this is gonna be our fastest option of just bullying him. He's being really nice about not damaging me. At the moment, I am trying to keep him relatively also close to the edge so he has less RNG in terms of which way he can jump. Now that I have 4 though, ideally we shouldn't need 4, we should only need 3, but now I can wait for his eye to open. Use 1. Ooh, this is a good setup. We want to be clanging with our quick spins because each clang is gonna reset my dizzy timer so I can just bully him repeatedly if I can get into a position where I can clang like that. Ooh, perfect. All right, we might get the 3-cycle in here. We love the 3-cycle. All right, he's gonna be mean. He's gonna do one of his other attacks.
He's gotta do that spin to win.
You do. All right, time is coming up very quickly. Time.
GG!
Very nice.
There we go. Down he goes.
Heck yeah.
Now the game is actually over.
Now the game is actually over. And he
actually won there.
Yep.
Absolutely incredible. That was a wonderful 3 hours and 20 minutes with 53 seconds. Pretty awesome.
That's pretty darn good. That's about a minute off of my PB. Something like that.
Pretty great.
I'll take that for a showcase run. If you consider about half of that time was RNG time loss in the first 4 minutes, I'll take it. But now, yay, Tetra's alive now. We did it. We saved her. We did it. And you do get rewarded at the end of this game that if we get through this part of the cutscene, it will play actual good music. I swear. They really hold out on the good music for you. But there is.
They put it all the way at the end. But Pippi, why don't you just tell everybody at home just a little bit about what you do on your show and why they should give you a follow and what you have coming up soon.
Hi, I've been Pippi in a top hat. I will continue to be Pippi in a top hat. If you are interested in the stuff I do, you can go to Google and type in Pippi in a top hat. It'll take you to my stuff. But I primarily run Skyward Sword and Phantom Hourglass. I'm immediately after this going to be swapping over to some Skyward Sword runs because as both Jiggy and Jim already know, I'm going to be joining people for Zeldathon Mythos for a fun adventure we have happening. I don't know how much of it is publicly revealed yet, but I know it's revealed.
I talked about it all yesterday.
Oh, heck yeah.
The big split.
We have the big split, and I will be running Skyward Sword for our big split. So we're gonna be going to DRS that. I hope you had fun with Phantom Hourglass. If you did have fun with Phantom Hourglass, you can also watch the big split where we'll have a Phantom Hourglass run being run by Mr. Shasta, who's the world record holder. And thank you so much for having me. Thank you, Jiggy. Thank you, Jim, for jumping on comms last minute because we had a whole bunch of scheduling issues. So thank you, Jim, for stepping up and being my last minute commentator and being dragged along on the Windwaker sequel adventure. You're gonna run this game now, right?
At some point in the indeterminate future, maybe.
Not even gonna give us a problem.
When Jim is 99, he's gonna pick up that Wii U game and all right, it's time.
Well, I mean, by that
seriously.
point, Phantom Hourglass will be out on the Wii Switch U remake.
Oh, right, right.
True. Well, thank you, seriously, Pippi and Jim, for being here and showcasing this. Pippi, thank you so much for showcasing the Legend of Zelda, the the Phantom Hourglass. Now it never has to be on Oops All Zelda ever again. Let's go!
Until we get Blue Door Skip. Until we get Blue Door Skip, and we won't be the second longest. We won't be the second longest Zelda speedrun anymore. I'm determined.
It was fantastic. Seriously, it was absolutely fantastic. Folks, please go follow Pippi. You can hover over the title of the stream and click on her name and hit that follow button. And Jim, thanks for being here. We will see you later for some Majora's Mask, but we're going to take a short break. And when we return, we're jumping in to The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening 2019 with Ruben. Stick around. Oops All Zelda. We'll be right back. Folks, welcome back to Oops All Zelda weekend here on the GDQ Hotfix. We're jumping into our, believe it or not, our second run of the day, The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening 2019. But before we do, I just want to tell you about something that's so exciting that I'm itching. I'm like scratching. I'm so ready to tell you because Awesome Games Done Quick will be live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, from January 4th through the 10th, and registration is open right now. If you would like to go there in person, just go on over to gdq.gg for more information and make sure you register, but you can also register in person if you would like to as well. All right, we are going to jump into our next run here. More Legend of Zelda content with Ruben LS3. Ruben, how are you?
I'm good. I'm ready. Let's go.
I'm so pumped for this run, by the way. I think it's gonna be an absolute blast. This is The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening, but it's from 2019. And will you tell us just a little bit about what we're about to see?
You're about to see 80% of this game, and this category is very known in its community to be extremely tough and hard. I'm gonna do my very best to get us through it. But yeah, that's so 80% obviously means we're going to beat the game as fast as absolutely possible. We're going to use as many glitches as we can to beat it as fast as possible. So that's what we're about to see.
I'm so pumped for that. And along here to do some commentary with you, we also have Birdman Drew, aka the Link's Awakening fishing master.
Hello, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. You're in for a treat. This run is fantastic. My name is Birdman, indeed. I'm also a runner for this game and a moderator and verifier for Link's Awakening and Echoes of Wisdom. This run is an absolute roller coaster, so cannot wait to commentate and show off everything that it has to offer.
All right. Whenever you are ready to rock and roll, let's do it, Ruben.
All right, I'm ready. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. So this is Link's Awakening Switch, a full-on remake of the original Link's Awakening games on Game Boy. As you can see, brand new graphics, brand new game engine, which obviously means brand new tricks, brand new glitches, brand new science and tech. If you have played this game casually, you would know that this is a very linear, classic old school Zelda. You will basically go from one dungeon to the next, pick up the item in the dungeon, beat the boss, get the reward from the dungeon, and move on. The dungeon rewards in this game are instruments, and you will have to gather, even with glitches. We have no way of skipping any of the dungeons. We have to get all of the 8 instruments. And we also have to pick up the ocarina and a song called Ballad of the Windfish. And once we have all of that, we can head far north on the island to the egg, which is the path to the end game. And when we're there, we'll play the Ballad of the Windfish together with all of the 8 instruments, and that will crack open the egg so we're able to enter endgame. Now, casually or normally, whenever you enter the egg, you will also encounter a maze. And normally you can't get through that maze. But alongside, like beating all of the dungeons, you will also do something called a trade quest. And at the end of that trade quest, you will get something called the magnifying glass, and you'll use that lens or the magnifying glass in this library to the left here, actually. And you will read a very specific book, and that book will reveal the pattern inside of the maze in the egg. And then you will encounter the final boss. Now, we have actually already done a trick here. I'm gonna leave the explanation over to Birdman Drew for that. Take it away, Bird.
No, absolutely. As Ruben says, what I really love about Link's Awakening is how authentic it is to the experience of playing it through casually. How even in its any % run, it maintains a solid structure. All the instruments need to be collected, so it's a very musical run, very fun for that. But the elements that kind of allow you to intersperse between dungeons, like it starts resembling the game that you know and love and play casually, and then it just starts rolling like a snowball downhill and escalates into something absolutely wild. Indeed, we don't do the trading quest, as Ruben pointed out too. We've already performed a manipulation on the file. It's really nice. Instead of going through the hassle of reading the book and getting a magnifying glass, what we simply do is start the console once we've reset it with the intention of starting the game at a particular second, and that sets a seed for the game. And once that seed is set, once we set the file and start a new game on the title screen, it's actually quite fun. The way that we check RNG for the game is to listen to the sounds Link makes when he wakes up in the morning, which is great. So you're like, wait, is he making? Oh no, wrong grunts, right, retry. And then you've got your save baked in, and then your run file is good to go. Interesting though, is with Switch 2, we actually have absolutely no idea what's changed, but the way in which seeds are generated no longer works. So right now, if you were to follow the steps that we've long used and created for manipulating files, you will get a random garbled seed, or just something that is far away from anything that you would expect. Even if you predictably repeat it per second, so it feels like they've changed it from seconds to ticks. Either way, we use Switch 1 to generate save files if we need them now. But that's what we've done. You might, if you're also familiar with this game and this run, if you've seen the speedrun at previous GDQ marathons or on other marathon events, you might be wondering why we're playing in French, because typically this game is run in German. And technically the game is still faster in German. A couple of reasons. One, it has fewer text boxes. Every time that you see an owl in an event with an owl, or every time that you finish a dungeon, there's a screen that plays with text, and very specific languages only show one version of this screen, for example, German. However, also with the Switch 2, which has brought a massive benefit to the game in terms of frame rate improvements, and it looks fantastic, it's absolutely gorgeous, it's frankly night and day when you're running it compared to Switch 1. But the menus are an absolute nightmare. If you've got German on Switch 2 Link's Awakening, you're in a menu for like every time you've equipped something, when you close it, there's like a second and a half worth of lag in the menu per equip. And it's a nightmare for your muscle memory as a speedrunner. So we actually, for the sake of not having to deal with that entirely, we go to the next fastest language, which doesn't have that optimization issue, which turns out to be French. Super interesting. Like when we discovered that, we were so happy. We're wondering what's going on with Switch 2, and it was like, how could you take this from us? All of our German language memes have been stolen. It's terrible.
And it is quite, like Berman said, you open up a menu so much in this game, and it adds up. Like, I don't know if it's half a second or something every time you open up the menu that you lose to German on Switch 2. And that adds up quickly. So we have to avoid German, unfortunately.
We're going to see another point in the run. I think this has been mentioned in a couple of other Zelda games that have been played on Switch 2. The timings for certain tricks have also been altered quite radically. There's going to be a trick which this category is infamous for, the Hinox Warp. We'll see that in a few of the dungeons later on. The entire routing of that specific room and the movement required in that room has needed to be reworked in order for the trick to work at all. Previous setups now fail in ways that we don't quite understand.
And it is mostly the Hinox Warps and a beast of a trick that is called Early D6. We'll get to it eventually. That it makes this category so scary. It is, especially in a marathon setting like this, to actually do a no reset with this. I'm pretty scared, but we'll do our very best to make this happen.
We believe in Ruben. Ruben has absolutely been tearing up the leaderboard recently on Switch 2, setting the 80% glitchless and 80% records within the last few weeks. So I have every confidence that he's going to deliver a killer time.
I wish I had your confidence.
Going to see a fun movement
Worst case
here.
Yeah.
Very nicely done.
Worst case scenario, we have a reroute for the Early D6 trick if I should not be able to hit it for some reason. That might happen. It has happened in the past where I've just not been able to hit it. So, but we'll see. We'll do our best.
I feel like just watching you here, it's like you just have to know every room. You know, it's like you're memorizing the best techniques for literally every tile.
Yeah. Been playing this game way too much.
That's exactly right. It's a game of movement optimization to the nth degree. Every room is a puzzle that you want to unlock and optimize. And it turns out making it slightly faster can throw that momentum out the window and cause you to need to adjust in different ways. But it's a fun run for how reactive it is. Quite often,
I mean, but still, like little things like what we just saw with those two beetles, the fact that Ruben knew exactly where to swing the sword is wild to me. I feel like there's so much little underlying tech that chat might not realize how intense it is. Like, you guys, this is crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll dive into the wildest of them, but there are so many little quirks, so many little tricks and optimizations baked into every room that can accommodate also for all the permutations, because some of the movement, like, we'll be thinking of, hey, there's a 1 in 27 chance that this enemy could do this. In the back of my mind, I'm thinking, all right, I need to accommodate for that. And if that happens, it's quite wild, actually, as a run. It asks you to be very reactive and very thoughtful with regards to the patterns that you see.
And our first mini-boss is coming up.
This one is quite gentle with its RNG. It will simply go up or down, and then you just want to bully it with B into either corner. Ideally, it jumps up, but if not, you can just take it there, and as you're slashing, move as close to the door as possible to leave.
Ruben,
and I'm going to grab this. Go ahead.
You didn't let him play.
Let him play, Ruben. Let him play. No, we don't. We absolutely bully Rolling Bones, but Moldorm, this enemy
Here
always
we
gives
are.
You...
We love Moldorm here. This Moldorm, of course, looking just like a Link Between Worlds Moldorm. Same hamburger with lettuce design. Of course, this being, if I'm correct, and correct me if I'm wrong, this game being built on a heavily modified Link Between Worlds engine, correct?
That's a really good question, actually. I'm not sure if Grezzo used the Link Between Worlds engine for this title. It's certainly reused by Echoes of Wisdom. I don't know what foundation they would have used for this one. Maybe it could be that they borrowed some tech from there.
As far as I know, that's decently common. Wasn't like so you got Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask. I heard that Windwaker was a heavily modified engine of those, and Twilight Princess modified again the Windwaker engine. That's what I've heard, at least. Not sure if that is completely true, but it wouldn't surprise me if it is a heavily modified A Link Between Worlds engine.
Yeah, if I'm correct, since they right after since Grezzo worked on Triforce Heroes, and that was obviously in the A Link Between Worlds engine, I'm pretty sure that this is like they did this one next, and I don't know if they worked on another game in between that, but it would make sense that this would be a modified Link Between Worlds engine.
That's some good insight.
Because a lot of the tricks in this too, a lot of the tricks in this, like out of bounds clips that I'm pretty sure we're going to see, that they're the same kind of style tricks that we see in A Link Between Worlds.
Indeed.
Like getting up on top of areas you're not supposed to be on.
Precisely right. And speaking of out of bounds tricks and getting onto areas that we shouldn't be otherwise on, that's exactly what Ruben is doing here. It's a really fun trick where we want to check the like pattern that we're about to see here and use it to manipulate Link being shot out using the angle that he can create with a cuckoo as he's holding it against one of these walls. There we go. It's a very good pattern. We're going to use this with the cuckoo at this position to shoot out onto the lower set of tree lines here and escape the need to do anything with Mabe rescuing Bow Wow, going through the Moblin Cave. Entirely skipped. Don't need to destroy the flowers. We can just walk on the vines through the swamp and jump over here to enter D2.
Wow, that Ruben made that look so easy.
It's such a scary jump as well. Like, if you miss that, it's an enormous amount of time to reset. You take a lot of damage from it too. Oh, that's This is one of the most frustrating rooms in the game, low-key. Talking about what you'd mentioned in D1, where micro-optimizations need to occur, this room is infuriating, because the Stalfos can wander so far away from you. I think that might be the room responsible for the most time loss in pretty much every category extension in the run. Absolutely. Everything that's just focused on early game, it's a nightmare. Stalfos just wander.
Luckily, in this category, I don't have to go back for the key, so I can just leave the room. Because we're gonna get the key later. But in glitchless, you have to go back for the key. So if you get a pattern where they go far right, yeah, it's slow, very slow. It's unfortunate.
We're about to see one of the most infamous tricks that define any percent for Link's Awakening 2019, and it's the Hinox Warp. This is going to be a ride. Ruben's probably going to take a moment to focus here, because the setup involved on Switch 2 specifically to get thrown by the Hinox can go off the rails very quickly. But if he's successful, we're not going to see any more of D2, practically. So let's focus up and watch how this goes for Ruben.
Completely messed that up.
All good, all good. It's a really high-stress trick. Hinox warps, for some context, define a lot of the dungeons that we're going to see throughout the run. This is a good example of one that is purely movement and setup based. The idea is, so we're looking to be grabbed by the Hinox on the same frame that Link takes damage. We don't have very many resources to take damage at the moment. Later on in the run, we'll be using bomb arrows to self-damage and create really intricate setups. But because we lack the ability to do that, it just so happens that this specific version of a Hinox fight has tiles that break. So what we want to do is perform movement through the room that ensures that Link arrives on the tile and that the tile breaks at exactly the moment that Hinox looks to grab Link. And then from there, the game's coordinates go absolutely wild, wondering where to put him. And it turns out that we can place Link in some really interesting places when he's caught by the Hinox. So let's try again. Perfect. Excellent. And then we...
Wow. Hype in the chat for that. Absolutely incredible. Dungeon over. No boss fight. No nothing.
It's phenomenal, honestly.
No bow wow. He just throws you to that instrument. He just throws you to the end.
And it speaks to your point exactly earlier, Jiggy, where all of the movement, all of the timing is just down to the frame. So it's the number of swords, things that we use against the wall, everything just needs to line up perfectly, and we have so many setups to enable that to be possible. We're going to briefly re-enter. Though we do have now the instrument, there's one crucial item that we're missing, which is the bracelet, specifically the level 1 bracelet that we'll use for progression throughout the run. So we're going to get our revenge on the Hinox on the way back through for bullying us the first time, and then we're able to move on into Dungeon 3. But this trick is really interesting, and if you look at the progression of the speed run, it was quite early in the game's history that we just found as a community a post made online with someone in a later dungeon and a clip that was just, what on earth happened to me? And it's a person in the Dungeon 7 Eagle Tower Hinox fight. They've got a boomerang, they're running around, it's absolute chaos. And they are caught by the Hinox in much the same way that we saw happen with Ruben, just as a flame from the lantern that can shoot out and try to hit the player, just as a freak kind of coincidence hits at the right moment. And it turns out that with that one very specific permutation, it threw that player to the instrument room. And it's a perfect place because we now know that you can be thrown in any manner of ways to any number of locations. So the fact that that freak accident showed the perfect speedrun execution was mind-boggling. I don't think anyone has been able to reproduce that exact setup since. It's phenomenal that it happened, actually. A total freak accident. It's wild to think that if that hadn't been discovered and posted, the speedrun could look incredibly different today. But as it stands, it now defines so much of the game.
Did we talk about the autosave mechanic?
Gonna quickly collect some money before we go. Gonna get 50 rupees. This is very useful to buy 10 bombs from the shop, which we'll need for the run. We also need to purchase secret medicine for a future trick, and that costs a variable amount of rupees. So with this, we are more than set up to be prepared for the shopping that the run needs to do.
didn't get the hard piece of shame there. That's awesome. Wait, am I muted? You guys can't hear me.
No, we can hear you.
Oh, you can?
Great.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I thought for some reason that I was muted. All right.
Folks, if you're just joining us here, this is Oops All Zelda Weekend. We're currently watching The Legend of Zelda, Link's Awakening 2019 with Ruben. Thank you all for being here. And if you have any friends that enjoy The Legend of Zelda, go let them know that we are doing this experience. What we're seeing here on the screen here is something that I think most of us are familiar with. And that is that we are now, it's no longer The Legend of Zelda featuring the hero of time, Link. It is now The Legend of Zelda Thief.
Permanently.
Stealing in this game is actually very different from LADX in the original. If you try to perform the strategy to steal that you would normally see from the first game, it fails, so you have to do something slightly different here, which I always found quite fun. We're now going to perform something that we call Villa Skip. If you're familiar with the game, typically, in order to enter Dungeon 3 Key Cavern, you need to go through a side quest for Richard that takes you to... Exactly. And
I'm sorry, Drew, but did you just use an enemy as a staircase to get up on the tree?
Trees are very, we like climbing trees in this run, and it's a very good way of doing it. A good stairway up Pincer.
Grizzo made a video game. Let me tell you, Grizzo made a video game.
It's really impressive how many ways there are to go out of bounds. It's so fun, actually. Grizzo are very handy. Gave us perfect tools. Pincer is our best friend. I think
That trick is completely unique in the speedrun too. That's the only time we're gonna climb the Pincer. There's actually several ways to like skip canalets, but that's a pretty neat trick. Absolutely.
It's super nice. It also prevents us needing to go to Canlet Castle entirely. That whole mini quest gone. We've done everything we need now to take the key from the back garden. And we're gonna head straight into Key Cavern.
Ruben just breaking me casually every few minutes here in this run.
What I love, the sweet irony of this dungeon, Key Cavern, is that we don't actually collect a single key. It's we skip them all. We have no need for them, except the boss key, technically. But no, Key Cavern is reduced to just one, which is quite nice. Nice little movement here. We are at the behest of that bombite if it wants to blow up the Shrouded Stealthers or not. It was being a bit mean, but luckily the Shrouded Stealthers wasn't paying attention, so dispatch that quickly to get the key here.
Now, this dungeon has so many, it's very, very hard to not lose a lot of time in this dungeon. It has so many rooms with a lot of enemies, so you have an infinite amount of enemy patterns that can occur. Also, we're gonna do a pretty cool trick here, and lining that trick up is pretty hard to do fast. So usually it's very easy to bleed quite a bit of time here, but we'll do our best.
We're going to see one of the other really interesting bits of tech that's super unique to this game, which is affectionately known as the bomb balloon by the community. So we found we like to use enemies as a way to jump onto walls, but we also can use bombs. We're going to see a very inventive use of bombs here shortly. Got a very specific lineup here on the tile. And now bombs are also balloons. And we use them to glide over onto the wall.
What?
Yeah, from this point on, the run descends into absolute chaos and madness. Now that we've gotten bombs, we've got the ability to jump. That's all we need to break the game apart. From here, you've seen a couple of dungeons that felt a little close to normal, with Dungeon 2 being subverted entirely by the high notes. But from this point on, we're going to be accelerating rapidly through dungeons, and bombs are perfect for it. I'm going to quickly grab the boss key, and then all of the 4 key blocks that define the entire structure of the dungeon to reach the boss. We'll just skip those, they're optional. We're going to use another bomb balloon, and then perform a really tricky jump. So tricky that we need all of these enemies to be out of the way. They're going to be getting into the path of a bomb we're going to throw to damage boost onto the platform to the right. Very similar to the jump that we performed using the bomb as a balloon here. So so Ruben's going to need a moment of focus there. We look very carefully at the flashing of the bomb and use that as our visual cue for timing. And it's a very small window, so it's a trick that is quite intuitive to pick up, but it's always very scary, and the window's very fine. So let's see if Ruben pulls it off here. Does that look pretty good? Excellent. Perfectly done.
Wow. I don't know what to, I can't commentate because all this is just me going, ooh, whoa, wow. It's great. Just audibly what chat is. I'm basically just watching just like everyone else in chat, like, whoa, woo.
The run is a roller coaster, and we've barely started. It's just going to get wilder from here. And as the chat points out, the sound design of the game is also really phenomenal. I think the game's super endearing to look at, the toy-like design, but the sound design, like the pitter-patter of the boots, is just music to my ears. It's just very cute sounding. Let's see if Ruben gets good RNG here for a 0 cycle on the fight. It's a good RNG on the first one, but the second one jumped a little too quickly. But with that, Dungeon 3 is already done. Boss completed. Very, very nice. That was a good fight.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Like failing that bomb jump is pretty punishing, and I'm really happy we got that. Because every time you get hit by a bomb in this game, you lose 2 hearts. So you have to refill on hearts, which is kind of slow. And then you have to reset up the whole trick again. So that was decent.
So I need to prepare you all.
Instrument 3.
Instrument 3 is unlocked. We've seen lots of different ways to get onto walls. We've used cuckoos, we've used enemies like pincers, we've used balloons. But now we're going to use sheer force of will and invisible ladders in order to climb into space and walk on invisible walls. So just to prepare you for that, it's going to get really metaphysical. We decided at a certain point in the run that, hey, what if we just use nothing to be able to get onto walls instead of actually using all of these other cool tools? And it's really important to prepare and see how this first trick works, because it's going to set the stage for what is by far and away the most just fantastical, absolutely diabolical trick that just destroys this run, and that will be early D6. But we're going to see something called AK skip, which is the training wheels for that trick. And it's going to prevent us from needing to perform all of the southern Landmola fight, speaking to Marin on the beach, waking the walrus. We don't need to do any of that. We're going to walk on walls, but the way in which we do it is going to be very interesting. So I'm going to give Ruben a lot of focus for that when it happens. But in the meantime, we first need to pick up the ocarina. We're also going to collect some money. This route is going to get another 300 rupees to learn the frog song in order to wake up the rooster and earn the eagle fee later. So we're just doing a bit of that now. This is the most optimal time in the run to collect these components, so we'll get them out of the way here.
I was getting a flick back there like 3 times or something in the corner up there. That's why
It's so scary to get flicked back there too, because these things hit like a truck, like 4 hearts. It's like they are run ending if you touch them. Like, they look super innocuous, like the pears from Windwaker is basically what I think when I see them. But if you touch them, you're practically dead. So good thing to take the time to breathe and make sure that you can navigate through.
Now, just like Burma said, this is the part of the speedrun where the difficulty really soars. So, yeah, let's see how this goes.
It's an absolute roller coaster of a run. It's like the dream grows more intense as you progress through. This is one last chill thing we're going to do. We're going to purchase secret medicine. We need this for a specific setup that we use in a Dungeon 7 Hinox warp that requires additional time for the warp to work. So we therefore collect the medicine to elongate the time in which Link is being tossed around and thrown on the rim. And we're going to make our way to a staircase, or a ladder rather, a very infamous ladder, but not as infamous as one we'll see later. We're going to see something that we call a Cody climb or an air climb, where with a very specific type of movement, we're able to jump onto a version of the ladder that extends into the sky and ride invisible walls. And honestly, it's something else. And with that, we can just sneak our way into the Angler Tunnel. It's really difficult to express how hard it is to walk on walls that you can't see. The very precise nature of those jumps is so intense. And with that, we're already using other invisible walls and gliding on the side of walls and using bombs as balloons to be able to ride them to get a little bit of height. Because while these walls, these interior walls, look like they're relatively low, they have a very high invisible wall that's kind of placed above them that's used as collision, preventing Link from jumping on them normally. But for the purposes of this, like, we can subvert that entirely with the bomb balloon and fly to the top. And this will take us all the way through to the boss key. And then we're going to briefly fight the reason that we're here right now is to get the flippers for D4. We're actually going to split D4 in two. If you're familiar with Link's Awakening, you might know that once you complete the 4th dungeon, you actually start a side quest for Ghost, a ghost that takes a lot of time, wants you to return it to its grave. However, one really unfortunate thing about having this follower is it prevents you from accessing any dungeon whatsoever. So it's really antithetical to a fast speed run. However, if we don't complete the dungeon, it will never spawn. So we're going to leave this dungeon to the very end of the game to prevent actually triggering that whatsoever. So we're going to just dip in here briefly to get the flippers. Those will be needed to enter dungeon 5, so important that we get them, and then we'll leave this dungeon for a bit later. Oh, so close. This is a very tight fight. Very well done. Excellent fight. You've got...
by far the hardest mini-boss in the game. But we almost got it perfectly. So, it's fine.
You've got
anyways, moment of truth. Now the D6 trick is coming up, and I'm just gonna fully focus on that. So we'll see you on the other side, guys.
I can't emphasize enough how difficult this trick is. This is the most difficult trick in the entirety of the speed run. It's category defining. We've banned this trick from numerous categories just by how difficult it is. And if you remember the trick that we've just used to break into D4, imagine that you have maybe 5 or 6 jumps that compound on top of that one, all on invisible walls which are pixel thin, that the player can't see, all with very unique quirks of muscle memory in order to land on. It's extraordinarily precise and difficult. It's an invisible labyrinth that you can't see, that you need to learn how to navigate. And if you're just off by ever so slightly the small or wrong amount, you'll fall. It doesn't help that throughout the entirety of this trick, we don't really have visual cues that can help us because the camera, it's non-static. It's always going to be different every time. So as you're trying to move on this space, you've got a camera that's not helping you ground yourself in the same way that an overhead 2D Zelda typically would. So it's the ultimate psychological battle against this wall to be able to land it, and Ruben is pulling it off phenomenally right now. And with this, we glide down the entire length of this space. And as you might see on the corner coming up here is the entrance to D6, which we're going to use. Typically, you need to break into Face Shrine with a key, but it has a back door, which is entirely what we're going to break into here. And through this,
yes, dude.
We're inside. Dude, well done. What a trick.
We gotta run.
This, you reset endlessly here. This is such a mental barrier halfway through the run to succeed with that. I can't emphasize enough how impressive that trick is to do in a marathon setting. That was phenomenally done. Well done, Ruben. We're using another quirk of level design in D6. It turns out that this back door has a very unique property, which is if the player lines up on the left side of the entrance, you will just glide naturally to the ceiling without having to do anything at all. No other door works that way in the game, and it's just really interesting that it has that property, but it does enable us to freely get onto the wall, and from here we break Dungeon 6 entirely. We can coast through the walls, we'll collect the level 2 bracelet that we'll need to break into the Rooster Shrine and to resurrect it. We're also going to quickly dip in here to get another 100 rupees. With the 100 that we got at the first entrance, we now have enough to unlock the frog song. Ruben's going to autosave, and it will take us very conveniently to the back door, because that's technically the entrance that we used to get into the dungeon, and perform the wall walk again to skip the need to fight the boss entirely and go straight to the instrument. It's a very satisfying trick to perform after what is a really intense battle on those walls. Again, I can't emphasize enough just how impressive it was to hit that second try. And at this stage in the run, we are absolutely destroying these dungeons, and the The remaining 2 dungeons, or 3 dungeons, are no exception. Dungeon 5 is probably going to be the closest thing left, resembling a little bit of a break. We're still going to absolutely subvert and break it in an interesting way using the mini-boss of the dungeon, the Master Stalfos. But for now, Dungeon 6 instrument has been obtained. Welcome back, Ruben.
Thank you.
Nailed early D6. How are you feeling?
That was not doing justice to that trick. That trick is way harder than that. That was very lucky. So I'm very, very happy we got that and got to show that off. So yeah, that is a huge weight off my shoulders. I've been so worried about doing that trick. So very, very happy now.
Massive shout out to the resilience you had. Like after falling off the wall, it can be a gut-wrenching moment, but you pulled it back together and absolutely nailed it second try, which is just as impressive, honestly. Really well done.
I wish I could say that the rest of the run is really easy. That would not be true though.
It's honestly not. It's just going to get maniacal in the form of the Hinox warps. We're now starting to enter the domain of frame-perfect tricks, which become equally scary. As scary as that trick is, there's another one which can, I think it's maybe about 2 minutes on your run. If it's just by, like maybe by merit of a single frame, people describe it as almost an RNG trick at the end that can make or break your world record pace. It's absolutely wild.
Yeah, the D7 Hinox warp at the very end. Yeah, definitely. Luckily for a no reset run like this, we have 3 frames, but we don't really have a good visual cue for that trick. That's the whole problem with that trick. That's why Birdman Drew mentioned that it's almost like an RNG thing for us runners, because yeah, hitting that, at least the specific frame that gives you the instrument room is like so precise, obviously, because this game runs in 60 FPS. So, and hitting a frame perfect trick in 60 FPS without a good visual cue, yeah, it's terribly hard.
Speaking of RNG, we probably were in one of the worst rooms for RNG in the entire run, where we have a room of keys that are flying away, desperately not trying to be hit, and an enemy that loves to face you and presents its shielded helmet. So you can lose again invisibly lots of time there, but we managed to clean it up pretty well. And from here, we're going to be restarting often, abusing autosave to the entrance to skip having to repeat and re-enter a lot of the dungeon space. And we're now going to fight Master Stalfos. Master Stalfos is a really interesting enemy. It gatekeeps progression through the run until it drops its hookshot, which is the item that we typically use to progress to get to the final boss in this dungeon. However, again, in the spirit of finding really interesting and innovative ways to get on walls, we're going to be looking at a trick called Hookshot Rocket and Hookshot Ride, which are the way in which we subvert the dungeon and once again get on the walls and able to skip to the instrument. Have you decided, Ruben, if you're going to try the rocket or the ride for the run? Which trick are you going to show off?
Oh, that's an easy call. Yeah. So Hookshot Ride, I've been trying to do that trick, but I'm not even remotely consistent at it. So no, we're gonna do the safer. It's still a decently hard trick, the Hookshot Rocket, but we're gonna do the Hookshot Rocket, definitely. So
it's really nerve-wracking. It's a trick which, in comparison to a lot that we've seen so far, is relatively simple to execute, but it's a very tight timing of picking up a bomb at a very precise moment as a hookshot is falling. And if you miss it, it will end your run immediately. There's no way of repeating it. An autosave is immediately made. You can safety save before, but at a cost of about 30 to 40 seconds. So it's a trick that is always giving you a little bit of the butterflies before you pull it off.
So that's exactly what we're going to do. Obviously, we're going to safety save. Because the game autosaves whenever the hookshot drops, so you can't auto-load that specific autosave because, yeah, you need the hookshot to drop from the Master Stalfos in that moment in order for the trick to work.
It's a disaster in this case, so it's good to safety save, have it out of the way, just to ensure that your run is beatable. Otherwise, you would need to go through the entirety of the rest of the dungeon, collect the boss key, and fight the fifth boss, and it's very time-consuming without the piece of power which we normally set up in other categories that do want to fight that boss, so you're losing minutes by far.
It seems like Hookshot Ride, though, the much harder trick, may be something we have to do in the future to get world record in this category. Currently, the world record in this category doesn't do hookshot ride, but the Japanese runner Tamio is really grinding that trick to get that time save, so we'll see what happens.
There are some runners which are expertly grinding this trick and learning and teaching us new things about it as we go. Especially with Switch 2, it feels like the properties of it have changed somewhat. Okay, we'll focus up here. We're looking for a very specific visual cue on Link, the rim of Link's cap relative to the bomb fuse. Perfectly done. And that's maybe the most satisfying sound effect in the game, the little whistle as you ride up. Yeah. It makes it feel intentional, actually.
It's gone. He's just whoop.
Just soars.
It's so good. It's like you couldn't have designed that sound any better for what actually happens. It's beautiful. And with that, Dungeon 5 is almost complete. The main difference between the two versions of the tricks that we described before, Hookshot Ride resembles a similar version of this trick, but mind-bogglingly, you're able to ride the hookshot, and as you do, you're able to pick it up in midair and still land in the instrument room. But it's incredibly difficult to do. So as a result, we compromise. We simply use the hookshot as it flies and yeets into the ceiling, never to be seen again, or seen again much later if you're lucky, as it eventually lands. But if we reload from the autosave, it will just be sitting perfectly in the center of the room. We can collect it and then continue with the run.
So unfortunately, when you do hookshot rocket, you will have this time loss going back in and picking it up. But
it's about a 30 to 40 second save, so it represents a lot of time for the run, but it's nerve-wracking. And this trick is already a little bit nerve-wracking when you're performing it. The consistency goes immensely down, so it's currently not implemented into the any percent run, other than runners who are, again, really specializing in this trick and teaching us a lot about it. So it's exciting to see for the future of the game how consistent we can make that. On our way now to the signpost maze, which is where we're going to collect the Frog Song of Soul, which we're going to use to unlock the Rooster. The Rooster is a very interesting partner character. It used to be utilized throughout the entirety of the run in order to air climb and fly over invisible walls. We've since learned that we can do it without. And now the Rooster is actually used only in one place in the run, and that's to collect the Eagle Key, which enables us access to Eagle's Tower, Dungeon 7. If we ever find a way of unlocking that key, getting that key, or otherwise breaking into D7 without it, we would skip the need of having to complete Signpost Maze, unlocking the Rooster. It would save an enormous amount of time. Unfortunately, there's no current tech that enables us to either get that key without the Rooster, or to otherwise break into D7. A lot of the loading zones that enable you to access a dungeon are closed prior to performing the action that would unlock them, for example, placing the key in the log. This is also true notably for the Windfish egg itself, which has a very stringent set of conditions against the instrument. The loading zone isn't close to appearing until they're met. This is also true of D7. So unfortunately, no way of skipping that yet, but if we could, we would easily save minutes on the run. But for now, we're going to enjoy a banger of a song.
Yep. So was that worth 300 rupees?
Claps in the chat. Claps in the chat right now. Jams in the chat. We got it. What a great song.
Absolute banger of a song.
I guess it was, though. So this sign maze that we just did is actually, I've lost world record basers to that sign maze before, because whenever you read a sign and you move on to the next, you have to make sure that you read the sign correctly. You can read it wrong in this game. It will, and another text box will pop up. And yeah, if you just move on to the next sign then, you have to restart the whole thing. That's a ton of fun and a huge time loss. So that's why I was slightly focusing there, to make sure that didn't happen.
This represents a great break moment in the run. There's a lot of nice natural pauses, which are also musical, which makes this run a pleasure to run and to just kind of run and grab a drink or everything else that you need. But now we're getting to the point of the run where it's going to escalate wildly quickly again. So we've got only a minute or two left before Ruben's going to perform some absolutely wild tricks using the Hinox warps, which are, again, category-defining, extremely difficult, frame-perfect tricks that we're going to provide all of our support to hope that he hits first try. But first, the Ballad of the Windfish.
By the way, I actually completely forgot. We are gonna hurt one fox one time in this run, and it's actually coming up right now.
Oh no!
Ruben, no, don't. It's just
Oh, I guess two then. Two foxes.
terrible, terrible. Normally runners waste a second to respectfully walk around the fox, but Ruben, in the name of speed, just cannot resist.
We will remember their sacrifice.
Press F in the chat.
So, Telltale Mountain Range, incredible music, but we're going to skip it entirely just by merit of this flame cave skip here. Using, again, another invisible air climb, we're going to climb as high as we can, get on the invisible wall from this ledge to our right, and use that to get as close to Turtle Rock as possible. And any percent, we don't care for the mountain range at all. We don't involve ourselves in it, it's gone. We don't see it at all. But we are going to fight the Turtle Rock to get inside. It's a bit of a scary fight. We don't want to lose our secret medicine here. We're going to need that for Dungeon 7, but the touch damage dealt by the Dacto, the Turtle Rock, is still a little scary. You can get some very fast movement patterns from the rock where it hits you by surprise. And we need a very specific amount of health inside here. I think it's a minimum of 2.5 to 3 hearts to pull off the Hinox warp. We'll need to reset from the autosave on the entry if we don't get it. We're now going to be performing some really intense frame-perfect tricks, so Ruben's probably going to take a moment to focus here. First, though, we're going to see the pattern we get for fire and powder. That unlocks our way through to the Hinox. And if we're lucky here, we might only be in this dungeon for about 15 more seconds. Let's see what we get.
Nice.
Oh, dude, perfect. So good. And with that, we're in the Hothead boss fight. We don't care, it won't spawn. And that's Dungeon 8, already completed.
Wow, that took forever, guys.
That's so hard. Ruben makes it look effortless, but that's a single frame perfect trick on 60 FPS. It's not easy to pull off. We use a visual key using Link's sword on the doormat of that entry. You need to make sure that you hit it perfectly. If you don't, you take 2 damage from the bomb, and you need to leave and re-heal. Otherwise, you lose a lot of time to the Hinox throwing you elsewhere in the room, but again, Ruben made that look effortless. Handy little clip later, and now we've got a very cinematic shot of Link running behind the Windfish egg. This might be my favorite shot of the speedrun. It's just, it's so poetic seeing him use and walk on the mountain range around the egg to progress through to Dungeon 7. Because we have such natural height there, actually, you can kind of see how the invisible walls on the ledges work. You actually need to be that high in order to pass over them. They're maybe about 8 to 10 Link heights tall. So you need a lot of momentum to get over. And this is a really scary jump, really innocuous looking. But if you fail that jump and you miss it and you fall, you land at the waterfall outside D4. Spend about 30 to 40 seconds working your way back up. It's not a normal death pit. And this is the key that we cannot skip and that we do need the rooster for. And so with this, while we can use the rooster to make certain tricks easier, it's technically no longer required. Would love to find a way to get that key without it. Would transform the run again, would be another massive flashpoint to improve the run. But again, we're not going into any of these, any of the caverns in Telltale Mountain Range. We're going to air climb once again, in this case using the rooster. And we're going to climb on the ledge to our right and work our way upwards towards Eagle's Tower. The rooster likes to misbehave. It just wants to keep things interesting, but I think that's perfect here. We get onto this ledge, and now we can air climb again using the ladder here to skip the need to enter any of the mountain range and use the key to enter the zone. Very well done.
So this dungeon is always, even if you manage to do all of that all the way up to this point perfectly, here comes the biggest run killer of them all, probably. I'm gonna focus up for this.
This is a massive moment of anticipation because we've seen Hinox warps that have required movement setup. That was in D2, where Link needs to perform a very intricate set of movements that have to be perfect in order to position yourself, in order to be thrown at the right frame. We've also seen one in which you need to self-damage at the right frame. That was just Dungeon 8. So let's imagine a combination of both of these, but with an added complication. So the great thing about the other two setups is that you can see Link throughout the entirety of it. You know exactly where he's going to be and when. You can train that into muscle memory. But there's a complication here because we need to take damage prior to actually getting thrown. And what that means is that Link will start flashing, but he flashes on a global timer. So we can't actually see Link at the moment that we... Oh, that RNG is perfect. That's like a 1 in 21 or something. That's insane to get. Really, just casually get that. But now the setup here, everything that we're doing, all of these bonks are positioning Link ever so precisely to be at the very right angle to be able to move into this next room. And again, we need to be thrown by the Hinox on a very specific frame that we can't see. Let's see if we get it.
Ooh,
oh, dude, is that it? Okay, so we got a good result. Again, this is what makes this so tricky. We've been thrown immediately to the boss. There's a lot of different results that we get on adjacent frames that can make a run possible to proceed with. In this case, we've gotten a frame that takes us directly to the Evil Eagle boss fight. There's a frame after this that would take us to the instrument room, which is the frame we aim for. There's also a frame immediately after that that will take us to the ballroom, which is where you collect the ball that normally destroys the pillars within Dungeon 7. But this is a perfectly viable frame for us to complete the run. But it's so heart-wrenching because you're looking for that instrument frame, then that would skip the need to complete the boss entirely. But it's wild.
But still, I mean, you just flew to the top of the tower. I mean, are you sure? Yeah. Oh no, we have to, fight the boss.
It's devastating that we actually have to do anything in the speedrun. We love just getting to the instrument. We're very greedy as Link's Awakening speedrunners. We just want to see the instrument room the moment we walk in the dungeon.
So optimally, you would get a warp to the left side of this platformer. But that is a 1 frame window to get that. So I was 1 frame too early to get that perfect warp, basically.
So excellently done. As Amber points out in the chat, these warps suck. Frame perfect warps at the very end of the run, no less, after you've already pulled off early D6. Devastatingly difficult. We've got some small reprieve now in the form of Dungeon 4. We'd mentioned earlier that we split this dungeon in order to prevent the ghost from spawning. We're going to see it now. The ghost won't spawn until Link moves a certain distance down in the overworld. It's about the distance south of Dampé's hut. Luckily, in order to get to the Windfish egg into the final boss, we can stay above that threshold, never spawning the ghost once we finish this. But it's luckily, in comparison to the bosses that we've seen otherwise, this one is very deterministic. If you perform the same types of movements, very precise in our setup, you're going to get the same result out of the boss. So it's very controlled patterns that you can react to and learn and build into muscle memory. And even if you're ever so slightly off, it's not too difficult in order to recover it and get a winnable fight. This jump is also really tricky, by the way. It's you've got to perform a really specific kind of curve jump that looks a lot easier than it actually is. Perfect, there we are.
And the thing is that if you miss it the first time, you will be in a slightly different position, so it's so much harder the second and the third time. It's so stupid, I hate that joke.
Gloop gloop. We miss the blubber blubber from the German version, but gloop gloop is a good compromise. So we're going to take care of this boss. And then we're preparing for the final set of RNG that we have in the run, which is really significant, actually, for the very end of the run, in the form of both Aghanim and Deathel, 2 forms of the final boss nightmare. It's a good time to guess how many blue balls that we'll see. We have a range of 1 to 9 that Aghanim can throw, both blue and red orbs. We are always guaranteed a minimum of 1 blue, and there's a lot of time loss in between each that he'll throw. So we're going to hope for 1, which is the ideal pattern. And the maximum that we can get technically is 9. I think that's like a 0.00% chance of getting. It's super rare. I've never seen it personally in my runs. Ruben, have you ever had 9 blue balls?
Once, and I have the recording. I'm gonna actually post it as a short on YouTube or something because it's so rare, and it happened pretty recently actually. I've been running this game for years, and it happened maybe 2 months ago or something.
Were you on a pacer as well? Was it, because I could only imagine if you get that on a pace run, it's absolutely devastating.
Yeah. That was actually during a randomizer, so it didn't matter at all. But yeah.
That's nice. So we're gonna make our way now. Yeah, no, thankfully. I mean, 9 is just a real achievement in itself, honestly.
But one of the glitches world record I got 7. So I mean, that was fun, for sure.
It's pretty brutal. I think the most common result is actually only 1. It's about 24%, and then from there it kind of fluctuates down. We've got the final rest moment. Again, really nicely paced out throughout the run. A lot of natural break moments. And this one is the most iconic of all. It's the Ballad of the Windfish that allows us to enter into the final boss. So we'll give time for that to air. But it's a nice natural breather just prior to ending the run, just to let you get your wits together.
Yeah, the game specifically checks that you have every single instrument and the ocarina and the song. And I think, but didn't you talk about that? You can actually get to the egg without any instruments. Isn't that possible?
You can. You can just watch an entirely silent cutscene, which is really eerie, actually. Really sinister, almost, if you get here with that. It's incredibly difficult to get here with an instrument, with an ocarina with no instruments. It's very difficult. And with that, the pre-setup, we already know what the pattern will be inside the egg. And the optimized pattern that we use is right up, left up, and then up to the end. It's the one with the fewest right or left movements and with the most up movements. You don't need to get this pattern, so that's a good thing about if you've got a Switch 2, you want to learn Link's Awakening, you don't have a Switch 1 to generate the seed with. Any seed will be fine, you're not losing a lot of time. As long as you know what seed you have and you're able to run consistently on it, it's perfectly good. And with this, we're about to see the final boss. So we're already anticipating the number of blue balls that we're going to get. I'm going to guess, I've seen the predictions in chat, I'm going to say 2 for this
3.
one. We hope for
I'm
1.
feeling 3. I'm feeling 3. No, Ruben has had an incredible run, and I think that the RNG is gonna bully him a little bit here. Nothing crazy. I mean, I want 1, but just
to clarify, we want 1, but we'll say
we want 1.
We have a very quick first phase, and then we'll quickly find out. The first one is always going to be red. We can only get a maximum of 3 in a row, so you always get 1 blue, and then we see what luck we get from there. So first, we always get 1 red to come out the gate. Okay, and from here, it's anyone's bet.
1.
Okay, so blue first is never great, because it could mean a 9 pattern. Okay, but now we've thrown that away. So we know it's a maximum of 5.
We'll take it. All right.
Let's go. 1. Amazing. Best RNG. Very good. And from here, there's a lot of very quick kill setups that we have for each of the bosses. So Moldrum is already gone. We're setting up already for Ganon. 2 spin slashes and a dash into him facing to the right. We'll clear him out. And now we have the Lanmola phase, where we just want to move just in a swift rhythmic motion as quickly as possible to take it out. We move slightly away to ensure that we'll always spawn from the same spot. And then from here, we have the final RNG, which is how quickly does Deathel's Eye open. Very similar to LADX, although slightly more forgiving than that game. And Ruben, typically only 2 arrows can be shot into the eye, but Ruben will be trying to go for triples, which is very difficult, very precise timing. And it can decrease the number of total phases by 1, so let's see if we can get it. It's so hard to hit the timing. You've got to be really quick on the jump.
Yeah, I didn't get it.
Dude, excellent run. Phenomenal. Fantastic. And with this, all that's left is to climb the stairwell, and once the screen fades to black, that will be time.
Let's go. Time.
GG's, dude. Phenomenal run.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy.
Jeez.
To be honest. That should be a sub hour, right? Or very close.
That was absolutely incredible. Seriously, Ruben, that was so cool. Thank you so much for showcasing this. That was amazing.
Thank you so much for letting us showcase it. It was yeah, it went really good. I was as I said earlier, I was very, very scared of showing off this run because of the difficulty.
But Ruben, you absolutely nailed it. Honestly, to show early D6 off in a marathon setting, the first time that trick's been showcased like this, I believe, and you got it second try, effortlessly almost. It was phenomenal to see that. And I know that's been it's a cause of great stress in runs, but to show it off in this kind of setting, like massive applause for that, dude. Phenomenal performance.
Ruben, that was a 58-24. So congratulations. Wow. Yeah, definitely sub 1 hour. Absolutely incredible.
Let's go. Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much again.
GG's. Yeah, seriously, Ruben, thank you so much for showcasing this. Why don't you tell everybody just a little bit about what you do on your channel and what you have coming up?
Yeah, I'm generally a 2.5D Zelda speedrunner. That's what I do mostly on my channel. I play this game a lot. I also play Echoes of Wisdom. That was mainly my plan, actually, for next year. I've been picking up 100% in Echoes of Wisdom. I did grind this game 100% for a while, and then I'm gonna pick up Echoes of Wisdom 100% and try to optimize that as much as I can. And eventually, I want to do Link's Awakening Switch, Echoes of Wisdom back to back 100% in less than 10 hours. That should be possible. That's gonna be the long-term goal for next year. So yeah.
Wow. That I won't be missing that. That's gonna be awesome. Thank you so much. That was awesome. And Birdman, Drew, do you have anything? Drew, do you have any shout outs that you wanna give us?
Shout outs to Ruben again for a phenomenal run, and to all the Link's Awakening community. A lot of you showing up in the chat here. Thank you so much for the support. We are always happy to help new runners learn, so feel free to drop on by the speedrun.com Discord, and we'll show you all the pointers. But no, thank you everyone for showing up. That was a phenomenal showcase. Very happy to be here to help support Ruben. So thank you for the invite for this. And again, thanks. Phenomenal run, Ruben. Well done. Massive GG.
And huge shout out
folks,
to Birdman.
Please go follow. Oh yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, a huge shout out to Birdman Drew. He's a top runner of this game. Amazing commentary. I just want to give him a shout out too. I think his social is Birdman Drew on YouTube and Twitch, so make sure to give him a follow too.
Absolutely, folks. Please go follow Ruben here on Twitch. And yeah, this was absolutely incredible. We are going to take a short break, and when we return, we're going to jump into the Legend of Zelda Wind Waker. But before we do, I am sending you on a quest a quest to gather the Triforce pieces so we can have the power of the Triforce of Courage going into the Windwaker. Here's what you're going to do. You are going to go over to the GDQ Discord. If you're already a part of it, that's fine. If you want to join, !Discord in the chat. That is the #1 place where you can find out all information about our upcoming events here on Hotfix, as well as our mainline events that we have coming up. Go over there, and I want you to type "give me" or "give" or "gimme" in the chat, and I will go and give you a piece of the Triforce. So go over there right now. Go spam the general chat and ask for a piece of the Triforce. Go on over there right now, and we'll be right back with the Windwaker. Folks, welcome back to Oops All Zelda Weekend Day 2, the third one. This is the third Oops All Zelda, and it's the day 2 of the third one. I gave you all those what are they? What did I give you? They were triangles, but they're shaped like, but they're actually measuring tools that use them for math. What am I saying? Who? Thank you all so much for going over to the Discord. It really is the best place to be if you're interested in what we have coming up. And we really do have a lot of stuff coming up. And if you are enjoying GDQ Hotfix and you have a speedrun that you want to showcase, we are accepting new submissions for runs. So if you want to be on a future, Oops event, or you want to be on one of our weekday specials, please consider going on over to gdq.gg/submit/hotfix and just tell us what you're passionate about. Tell us what game that you play, because we want it here on Hotfix. We want it on the show. We want to showcase what you are all good at. So definitely go and consider submitting for that. All right. We have 2 more runs today, and I'm excited for both of them. We're jumping into the Legend of Zelda The Wind Waker with J-Town, and then later we have the Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D with Gymnast. So stick around for the rest of the night here on Oops All Zelda. All right, without further ado, let's get into this. J-Town, are you ready to jump into the Wind Waker?
Yep. What's up, guys? I'm J-Town2909. And I have commentators Mini352 and EJ125.
Hello, I'm Mini.
And hello, I'm EJ. Probably should just get it going because of the intro.
Yeah, true. Okay.
For sure.
Classic Wind Waker intro.
Alright, I guess I'll name this Ace. That's what we're gonna be doing.
Ace.
Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1, go. Alright. Mini, you probably know the history of this better than most people.
Yeah, sure. Let's say, okay, so this is Oops All Zelda. In the very first Oops All Zelda, like a year ago or so, I did a run of Wind Waker any %, and we had just had a bunch of like new discoveries, and that run was around 50 minutes long. So yeah, forget about that run. We've had a bunch more discoveries now, and if this run goes well, it'll be like 20 minutes long. So, as the title says, this is any % ACE, which is arbitrary code execution. That's like the most powerful glitch any game can get. And we're going to be using that to just go straight to the credits. Forget about the rest of the game. Doesn't exist. Go into the credits. And you'll notice we're playing on the English version. Ask any Wind Waker runner. They'll tell you the English version is the worst version of the game. But because the universe hates us, it's the only version that the ACE glitch works on. So we are in English, and we are just dealing with the slow text for this run.
Yeah, I think even in the first cutscene alone, we lose like 21 seconds or something?
Yeah, it's like 20 plus seconds immediately.
It's insane.
Yep.
But yeah, I don't want to like spoil too much about the glitch in the beginning, but yeah, this is going to feature ACE, which a lot of people worked on for the past... I don't know when we started working on it, but maybe like May-ish this year, and then a few months after we...
It was pretty close to like the Switch 2 release, I would say, like the overlap.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Trog found the glitch in like probably middle to May, and then people started looking into it not long after.
Yep. I should actually pull up Trog's list of people who worked on it.
Oh, true, yeah. That's a good idea.
But yeah, after the intro's done, the run's going to start very similar to any Wind Waker run. We're going to be doing the manual super swim, where J-Town's gonna... Are you doing unbuffered?
Yep.
Yeah, he's gonna grab his control stick and flick it up and down as fast as he can to gain some speed and do a super swim.
Oh yeah.
Kind of painful that now, like, up to Wind Waker is like pretty much half of the run.
Yeah.
Like, there's really, you have to be good at unbuffered, or there's no way that you will be competitive.
Pretty much.
Although I don't know how much do you think. I guess, do we want to talk about controllers at all yet, or?
Oh, true.
Yeah, if we can
Maybe not specifically, but basically, it's a little in the air right now. But just to be transparent, there was some setup done before the run with controllers. Long story short, how we end up writing the payload ends up being through controller data and controllers 2 to 4. And we'll explain that more later. But basically, within the, I guess, interim rules that we have in place, because it hasn't been fully discussed yet, this is allowed for now in like the little subcategory we have for ACE 90%. And there will be some photosensitivity related things happening. Not too many, but there's gonna be like 2 swims, so keep that in mind.
Yeah. I guess it should also be mentioned that you can do this without the extra controllers. It's just way slower right now.
Yeah, so the thing with arbitrary code execution is we have a glitch that will like look at a part of memory and try to read that as code. But we need to have a part of memory that we can actually manip to being the code that we want. So what we're using is the controller data for controllers 2 to 4. Which is a bit weird because, like, obviously you don't use controllers 2 to 4 in this game, but there is still a bit of memory that just, like, keeps the inputs for those controllers. And what J-Town did before the run is he plugged his controller into each of those slots and held some specific inputs, and then he unplugged his controller. And when you do that, the game just, like, keeps the values in memory. So he did that for 2, 3, and 4. So those values, even though he has nothing plugged in them, like the values are still just in the memory somewhere, and that's what we're going to be using later.
And then they'll stay that way until like either a crash happens or like the console's powered off, or even like sent back to the leave menu like at all. There will be flashing light warning for MSS, maybe like 40-ish seconds into it, 30, 40-ish seconds, depending on how fast the unbuffered is. But initially, not immediate. Yeah, we'll give I'll give like a warning when we get kind of close to upcharge.
Yeah.
Good. I still gotta set up Black Wind too.
Oh yeah.
Okay, so now we're done. We can go hop in the water in a moment.
Painful slow English text.
Yeah. Can you hear 517 last text box? Okay, so I'm gonna offset my controller's position a little bit. That's gonna let me swim faster. Well, makes it so that I don't lose speed technically, but
yeah, I can elaborate on that while you're setting it up and doing the actual trick. So basically, if you're familiar with anything at all with Wind Waker speedrunning, you probably know what MSS is, or manual super swim, but if you don't, basically every time you turn around in water, I guess it's more apt to say you lose 3 speed, but I think it makes more sense to say you gain -3 speed. And in classic Nintendo fashion, there's no cap on negative speed. So theoretically, if you were to turn around every frame, you would have infinitely gaining -3 speed. Whether you pause buffer it or in J-Town's case, flick back and forth as best as you can. That's what he's doing here. But the interesting thing about the Black Wind, which he mentioned, I don't know if he named it, but basically it's a trick called Black Wind where you can change the way your controller is calibrated so that the center is not like the neutral dead zone. Because in this game, if you hit that, you change animations of swimming and that kills your speed for whatever reason. So basically J-Town shifted his dead zone slightly to the left or right such that when he flicks up and down, he's less likely to hit it.
doing a very bad job right now, but yeah, I just lost my speed. Try again.
It's fine. Yeah, the thing about Blackwind is it basically makes it easier to not hit the neutral dead zone, because Basically, you don't want to hit that. If you hit that, you'll lose a bunch of your speed.
Yeah, at worst, it's like almost like half. Like in
Yeah,
extreme
if you get
scenarios.
unlucky.
Yeah, it's animation dependent, I believe.
But yeah, you can see when he's flicking now, he's moving pretty fast, so he's building up some good speed here. And then at some point, when he has enough speed, he's going to be able to start what's called upcharge, and that's going to be the like flashing lights warning. So he's almost at that point, and that's going to let him just build up speed like automatically. So he's going to have to do a bit more flicking still.
Okay, surely that's enough. Go back.
Yeah, probably. Hopefully. Yeah, flashing light's gonna be in a second. Getting an air refill in this corner here.
That should be good. Yeah.
Cool.
Is
I
it?
think it'll
barely.
even out. It'll
Yeah,
even
it's
out.
good.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine.
That's a little scary.
Yeah, so the way this works is Link is moving so far in a single frame that he's actually going behind the camera, and then the camera's like, oh, Link's behind me now, I gotta turn around to keep up with him. But then by that point,
This is
you've already
sketchy.
turned around again. Oh god.
This is really bad.
If you go like ESS down right a bit.
What if I do this? Wait, this is
Yeah, reposition a bit.
This is a really bad position right now. God. Rip.
That's alright. Yeah, that
Hopefully
happens
with
sometimes.
unbuffered, we'll get right back into it.
True. I gotta set a black window again. Rip.
I think in
so
those
this-
case, like, go ahead, Kenny.
I was just saying, this position where he's standing right now, we would go there for an air refill, but like the way he kind of moved around during the swim just meant he couldn't really get back here easily.
Yeah, just unlucky.
That was unfortunate.
Yeah, I think in those cases, like, good to go away from the island and then
Yeah,
have more
I didn't think
time
to do that.
more time to adjust on the way
Yeah, that's
back.
okay. We got time.
Alright,
What's
well,
the
we get to
estimate
do
on
this again. So, yay.
How do we figure this out? In this particular case, I don't remember. I think
It was
go.
figured out by whoever discovered dry storage first, and then they like got a camera lock and just held up in water and gained speed. That's how people figured out that turning around gives you negative speed. Back in like 2010 or something. And then soon after, people realized you can just frame perfectly, turn around every frame, and gain speed.
Yeah, we still definitely do like the normal super swimming with storage and Windwaker. You'll see that like almost immediately after this, but in the beginning, again, we have no items. This is really our only option.
Yeah, so the point of this is we just want to skip the whole like intro of the game, and this is the only real way to do it.
Yeah, the intro takes quite a while. Even with like speedrunning strats, it takes like 15 minutes to beat outset, like all the introductory stuff. But that's not even counting like other shenanigans that have to go with it.
Okay, that's definitely enough speed.
Yeah, this is good for sure.
Again. Okay, I'm gonna get away from the island. Have a good position this time.
Alright, so yeah, building up more speed, because we're going to Dragon Roost, which is like the other corner of the map.
Kidding me, dude? What is going on?
Oh my god, okay.
Dude, oh my gosh, what is happening right now?
I would just
Get away
get away
from
from the
that
dog.
ESS down.
Dude, I'm still stuck.
Oh my. Okay,
Dude, this is the
going
most
down.
chaotic MSS in a run ever.
Light work.
Getting stuck under the dog.
Okay, okay.
Alright, you're good, you're good.
Alright, I'm just gonna go. Okay.
Get out of here, man.
Okay, come on. Yes, okay, okay.
Alright, that last air
Finally.
refill, and we're off.
Wow. Okay.
So yeah, needless to say, it's pretty difficult to control swimming at such high speeds.
Very glad I saved that.
Yeah, that was sick. Hey, Dragon Roost. So the reason we're here is to get the Windwaker, which is the most important item for speedrunning in this game.
Ironic. Windwaker is the most broken item in the Windwaker.
Yeah.
Even used for Ace too.
Yep. Yes, there's really like 2 items we need in this run. One of them's the Windwaker, which is like always very important for Windwaker speedrunning. The other item we need is a bit less useful most of the time. It's a pretty interesting second item that we need to go get.
Yeah, is anybody here a photographer? We'll definitely need a good photographer for this run.
I have used a camera or 2 in my day, but mostly video. I don't really touch the still images.
We're working with black and white images here.
Yeah, going back to the 1920s.
Alright, the Windwaker.
Right. Oh, Beetle. Yeah, we don't want to forget Beetle.
Oh yes, Beetle. We get to visit Beetle in this run. You guys like Beetle? We don't have any rupees though, so
Yeah.
not gonna buy anything.
He looked so sad when you walked away. He thought for once in his life someone was gonna buy something.
Yeah, get wrecked.
Okay, there's gonna be another
Alright,
flashing
another
lights
flashing lights,
in
yeah.
a second. Alright. Storage? EJ?
Oh my, why me, man? Okay. So basically, this is automatic super swimming, or super swimming for short. Basically, there's a glitch called storage, and like the abridged version of it is basically you cancel, or you pull Windwaker in such a way that you dive, and if you cancel it 3 frames before you touch the ground, you get a glitch called storage. And basically, it just like messes with like every event in the game. And just because we don't have a lot of time, basically what we're using it to do here is that when we pull Windwaker, we enter an event, storage cancels that event and it gives us control during it. And you're not supposed to have control during it, so it has some weird camera properties, and it lets us just hold up in the water, and be 180 every frame. But it can do a lot more than that, and you will see it do a lot more than that, even in this small, like 20-minute time frame.
Yeah.
And we're
Storage.
Windfall, let's go.
Go
It
ahead.
is always a fight for our lives to explain storage during a speedrun, because it's just like, it's never good. There's never enough time, and especially during now with Ace, like there's really not enough time.
Yeah. So that was the only like normal super swim in this run. There are no more super swims. So basically we get storage, we get camera lock that lets us charge speed without having to flick the stick. Also, we went to Beetle. The reason we did that is that if we just swam straight to Windfall, the game would like very likely decide that like too much stuff is loaded at once, and then it would force you to like reload the overworld, which would be bad. So we have to go in and out of Beetle so that to kind of clear the memory a little bit, so the game doesn't like freak out by having too many islands loaded.
It
Now we're
saved
here.
quite a bit of time to skip it, but it's so unlikely and so out of your control that it's not even worth it, at least at this level.
Yeah.
Keep wondering if like a specific path from like island to island would help, but
It definitely would, but
Yeah,
like,
I spent a while messing around, but I didn't find anything consistent.
yeah.
also, fun fact, English actually does kind of save the day there, because for some reason, on English and maybe PAL, Beetle spawns on that side of the island, but on JP, our Japanese version, he spawns on the other side of the island, so it would lose time to have to walk over there.
Yep. Alright, so we're in this little crawl space maze here, which you normally wouldn't see. The item back here is the Picto Box, which is going to be the key to unlocking credit swap and ace.
That's where photography skills come in.
Yep.
Did I get the roll? I got a roll.
Ooh. Yeah, Windwaker plus Pictobox equals broken game, apparently.
It's actually funny how similar this is to like the Defeat Ganon no SRM run in OT. It's
Yeah,
like pixel, or I'm spoiling too much, dang it. But they're very similar, TLDR.
Yeah. Yeah, in OT, you kind of... it takes a picture of the screen every time you pause the game. They just have a Pictobox by pausing.
It's true.
This is not a VOD. This is live right now.
Alright, now we get to do some goofy stuff.
Yeah, so this is photography right here. So he wants to take a picture, but he's very, very picky about his photographs. So we're doing this really precise setup to get in an exact position to take the perfect pictograph. And this bush right here it's pretty interesting. Pretty visually pleasing bush right here. Alright, so doing a very specific setup. Very precise angle. And he's got to find the perfect vertical angle here. And then zoom in a tiny bit.
I think this works. I'm like 50% sure this works.
I cannot help you, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I haven't done this
Yeah,
in
it's like
months, but that
specific to
looks
everyone's
close enough to me.
TVs. Okay.
Okay, that was a
should be
pretty
good.
that was a pretty great photo, chat, don't you think?
Yeah.
Okay,
Enjoy
so
the bush.
that photograph of the bush is the first part to getting ace. And now it's going to do something called text stacking, which was a new glitch that Legend of Luke found, which...
I keep on forgetting his name is actually Legend of Luke now, instead of like being a joke.
Yeah, this was like the new glitch was kind of led to all the discoveries that led to ace. So using the Pictobox, so with storage, you got storage there, and you can store talking to an NPC to store their text box. And when you can get the text box on screen while having control of Link, and that's been known forever. But what was found was that using the Pictobox and doing some weird things, you can get two text boxes up at the same time, and they are like stacked on top of each other, which you'll see in a second here.
Cool Picto.
Okay, so there's two text boxes up at the exact same time there. Okay, and when he does that, they...
This is scary.
You can just look at him. You don't have to be fast.
I think it crashes if you look at him for too long on this setup or whatever.
I think as long
Oh
as you don't
shoot, I
slow-
crashed.
Oh,
Oh no.
okay, that's fine.
Okay, well, this is great. I don't know how that crashed, but
Everything is fine, guys.
yep, totally. Okay, I guess I'll try one more time with controllers. But I'll have to reset them up.
Yeah, so the thing we were talking about at the start of the run, where he set up some precise inputs on the controllers before the run, those values in memory are gone now because he crashed, so he's going to have to set that up again.
Yeah.
And it's not going to look like anything's happening.
Yeah, I'm just gonna sit on the
in-
screen for like a few minutes.
In the background, he is... So we're using like an input viewer program, basically. And he's using that to look at his precise controller inputs. And yeah, he's setting up his controls one by one to have the perfect inputs.
I don't think I've ever had a crash like that, honestly. I feel like I didn't look at him that long.
It shouldn't matter how long you look at them. It should just be like one of them crashes and the other one doesn't.
Yeah.
Like, I think.
I don't know.
I don't know what happened. I don't remember the
player
like
2 set
orders.
up. Player 3.
Right.
Yeah, basically, he was attempting to do part of the ace setup there. So basically, you do the tech stacking glitch, you get in a certain position, and then you trigger it. We were still like in the first phase of that.
Yeah, so yeah, the text stacking. So he has the 2 text boxes up on the screen. And when you do that, the 2 text boxes, they like occupy the exact same space in memory. And what he's trying to do is he's trying to like close one text box, and then that will clear the space in memory, but the second text box like still exists, even though the part of memory that it exists in has now been cleared. And that would crash the game normally. But what we're gonna do is load something else in there to make something happen.
Okay, got the last one set up.
Amazing.
You're going to say something, G?
No, I was just checking to see what our current plan is.
Yeah, if this fails again, then I'll just switch to the what is it, the modified ROM. I don't have time. I don't think I have enough time to set up all those again.
Basically, long story short, we're back in business now. That's the long story.
I know it looked like nothing was happening there.
We're back in business. All right.
Yeah, here we go.
He was resetting up his controllers, even though it looked like nothing was happening there. But we're so back. Don't worry, guys.
Because it has 3 controllers, right? That's what's going on.
Yeah. So it's just one like physical controller still, but he's like going into one of the other controller ports and then setting up the inputs and then unplugging it, and it remembers the inputs like in the game's memory.
Yeah, so like let's say you wanted to hold you want to hold down A on controller 2 and you want that to be remembered. You plug in your controller to port 2, you hold A, you unplug, and in the game's memory it remembers that A was held. That's like the simplified version of it. So he's doing that for 2, 3, and 4. So when we do ace, it reads those values for the payload.
Yeah. All right.
But in actuality, the values are the inputs are way more complicated.
Let's see.
See what would blow me up is if you just were just like playing around right now, just like this is speed running. I'm just spinning the camera around, but all of this matters, right?
Yeah. This does matter. It looks like he's just swinging the camera back and forth, but he's trying.
Yeah, this matters.
Whoa, I don't know why that happened. Okay, well, that's cool. Yeah, we get this, and then we're just gonna. I don't know. I think that's
trying to reload the area.
It's gonna crash when you reload or something. Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably. Well, we'll see.
Or just
it crashed. Okay, I'm switching to the modified ROM.
That is okay. Can you explain kind of what was supposed to happen there?
Yeah.
What backup are you doing?
I just have the modified ROM with like the heap viewer and whatnot.
Okay.
So it's got the like code to like set up the controllers automatically.
Yeah. Okay.
So like.
Yes. Okay. So basically, he's going on to like a modified version of the game, which is gonna like set up his controllers normally, like by itself. So we don't have to sit around for those few minutes again.
Yeah. There's just a little bar.
Issue.
It's fun on the bottom of the screen.
So all this is just fixing the controller so we don't have to sit for a minute for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
So now it should be smooth
Ace is
sailing.
very hard. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, why did that?
Fantastic. So yeah, if you don't mind just running chat through just what just happened here.
Do you want to take that mini or want me to take that?
Yeah, so ignore those bars at the bottom. That's just part of... This is like a kind of debugging version that we made for practicing this trick. Pretend that's not that.
This is in the game, though. This is in the game.
Yeah.
Nothing too crazy.
Okay, so yeah. So Ace, we're doing text stacking here. And so he stored the first text box, and he's trying to store it in a way where like he talks to the NPC and then he quickly turns away from them to like get them off screen to unload them. So you see he like runs away from them as soon as he talks to the NPC. And yeah, if he does it right, then the text box will not come up when he pulls out the Windwaker here.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. And to kind of touch on what's supposed to happen, is basically we saw the crash and like the deviation from the plan happened at the shore over there. Basically, once you have both set up, you want to like position yourself in a way to where you can close one but not the other in a certain way. There are 2 text boxes on the screen, but one of them is invisible. If you like are familiar with the noises that are played when you like advance text, you can hear it in the background even though there's not any text on screen when you get to that point. But basically, if it's done correctly, there won't be a crash. You'll continue playing, and then you'll see momentarily J-Town will do a position setup to get into a specific position, and then pull Pictobox, and that'll loop it all together and complete the glitch, and then should be all good. I don't know if you want to explain like what the position is important for, Minnie, if you want to take that.
Yeah, hold on. So this camera swinging, he's trying to load one of the NPCs without loading the other one.
Dude, I don't know why this is happening.
Are you clearing his first text box?
Yeah, I'm clearing the first text box. I'm just finishing it, but I don't know. This is funny.
I don't remember the intricacies.
I probably have time
of this
for like
setup.
one more attempt at this.
Can you just try like the fast way that you're used to more?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I have to yell it at this point.
And just to touch on the chat question, the bars on the bottom are like a visual representation of the heap, the memory heap. It's not really important for the run at all. It's just there when you have debug mode enabled in Windwaker.
Yeah. So yeah, in case you guys can't tell, this trick's kind of difficult and very finicky with exactly like how you do it and the order you do things in. So it's very easy to mess up like this.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this is... I've never failed it this many times. Like, this... I'm doing, like, the easy setup, too. I don't know. I guess things just don't go as planned sometimes.
I think you're doing awesome, and we appreciate you showcasing this. Seriously.
The first ever showcase of Ace in a marathon setting.
Okay. Give me the good text box. Dude, I don't know. Everything's going wrong.
I guess you cleared the first one now.
Okay, so I think I need to spin it, like... Yeah, okay, so I need to mash, like, until the second thing, just for myself. Okay. We're probably in the clear if I can clear these text boxes well enough.
Yeah. This is the most annoying part because like the text boxes are stacked, so one of them's kind of like invisible, and like you can't really tell what's going on.
That worked? Okay, it worked. I should have just done that from the start. Oh my gosh.
It is scary to do it that way. I don't blame you. But yeah.
Okay, so those text stacking glitch that we did, those 2 text boxes were in the same part of memory. We cleared one of the text boxes, that part of memory got cleared, but the second text box was still up, and then he managed to close the second text box, but he hasn't looked at the NPC yet. So like he's not loaded and he hasn't realized that his text box is closed yet. So if he tried to look at that NPC now, the game would crash because it's going to look at that memory and it's like clear, there's nothing there, it doesn't know what to do. But what we're going to do is he is going to get into a very specific position, and then he's going to load that NPC and pull the Pictobox at the same time, which he's about to do here.
Nice.
Okay, and then what's that going to do? Well, he goes over here, he's going to go into this door, and
We win.
he beat the game.
And time. Wow.
This is the credits time.
Wow. GG.
Okay.
GG. Okay,
Finally.
so what happened is...
So
Worth try.
what happened?
Yeah. So like I said, he pulls the Pictobox out and loads that NPC at the same time. The Pictobox data goes into the exact same part of memory where the text box data was. And he loads the NPC. So the NPC goes, oh, my text box has been cleared. I need to run some code to deal with clearing the text box. And it looks into the memory, which is now PictoBox data. So that picture he took earlier, there was a very specific 4x4 grid of pixels, which the data of those pixels we made correspond to an address. And so when the NPC tries to close his text box, it looks at the pixel data and sees the address, and it jumps to that address. And we made that address point to Link's position data. And then we made Link's position data point to the controller data. And the controller data contained the payload, which basically said, hey, when you go through a loading zone, it takes you to the credits now. And then he goes through the door, and it's the credits.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that was absolutely wild. Seriously, that was incredible. Even with multiple attempts, still a 31-34. So pretty awesome that we were able to showcase that. And J-Town, thank you so much
Thanks for having me.
For doing this.
Of course.
Yeah. I appreciate you and EJ as well as Mini being here to showcase this incredible, crazy, like, code injected teleportation run. J-Town, what are you up to on your channel? What can they expect when they hit the follow button to go visit you?
Well, I'm probably gonna be running this until the end of the week. But I recently got the any percent world record for Majora's Mask 3D any percent, which Jim is about to run in a minute. So I'll probably do a lot of Zelda, a lot of Ace, and Minnie and EJ are also Windwaker runners that run more interesting categories than this. Go check them out
this
too.
Is so interesting.
Yeah. If you guys
seriously.
Just saying, if you guys like this run, EJ is actually going to be running it at GDQ.
That is true.
At GDQ.
With incentives.
Yeah, it'll be freaking awesome. Yeah, and also, not to spoil, but there will be a cool incentive if met. Stay tuned.
Oh yeah, I'm sure he'll do a better job than me too.
EJ will be running this game at a GDQ as well as at Zeldathon later this month.
That is true. Yes, I'll be doing all dungeons, switch to at Zeldathon, and then this again at AGDQ. But don't get it twisted. J-Town is the world record holder.
Thank
and
you
he
so
is
much.
really good at this.
I really appreciate all of you.
He is insanely good at this game.
Thanks so much for showcasing this awesome run. With that, chat, we're going to take a short break. And when we return, we're going to be jumping into our final run of the day, The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D with Gymnast 86. We'll be right back. Folks, welcome back to Oops All Zelda 3. This is it. This is the final run that we have. And I just want to say thank you so much for hanging out with me all weekend as we celebrate The Legend of Zelda and the speedrunners that make those games fast. Well, here on the GDQ channel, we love it when our communities come together to do some wild and wacky stuff. And one of those communities that we are tight knit with and that they're doing something pretty special this time around is Zeldathon. If you are not familiar with Zeldathon, I have actually been a part of Zeldathon since I was 16. So that's like 150 years ago, if you want to know. Zeldathon is an absolutely incredible little charity event. Well, it's not really little. It's a pretty big. It's this charity event where they celebrate The Legend of Zelda for over 6 days straight. This next one starts on December 27th and goes through January 1st. It's a 6-day Zelda charity event for Make-A-Wish America. Zeldathon, it kind of has a little bit of everything. It's not just speed running. It's also randomizers, shufflers. I do a little segment called Zelda Wheel there where we spin a wheel and pick a different Zelda game. It's a lot of fun. And if you don't know much about it, I would love you to stop in and say hi. But this year, there's something very special, and that's the reason why I'm talking about it here on Oops All Zelda. We are doing something called the Big Split. You might have heard me talking about it, or some of our runners talk about it all weekend here, where we are basically doing something that no one has ever done before. We're starting with The Legend of Zelda, and we are speed running our way through every single game in the franchise, ending with Echoes of Wisdom at 11:59 p.m. on December 31st, leading into 2026. 21 games, 21 speedrunners, no breaks. We are going straight through the entire franchise. It's going to be a blast, and I hope that you will stop by because it's 2 full days of Zelda speedrunning with some of your favorite runners. Okay, I'm going to stop talking about that because now we are going to jump into our final run here on GDQ Hotfix Oops All Zelda 3, and that is The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D with Gymnast86. Gymnast, how are you?
Hey, Jiggy. I'm doing really well. Excited to be here showing off Majora's Mask 3D for the Nintendo 3DS, made by Grezzo. Very important detail, of course. With me, I have Joe Ash, fellow commentator. How you doing, Joe Ash?
Doing pretty good. Excited to see the run.
Yeah, so I guess without any further ado, this run does have some cutscenes at the start, so we'll have plenty of time to explain things. Before we get into the actual run, I'm just going to change some of the options before we start, but I think if we're ready, I can give a countdown, and we can go into the Majora's Mask 3D. So we will begin in 3, 2, 1, go. And the cutscenes begin.
Get out your popcorn. Here we go.
But yeah, so this is being played on an actual 3DS. We're not playing on emulator or any other way of playing the game. We're on specifically a new Nintendo 3DS XL, red and black edition, if anyone's curious. But yeah, so this is specifically the no wrong warp category of Majora's Mask 3D, because this game does have wrong warping as one of its glitches. The any percent speedrun current record is like 24 minutes, I believe, because it does crazy shenanigans that include wrong warping. But we are not allowed to do any of those wrong warping shenanigans in this run, so we will have to actually go collect, the Deku Mask, the Goron Mask, the Zora Mask, and go beat all of the temples to then play the Oath to Order to unlock the final boss and go to the moon. We're also playing on English, which is not the fastest language. The fastest language is actually Japanese, but I felt like playing on English because it barely loses any time. So I was like, whatever, we're playing on English. Does it actually matter now? I don't believe there's any version. There aren't any version specific or language specific glitches or anything like that.
To my knowledge, I don't think there is. Although, a small fun fact, there seems to be a sound effect missing on Japanese that is present in the English version, which I can probably bring up later when we get to it.
That's interesting.
But otherwise, as far as I know, there's really no differences between the languages other than text. But since the text goes by super quickly in this game, it doesn't really matter which language you play. There's only very, very few select cutscenes that actually kind of matter, but it's still only seconds differences. And we even skip one of the cutscenes where it would actually matter. So
ideally, skipping that cutscene is a frame perfect trick, which is very punishing if you fail. So hopefully that one goes well.
Yeah, like Janice was saying, we have to. Our goal here is to beat all 4 dungeons so we can gain access to the moon. Since we can't do any wrong warps to go straight to the moon like we would in, say, any percent. So in a way, if you want a comparison between this and a category in the original game, this would be very similar to something like any percent no major glitches. It's the category where we use any glitch other than the wrong warps to beat all 4 dungeons and then beat the game.
All right. And we actually have some gameplay coming up here. We're going to backwalk.
Whoa.
I backwalked at the wrong angle, so I'm going to turn around and roll instead.
I was going to say. And then this is right here. There it is. Oh, Link, he's a gymnast. Get it? He's a gymnast.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, I taught Link.
I hope everyone in chat laughs. Everybody,
do some flips and aerials.
Everybody in chat needs to laugh right now, or I might cry.
Ha 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 ha
Ha ha.
If I could, I would play the Majora's Mask laughing sound effect on Discord, but I don't think I have it.
So I did mention the 64 version earlier. If you're familiar with the 64 speedruns, but you're not familiar with the 3D runs, well, I will say you are definitely in for a ride. And you probably want to put aside a lot of what you know about 64 because you're going to learn a lot of new stuff for this run in particular. It is a very different run.
Yeah, the 3DS version is very different from what you would expect on the N64 version. There are still like some glitches that are the same, but for the most part, we're doing very different things compared to what N64 does. I think really the only technique that we really share in common is like long jumping.
Long jumping.
I guess down A technically.
Yeah, and down A technically.
Which we use once, but yeah, for the most part, it's going to be either stuff that's 3DS exclusive or stuff that technically works on N64, but is like extremely weird to set up to the point where it's not useful on N64. But like 3D has some advantage that makes it possible to do very fast so that we can do it anywhere we want. Yeah, additionally, we also have like the game was increased from 20 FPS to 30 FPS. Models, textures, and animations were all updated to fit more in line with like modern graphics standards, or at least graphics standards for, you know, like the 3DS console in 2015. So there are
interesting enough. I was gonna say that when this game came out, it was a little controversial. A lot of people didn't like the changes that Grezzo made, but I think some people have grown to really like this game just because of all of the quality of life things they did add.
Yeah, it's like one of the changes they made is that the Deku Link spinning speed, or at least the acceleration, is much slower. For an N64, you do get instant acceleration with Deku Link. You don't really get that in this version. You do have to kind of run for a little bit beforehand.
Yeah, if you want like a good idea of how much slower Deku is, or at least like a decent idea, I should say, when you're rounding that corner right before Tattle talks to you again after you open the door, on this version it takes like 4 spins, but on N64 it takes like 3 spins or something like that. So even on that short distance, you can really see the difference in speed for Deku in this game.
All right, so here we got a small time saver coming up. We're gonna hold R as we spin through here, and that is going to skip a Tattle text trigger.
Nice.
You just hold R and then you spin and it skips the trigger. It's kind of silly, but it's because holding R normally shields, and the shielding is what specifically prevents the trigger from showing up.
Yeah, and cutscenes are not, or text is not going to play either while you're spinning. So as long as you do that and hold shield, then you'll be able to skip any minor text boxes like that. So if you're familiar with the 64 version, you know that there's a pause buffering trick here where you can pause buffer all the way through the door and skip this cutscene here in particular. Unfortunately, we can't do that here in this game. I think part of the reason is because of the button delay on the touchscreen.
Yeah,
I don't think it just works in general because of that.
Yeah, because basically in Majora's Mask, it always takes 2 frames of gameplay for a cutscene to start. So if you can pause buffer every single frame of gameplay in-game, then the cutscene will just never start, which is what the N64 version does. But currently, we do not have pausing that we can do on every frame because we can only pause with the item and mask inventories at the moment. And because those are touchscreen buttons, they take 2 frames to activate. So, like, you could pause buffer 1 frame into the cutscene trigger, but then if you tried to pause buffer again, you wouldn't be able to do it because it would take at least 2 frames. So, unfortunate there. But we will get pause buffering that we can use to skip cutscenes later. We just have to get the Bomber's Notebook first, because the Bomber's Notebook you open up with the start button, which you can actually pause on every frame of gameplay with. All right, now we got First Cycle. Everyone's favorite part of Majora's Mask. Everyone loves speedrunning First Cycle.
And I hope y'all are excited, because if you are familiar with First Cycle, well, we do actually have a nice little twist at the end of 3D's First Cycle, because we've been talking about how different this game is from the N64 version, and First Cycle is no different. We will get to see a unique trick coming up later in First Cycle.
But first, we have to pass time to the end of the third day. So we can get to the third day by talking to Granny and listening to her long stories twice to make it third day. And now we're just going to go over and talk to the Scarecrow in West Clocktown, which is going to allow us to change the time of day to night so that we don't have to wait through all of this. The time of day change for First Cycle is actually 1.5 times faster than the time of day change or I guess the rate of time change, I should say, for the rest of the game, which is, I think, a change that they only made in the 3DS version to just speed up to speed up First Cycle so that it doesn't take as long if you don't know about the tricks to speed up time. So here's the Scarecrow.
Yeah, and I guess
we're gonna
dance. Just get you to the point. Time to dance. Let's see those dance emotes. Give us your best one.
The camera's a little small, but I can dance along with them.
I'm not using the camera, but I am dancing. Trust.
Excellent. See, this is why I brought Joash on for commentary. He commits to the dancing.
Always. All right, so now it's night of the third day. So at this point, we are essentially just waiting for it to be midnight, but there's a lot of stuff that we have to do before it actually hits midnight. And there's actually a particular place we want to make it to before midnight. But once it actually hits midnight, that's when the clock tower will open, and then we can go in there and finish First Cycle. But first, we got to get this ferry here. This ferry will allow us to take the ferry to the fairy fountain in order to get magic, which we will need to hit Majora. And then we're going to go into this room, which is only open on the third day. But this room has a silver rupee, which gives us 100 rupees.
Yep. And using these 100 rupees, we're going to go buy some explosives, which might seem a little weird, because normally you can't use explosives as Deku Link. But this is not going to be a normal playthrough, so obviously we're going to use explosives as Deku Link. And we're also going to get the save statue here. Normally we don't save here, but for the showcase purposes, we are going to. There's a very tiny chance that things could go badly wrong coming up soon. It usually doesn't, but, just for complete safety, good idea for us to save there.
Yeah, you never know what happens in a marathon. Yeah, so this guy here in the bomb shop, like Jim said, normally Deku can't use bombs, but this guy's like, oh, you can't use them, but feel free to buy them anyways. Whatever. There's no restrictions, I suppose. But Jim bought the bomb bag, and he also bought some bomb chews as well. The bomb chews are going to be important later, but not necessarily in the way you think. But the bomb bag we actually are going to make use of here very soon. But before we do that, Jim is going to make his way to the fairy fountain so that we can go get the magic after depositing the lost fairy. And we also get to say hi to our good buddy Tingle here.
Yep. Yeah, so after we get the fairy, after getting magic, which is what the fairy is going to give us, we're going to be doing a little trick known as Clocktown Escape. Also, I guess before we enter the ferry here... Oh, I was supposed to spin through that trigger, but whatever, I guess we're going to hit it. Oh no, I lost 1 second. Reset.
Oh no.
But yeah, so we're going to be doing a complicated setup for a trick called a Deku Flower Slide. which if you're familiar with super sliding in the original game, it's pretty similar to that, except we're using a Deku flower as a way of keeping the speed from the bomb explosion recoil to slide around. And the additional effect that being in the Deku flower while we're sliding around gives is we don't collide with anything except the floor. So when we're in that state, we can kind of just slide past the guard who's blocking North Clocktown to get out of Clocktown, and then proceed to do the things that we want to do. But of course, we normally can't use bombs as Deku Link, so we're going to be performing a glitch called Restricted Items that will allow me to use bombs with Deku Link. And the way I can do that is by equipping bombs after I fly, and then on a very specific frame that I'm going to home buffer for, I can pull out bombs to then set up the trick. So I'm going to focus here while I do this. Try and get the frame that we need. That's the frame. Okay, very nice.
Nice.
And we can do the flower slide, and out we go.
Very nice.
Yeah,
Very
only one
nice.
home buffer. That's very nice.
Yeah, one home buffer is really good. So that trick in particular there, yeah, like Jim said, a little fun fact about it. So Jim only had one frame to pull out the bomb there. However, what does make it a little bit easier is if he had home buffer 2 frames earlier, then he would have been able to use the bombs on the touchscreen, which, as we were saying before, has a 2-frame delay. And by doing that, you can also use that frame 2 frames earlier to activate the bomb from the touchscreen and take advantage of the delay on the touchscreen in order to give yourself 2 frames to pull out the bomb instead of 1, which is a really clever way of being able to use an item on more than 1 frame that's normally just frame perfect.
Yeah, you can essentially turn a 2-frame trick, or sorry, a 1-frame trick into a 2-frame trick.
Into 2.
Thanks to the touchscreen. But yeah, so why is it useful to escape Clocktown? Well, another change they made in the 3DS version is they put the Song of Soaring statue right here, where you learn it from the owl. Also gonna pick up a Deku stick right now. And, I guess we're gonna learn Song of Soaring before checking the save statue. I wanted to check the save statue, or check the owl statue so that we could put it on our map for later. But also we can learn the Song of Soaring now. In first cycle, instead of having to take time to learn it out of first cycle. So this saves time because, like, we have to wait until the clock strikes midnight anyway. So we might as well do something with that time if we're just going to be waiting around. So it's faster to get the Song of Soaring now.
Yeah, and this also skips a cutscene on Termina Field as well, because normally there's the cutscene of the flashback of Skull Kid right before Southern Swamp, but that cutscene is not there in first cycle. So that lets us bypass it altogether and not have to backtrack the normal way here for when we need to come to Southern Swamp after first cycle. But wait, also, Jim, what are you doing? Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no, you're about to die.
I don't know.
Be careful there.
I forgot how to beat the Deku Baba.
Oh no.
Can you remind me how to do that,
Jim?
Joash?
I don't know. The Deku Baba was really hard to beat. I mean, it's understandable, but oh man.
I mean, I don't know how to beat the enemy because the game didn't show me an eye coming out of it. How am I supposed to know what to do if I can't see the eye? Right?
Oh, I need to get my primal strategy guide for this.
All right. While you do that, I'll do my best to try to beat it.
Okay, good luck. You got this.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Well, it happens, you know. Marathon nerves, all that.
Well, it's convenient that our spawn got reset to Clocktown because of the cutscene, so I guess that works out nicely.
Wow.
I was going to say, time to reset, bud. Time to reset.
Anyway, we're going to skip doing the normal first cycle stuff by attempting to do a gainer here. There we go. Oh, nice. I got this text too. Man, I'm not skipping any title text today, apparently.
No wrong warp, no text box skip.
Yeah, no wrong warp, no text box skip. That's the category.
But yeah, to add a tiny bit of context on the death thing earlier. The reason our spawn point was placed there back at Clocktown, that's not a normal thing that happens, but whenever you watch that cutscene of the clock tower opening, that actually does set your spawn point back to Clocktown, but then that spawn point will get reset when you go to another area. So that's why we actually wanted to get to Southern Swamp before midnight, so that we didn't have to backtrack all the way back to Clocktown. So when we watched that cutscene in Southern Swamp, we were able to die there and just end up right back at Clocktown conveniently.
Yep. Now here's what the magic is necessary for. Just doing that, because you need magic to shoot bubbles as Deku Link. And now we got the ocarina back. That's useful.
Suddenly you remember something.
Suddenly, Zelda shows up in a Legend of Zelda game.
Whoa.
No one could have seen this coming.
That's crazy. She had to make her one appearance in the entire game.
So I just realized it's getting kind of dark in my room, so I'm going to switch on a light. So I'm not in the darkness anymore. Otherwise, I might have become Dark Link, and he doesn't appear in this game, so that wouldn't have been good. But yeah, so Zelda's going to teach us the Song of Time. Pretty central mechanic to this game, since it's a time loop game. You can play the Song of Time to go back to the dawn of the first day. However, unlike the N64 version, when you play the Song of Time in Majora's Mask 3D, the game does not save. The game only saves when you save it intentionally at save statues, or owl statues. So this also means that another cutscene skip that the N64 version gets to do, which is skipping the cutscene that plays after you play Song of Time for the first time, is not something we can do, because that will set us back to where we saved in first cycle, which would not help our speedrun at all. So if you've only watched N64 speedruns, congrats, you get to watch this cutscene for the first time.
A blind watch. So if you have any more remaining popcorn, get it out now. So we got 2 more cutscenes to go through.
Yeah, so I mean, I think, I got the ocarina at like 1906, I think. Which is pretty good. Really the only mistakes that happened were the tattle text and it taking like 4 tries to do the gainer. The actual one scary.
Let it be known, Jim.
Yeah, overall, that was a
Jim,
really good first cycle.
I don't know. Jim was not optimal. Jim got a 100 rupee with an only 99 wallet.
True, I did lose a
wasting
rupee.
that green rupee.
You wasted a whole green rupee. Not optimal.
That's true. Jiggy, I'm sorry that I let you down.
It's okay. You can make it up to me by beating up Majora.
Well, actually, Jiggy, I have some bad news for you about Majora.
Wait, what do you mean? You're not gonna tell me you skipped Majora?
No, Jiggy, it's worse. Beating the third phase of Majora requires math. I'm sorry, but I figured I would tell you now so that you have time to process it before we get there at the end of the run.
All right, chat. You have to help me prepare. You got to give me your best coping mechanism to deal with things that you don't like to deal with, and be good about it.
Yeah. So just for reference, Jiggy, you will have to count to 20.
That's like 19 more numbers than I know how to do.
I know it's going to be tough, but I think we can all get through this together. All right, I believe in you, Jiggy.
Okay, I will be able to do it if chat can also count to 20, and if the YouTube comments can count to 20.
All right, you guys hear that? You guys have to help Jiggy learn how to count to 20.
That's right. This is a growing experience for all of us.
All right, so we learned the Song of Soaring. Or excuse me, not the Song of Soaring, the Song of Healing. My bad. The Song of Soaring was the first one. And the Song of Healing will just be used to obtain the Goron and Zora masks later on in the run. But for now, we got the Deku masks, and the Happy Mask Salesman is very mad at us because we did not beat the game, which is what he wanted us to do. So now we get this lore cutscene, which it might look like the text isn't skippable because it doesn't immediately go away, but mashing B to make the text appear instantly instead of having it scroll through does actually save time. Because the text just all scrolls through instantly and then goes away after a certain period of time once it's already been scrolled through. So we're still mashing B to be fast here. And this is going to be something of a common theme throughout the run. There are just various random places where mashing B saves time. Another one of those places that we already went through is whenever we get a Dawn of the Blank Day cutscene. If you mash B, that goes away faster. So, yeah, be on the lookout for mashing B.
Yeah, and going back to Happy Mask Salesman being upset, I guess he's also upset that we didn't do a wrong warp. I mean, that's probably what he really wanted us to do.
True. Unfortunately, we will have to keep him sad. Also, for some reason, he gives us the Bomber's Notebook. I'm not sure why he had this, but sure. We can use it to skip a cutscene later. Why not?
Thanks.
All right.
And we are off.
We've finally finished first cycle.
Here we go.
So what do we immediately have? We have RNG. That's always fun.
Yay, right after first cycle. Let's go. Yeah, so our little bit of RNG here in the run. So what Jim is going to do here when he goes into determine a field is he needs some bombs. So we're going to cut some grass to try to find a bomb drop. And hopefully if everything goes right, we will get that bomb drop in the first patch of grass. But if not, then we have to kind of go scrounge around in other patches of grass to find the bombs. But all we need is one bomb drop here.
None from the first
not the
patch.
first one.
It's not too much of a time loss. Yeah, it's not too much of a time loss to get it from the second one. If we don't get it here, then it starts to become like, ugh, this kind of just sucks.
Yeah.
And unfortunate. Okay. Well,
time for round 3.
Yeah, because we have to... We're going to be going to, like, the mountain part of the map next, which is to the north, so it's not too much out of the way to go to that second one, but now the game's just being mean, because I have to now go reload with the grotto. Typical showcase luck.
Good old marathon luck. Round 4? I believe round 4.
There we go. Because I think what the chance of a bomb drop showing up is either 1 in 8 or 1 in 16. I want to say it's 1 in 8, but I don't remember the exact drop table.
I thought it might have been 1 in 16, but I could be very wrong about that. It's been a while.
But yeah, like, okay, there we go. We finally got it.
There we go.
But yeah, like if this was like actual attempts, that would have just been a reset right there because of RNG.
Yeah. Fortunately, that kind of RNG is pretty rare. I mean, that's kind of an extraordinary bad luck there, or an extraordinarily bad case. Also,
yeah, we're just gonna side hop past the ice there. There's just a weird seam that you can side hop up. Now we can get to the mountain village early, and I would like to be able to turn around and backwalk, but I keep not holding where I want to hold.
Backwalking is hard.
Yeah, we don't have any notches on the 3DS, so sometimes holding back can be a little difficult. I get some recoil flips off of the Tektites to save a little bit of time. Basically, if you backflip in the air and then something recoils on your shield, Link will go flying backwards very fast. They did patch in the 3DS version using explosives to do that, so we did have to... So, like, there we could do it off of the Tektites because the Tektites aren't explosives, but in the original game, it's very useful to be able to just do that anywhere with, like, bomb shoes and whatnot. All right, we got that owl statue.
Also, it wasn't showcased here, but if you want to be a little extra fancy with speed, you can also do what's called a fess. If you're familiar with a Hess in the original MM, you know about using a bomb to slide really fast around the area. While that particular version of it is patched in 3D, we can still do a version of it where we are sliding forward instead of backwards. And this is actually the one point in the run where we can do it once. Well, in Termina Field, but still, it would be our one use of it if one decides to do it. Also, these invisible platforms here, those are set by day. So with each day, there is a specific pattern. So we're going to use the bomb jump there. The bomb is extending our jump at the edge. So we get hit by the bomb, and it extends our jump at the edge of the cliff side. And that lands us on a later platform and also skips the text from the owl. And here we have the Lens of Truth. And so while normally you would use the Lens of Truth to reveal secrets and the truth, we are going to use it to climb up this mountain here and to see the invisible ladder. Now, while we can just memorize the ladder and go up there, we actually do need the Lens of Truth to get the Goron mask, because for some reason the Lens of Truth is actually required to get the Goron mask. You have to actually be using it before you can actually get the Goron mask. So we have to make our way over there to get the Lens of Truth and to bring it up here.
So here's another Mashing B
instance of Mashing B.
Yeah. Yeah, so entire reason we get Lens of Truth is just to get Goron mask. And yeah, the long jump that we did back there to get to the cave where the Lens of Truth is, basically in this game, like, the distance or the speed that you have when you jump off of a ledge is determined by how fast you're going when you jump off of it. And the fastest speed that you can get, generally as like human Link, is just being damaged by something. So when you're damaged by something, you go really fast for one frame, and if you jump off a ledge during that frame, you continue sort of having that speed in the air, which we'll see a couple more uses of later.
And for those that missed the cutscenes, we got another one.
More cutscenes!
More cutscenes!
Yeah, this game does have quite a few cutscenes, but I don't think it's too bad. Like, in my opinion, all of the gameplay between the cutscenes, aside from like first cycle, is all very fun gameplay. So,
oh, absolutely, yeah, I agree. I mean, there are a number of cutscenes. Yeah, it's padded out just enough with interesting gameplay in between that it doesn't really feel like it's a hassle to watch cutscenes. It's never overbearing, at least in my opinion.
Now we have the Goron mask. So, Goron mask, obviously very useful. We can transform into Goron Link to roll around places at much faster speeds than any of the other forms can move around in. So, with a Deku mask and Goron mask, we're now going to go back to the Southern Swamp, and we're going to do the quest to save the witch that's trapped in the Woods of Mystery, because we want the item that she gives us, which is the Picto Box. Also, right now, we're just going to transform into Deku Link, and then transform into Goron Link. If we transform into Goron Link from already being in the Deku transformation, or if we already have the Zora mask from in the Zora transformation, we skip the cutscene that the game tries to play of showing you the full mask transformation. So it just saves us a couple seconds to put on Deku Link, or to put on the Deku mask first before putting on the Goron mask here. And we already know the way through the Woods of Mystery, so we just roll through it.
Yeah, this maze, like the platforms earlier in Snowhead, are all day dependent. So depending on what day you have is depending on the maze path. So you can know the maze path for each day.
Mash and B to climb ladders, climbs them faster. Basically anything you climb, be it surface or ladder or whatever, always faster to mash B. now we can get our bottle, also a very useful item that we need because we're going to need to collect some Zora eggs later for getting into the Great Bay Temple. First, we have to go back and save the witch. We don't need the red potion specifically, we just need the bottle. We could just drink the red potion to get rid of it, but again, we also want the Picto Box, which is what the witch is going to give us if we meet her back at the hut in Southern Swamp after we've saved her. We're going to do this first. And
so
before we do
one
that,
bottle out of a few.
Yeah. Before we do that, though, we're actually going to duplicate our bottle a bunch of times. This is the reason, or this is one of the reasons that we got the Deku Nuts, the Bomb Shoes, and the Deku Stick, is because we're going to be duping bottles over all of them. And the Lens of Truth is also useless to us now, so we're going to dupe a bottle over it also using a technique known as ESS duping. So basically, we hold the ESS position to get Link's feet to shuffle around, and then while his feet are shuffling around, we basically hit the bottle button that has the fairy in it, and then hit the item we're trying to dupe over 1 frame later. And specifically, we can do this with the items that have counts, like the sticks, the nuts, and the chews, because we have 0 of them. If you did not have 0 of the item, then the dupe would not work. We're almost done here. Just gotta get the bomb chew one.
One more bottle.
There we go. All right.
Nice.
And we're also going to...
Oh
yeah, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say, this will give us all the bottles we need to be able to do the egg quest. And here, Jim is going to put some just regular water into the bomb chew bottle. And that'll be important for later, so keep that in the back of your mind. But yeah, like I said before, we have all the bottles we need to be able to beat the game as efficiently as possible. Now, obviously, you can just use 1 bottle, but that would be slow. But here we get the Picto Box, and Jim is able to turn around and face the door and to open the door just before the witch takes us on the boat ride. So that actually skipped the boat ride, being able to get the Picto Box at the door and then leaving before doing the actual boat ride. And so from there, now that we have the Picto Box, Jim did a bomb boost into Southern Swamp into the poison area. So here we'll use our fairy to refill our health from the poison water. And so Goron so now we go the rest of the way with Goron and use Deku to get up here faster. And now we're in Deku Palace.
Onwards to learn the Sonata of Awakening. So yeah, basically we skipped the Swamp Tour ride, and now we're going to skip most of Deku Palace. We have to turn into Deku Link to get in here, but there's a very convenient door frame that we can kind of just backflip on in this area to skip having to like collect the bean and then fly all around Deku Palace. Also, that was nice RNG. None of the guys
that was a very good pattern.
Yeah. And just backflip
in general,
on the frame,
these
backflip onto here, and now we're almost at the end.
In general, these Deku, they also don't have very good eyesight.
Yeah.
You can walk right past some of them, and they won't see you. So y'all might remember that sound effect that I mentioned earlier regarding language differences. So the King Deku over here, after you learn the Sonata of Awakening, I believe on English he does this whole like that sound effect where he goes like but for some reason on Japanese he doesn't make that sound.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that.
That's the only difference I've ever really noticed between the two languages, at least in this game.
That's why we're playing on English, because we want the complete sound effects library.
Yeah, we want the full cinematic experience.
Yeah, so we have to learn the Sonata because it's the only way of being able to enter the Woodfall Temple, which we have to enter if we want to get the Odalwa's remains, which is one of the requirements for being able to get to the end of the game. I don't know if because basically we play the song and then the temple rises up from the Woodfall map. or like from the water in the Woodfall map. I'm not sure if the loading zone actually exists below it or not. I feel like if it did, I would have seen it entered early on N64 at some point, but I don't know if I've ever seen that, so maybe it exists.
I want to say it does, maybe at least on the 64 version, but you can't really get to it because of how the water works.
Oh, that would make sense, actually, yeah.
Yeah. Alright, so now that we have Sonata, we're going to make our way over to Woodfall Temple. We're just going to take Sonata and straight away go to Woodfall. So here we're going to do some clever bomb jumps here. These are kind of tight. As you can see, they're kind of had to do a double jump attack to avoid that one. And fortunately, those enemies there did not bother Jim or knock him down. And also what's really nice is that second bomb took out both of them, which is really nice.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about them following us.
Yeah, so now we're making our way to Woodfall. And kind of taking the other normal route here, minus like the bomb jumps.
My magic is full, so I don't have to get any magic on the right. The grass, or excuse me, on the left. The grass on the right here, thankfully, has the heart drops in it, so we're going to get a health refill. And we basically just need to make it to the other side of the place here. I'm going to try to fit in another bomb jump here. Hopefully the Deku doesn't kind of screw me over at all. Okay, seems good.
Oh, very nice.
And then this guy, gonna step away from him. Okay. Because sometimes he can drop a Deku stick or a Deku nut, which would overwrite our duped bottle, which would be inconvenient because we'd have to dupe over it again. So, wanted to make sure that didn't happen. I get the statue here. I'm gonna save just in case things go weirdly wrong, but they probably won't. Famous last words, of course, but
yeah.
Like you said, know.
It's a marathon. You never know.
Normally, you wouldn't save at any statues.
Yeah, you can do this like entire category without saving at all.
Here it is, the Woodfall Temple.
Woodfall Temple. Here's our first dungeon. So we have a particularly unique trick coming up here. So we want to be able to get through Woodfall Temple pretty quickly, as one would expect in a speedrun. However, there are particular jumps that we want to do in order to skip large portions of Woodfall. So we're going to be doing a trick coming up here known as pace. And basically how pace works is we use the collision of a bomb combined with the Pictobox and Deku spins in order to get pushed an exceedingly long distance. And so Jim is going to try it out here. It's a little bit finicky, so hopefully Jim will be able to get to the other side here.
Oh, not quite.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that angle was a bit weird, but that's okay. We can just try again. Yeah, so essentially we're trying to sort of weirdly get the bombs to push us much more than they normally should. Okay, this looks a little better.
That looks good.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, that time I missed going into first person with the Pictobox. Okay, let's try this again. There we go.
Right. Nice, there we go.
Yeah, so that gets us pretty much all the way over to the bow here. It did waste a few bombs, so I'll have to be wary of my count for a little bit later. I'll probably get some extras in like Great Bay or something. Then really tough mini boss here. He's dead.
Oh my goodness. Easier than the Deku Baba. That's crazy.
Alright, so we're going to get the bow now. Of course, very important item, but probably not for the reason you think it is. It's important because it allows us to do a trick called Goron Missile, and I'm just going to do the trick and allow it to explain itself, basically.
Don't blink.
Man, I'm so excited for the Goron Missile.
Do it like this, that, take a picture. Not quite what we wanted, but you can kind of see the a bit of an extreme effect that happened there. Try this again. Oh, nice. The text took me out of first person. I forgot that was a thing. And
that looks good. Very nice. And now we're in the boss.
So, yeah, you can kind of just turn Goron Link into a missile. This is mostly why the Goron Mask is useful. And specifically, if you're on a slope when you do Goron Missile, you fly really far upwards. We kind of just jumped directly to the boss loading zone here. I'm gonna fight a Dalwa. Because I want to be conservative with my arrow count, I'm gonna fight him like this. Oh, darn it. Again.
Yeah, also, you might notice that if you're familiar with 64 runs, these boss fights are going to go very differently than you would expect, and that's because Grezzo changed all 4 of the main bosses in some form or another. Some major, some a little bit more minor, but they're all different in various ways. The main difference, of course, being an eyeball.
Yep. I would say Adal was probably the least changed out of all of them. Adal is still pretty similar. You just have to hit him. Yeah, you just have to hit him down after the eyeball has or you just have to hit the eyeball after it reveals itself.
Yeah,
it is a little wild. It is just a little wild that that everyone would be is upset specifically because of the eyeball. Like all they had to do was not do the eyeball.
Yeah, if they just kept the bosses the same, like maybe not like the same necessarily, but like it's kind of weird because like the N64 bosses you could defeat in like a number of different ways, right? Like there were different angles you could attack the boss from to be able to beat them. And with the addition of the eyeballs, they kind of are very strict on how you need to beat the boss, right? You have to hit the eyeball if you want to beat the boss, right? You can't like take your own approach in some fashion to how you want to damage and try to defeat the boss. So, little bit of a weird and not popular decision, but
yeah, it is an unfortunate nerf for sure. But at least for some of our strats, we do actually have a couple of options in some strats, at least for our Dalwa. I know we've had a number of ways of dealing with them pretty fast, whether it be with bow and arrow or Deku Nuts.
All right, so what the heck is happening with the Goron missile? Essentially, we're first using another variant of restricted items, one that uses the Picto Box, where if you go into first person with the Picto Box and then swap a usable item with an unusable item on your item buttons, the unusable item becomes usable while the usable item becomes unusable until you swap the items to make the bow usable as Goron Link. And then we take a picture so that the actual frame, so the actual timing for using the bow is very lenient. We just take the picture and then press the bow button. So Goron Link now has the bow in his hand. And for some reason, when you do that, Goron Link gets some glitchy properties. One of which is that when you roll as Goron Link while you have the bow in your hand, the speed that Goron Link has gets stored while he jumps in the air and essentially just continues to rise while he's in the air until he hits the ground, where it all gets released at once. So you go forward very fast. And if you're on a slope, you go very fast forward and upward. So we're going to be seeing that quite a bit here throughout the rest of the run, because who would have thought that being able to fly, essentially, would be useful for a speedrun?
That's crazy. Yeah, like Jim said, as you can most certainly imagine, we are going to use this a lot, and it looks very cool. And we're actually going to use it here in just a minute to do some really crazy skips.
Yeah, so this category is called No Wrong Warp. What we're about to do might look like a wrong warp, but I guarantee you it is not. Don't worry, we're not breaking the category rules here. So first we're going to Goron Missile into the fairy fountain here. And from this fairy fountain, we're actually going to Goron Missile to another fairy fountain. Because all of the fairy fountains are on the same map. So we're going to set up here. I'm going to pause buffer to a specific frame. And then we're going to press B for the Goron Missile. This gets us what we call 2 fairy fountains over. And now we are in Great Bay. We can go get the Zora mask.
Yeah, back in the old days, I believe that trick right there, or at least like the ability to go from one fairy fountain to another, was originally like considered a wrong warp, even though it really wasn't a wrong warp by the literal definition.
Yeah, it was originally called a fairy fountain wrong warp. Now it's called a fairy fountain alternate exit.
That's a little sketchy to me. Definitely not a wrong warp or anything.
I mean, we're just going out of bounds and hitting a loading zone that exists.
Yes,
right?
You are alternate exiting.
Yes.
No wrong warps here.
Yeah, so that includes, the Clocktown Fairy Fountain, Woodfall, Snowhead, Great Bay, and Dakana fairy fountains are all essentially just laid out in that order. And because we can travel at such high speeds with Goron Link, we can clip through the fairy fountains to just travel between them. It's a very convenient way of doing some fast travel, which we'll see a bunch of more later. After we watch more cutscenes, such as this one.
Hope you still have some popcorn. This is where you might be familiar with some runners playing the piano during this cutscene. However, I can unfortunately say that, at least for me, I cannot play the piano, so there will be no piano present today. But maybe someday, who knows?
I also cannot play the piano, so there's
it's
no
actually
judgment from me.
It was always a dream of mine to be able to play the piano. But I think because of my ADHD, I can't move finger like that.
I see.
So, curse you and your fancy fingers, everyone else that plays piano. You don't know what you have.
All right, so now we have all 3 of the transformation masks. And I believe these are all the masks that we will need for the rest of the game. Actually, no, I take that back.
There's one
more mask we will get. Other than the one mask that I almost forgot, these are most of the masks that we will need. But in any case, so now we will be able to use Zora Mask to swim, and swimming is also another big change that Grezzo made to the 3D version. We swim a little bit slower, however, we are able to speed up by mashing R, and however, R uses magic because it's using the electric attack. So by swimming, we will be using magic as we go. But fortunately, we don't really need magic right at this current moment, so we're just going to spam the electric attack as we go here.
Yep, so we got that owl statue, so we can warp back to it. Now we gotta go collect some Zora eggs, which are up in the Pirate's Fortress. So, gotta go break this one board down here, which is our entrance to the Pirate's Fortress. And if there are any ESS fans in chat, here's your one potentially ESS trick if I don't mess it up, aside from the ESS bottle duping.
Oh, very nice.
There it is. That was all you get.
Hope y'all enjoyed that.
And so now...
now, we're going back to Goron Missling.
Yep. We're going to get on this barrel and do 2 Goron missiles because we can't quite make it to the loading zone over here just with 1. Goron Link ends up falling just a little too much. That skips having to
Very nice.
do any of the sewers. Very nice.
So very quickly getting over here. And with how it lines up here, Jim will be able to stay in Goron Mask here to eliminate that Gerudo guard and just go straight up the ladder. So as you might be able to guess, we are actually heading towards getting the hook shots. So we're going to make our way up here. And there's a cutscene in this next room involving the pirates. And then after you watch the cutscene, you hit the beehive, or the hornet hive rather. However, you can stand right before the cutscene trigger and just hit the hive with the bow, thus skipping the cutscene.
Yeah, so I believe as we get the hook shot here, this is going to be our time for a break mid-run. We're about to open the chest here. So how about a break, Jiggy?
Yeah, no, this would be an absolutely incredible time for a break. Folks, we're going to take just a quick moment to rest. We'll be right back with the rest of Majora's Mask 3D. Don't go anywhere. Hotfix will be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to the GDQ Hotfix Oops All Zelda weekend. We are getting into the final stretch of Majora's Mask. But before we do, I just want to say thank you for subscribing, for bidding, for Prime Gaming. All of those things go to help make GDQ happen. So if you like shows like Oops All Zelda or any of our weekly shows that we do here, or even our twice a year mainline events, please consider subscribing or gifting out some subs or doing Prime Gaming to help GDQ happen. I just want to say thank you so much for being a part of our little community. If you're a sub or even if you're not, it really makes a major difference to us that you want to spend your time here on this wonderful Sunday night watching some speedruns and hanging out. Without further ado, Gymnast, are you ready to get us back into The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask 3D?
I am, Jiggy. So,
all right, take us away.
Yeah, I guess we can continue the timer in 3, 2, 1, go. So we just got the hookshot. We're in Pirate's Fortress. We're going to go collect some Zora eggs, which is why we duped all our bottles earlier. I'm going to begin selecting our bottles here. Also, I need to equip the hookshot, so I'll do that too. The hookshot will actually be useful since we can use it to hookshot to things. Wow.
Wow. And we can also use it to Goron missile. I mean,
yes.
What more can you want?
In addition to the bow being used for Goron missile, you can also use the hookshot to Goron missile as well. So here we're going to do a little bit of a weird side hop jump to skip having to fight the pirates that you'd normally have to fight to get to this Zora egg. For pretty much all of these Zora eggs, there are some pirates that you're supposed to fight before you can get to the egg. And then after you get the egg, there's a shortcut that you can use to get back to the main fortress faster. But if we simply just go through the shortcut, we don't have to fight any of the pirates. So next one, we'll easily go through with just a Goron missile. Bottle.
Yeah, very convenient. They just left these open.
Yep. Granted, they didn't think you would be able to Goron missile, so I get it.
True.
But, yeah.
So very quickly getting these. So we need one more egg out of Pirate's Fortress. We will need 7 overall. But what we're going to do is we'll get the 4 here in Pirate's Fortress. And then later when we go to the to Pinnacle Rock, which is where the other 3 eggs are, we will do that after we deposit these 4 eggs that we're going to be getting here. All right, so the last one here.
Making sure I don't accidentally bring out the bottle that has the water in it. That would be an unfortunate mistake.
Yeah, we do have to be careful with which bottles we use.
Also, another nice quality of life upgrade from the original game. You can play the Ocarina as Zora Link underwater, which they did not allow you to do in the original game.
That's one of my favorite quality of life changes.
Yeah. So right here, I'm also going to go around and just get another bomb drop. Also just refill my magic while I'm back here, because why not? Before we go in and deposit the Zora eggs that we have. So there's an interesting technique that we've been doing a bunch of that we haven't mentioned yet throughout this run, which is called mask storage. It's what we did when we just did that jump right there and like we skipped the climbing animation. But basically, if you're in the air and you press a mask button, you sort of store the fact that you're changing to that different form. And there's a bunch of weird glitches you can do with that, which we will see one of them later. But basically, it's just a thing where we can, transform while we're in a loading zone, which we've done a bunch of, or transform to skip a ledge hanging animation like we just did right there. So, just an interesting thing that didn't exist in the original, but exists now in the 3DS version. Actually, let's try lining that up again. You also might notice that we are doing some Goron missiles backwards. That is because it is easier to have a consistent backwards-facing angle compared to trying to go forward, since the game actually sort of clamps your backwards stick angle to be straight down if it's within like a certain range, which it doesn't do if you're going forward. And I believe the reason they did that was to facilitate making backwalking like possible at all consistently.
Yeah, that's the only like logical explanation for it, because it is a very specific feature to add to the 3DS version. And if you actually play on the 3DS version, I mean, it's definitely noticeable once you actually do know about it, because you can like just toggle the circle pad left and right slightly, and you can kind of notice the way it does it. And you can really notice the difference when you play on other versions or on older versions without on a controller without notches, and you can definitely tell how much harder it is to backwalk on those without that additional feature.
So we want to be careful here to not put one of the Zora eggs into my bottle that's duped over a stick, since that bottle is actually going to get replaced with sticks momentarily. And if we delete a Zora egg, then that's kind of GG. You can't really recover from that other than just going back to your last save point. So being very careful to not use the inventory spot that currently has my Deku sticks. And now,
that is every egg. And so with that, we're going to take off from here and go to Woodfall again, because earlier we did activate the Woodfall statue. And what we do have at Woodfall is we have the Fairy Fountain. And for those just tuning in, we used the Fairy Fountain earlier to do a trick called Fairy Fountain Alternate Exits, where all 5 of the Fairy Fountains in the game are all lined up with each other. And we can use Goron Mistling to travel between all 5 of them. And so we're going to do that again here, and we're going to instead use it to go all the way to Iconic Canyon, which will take us directly to Stone Tower. And so you just saw that Jim picked up a Deku Stick, and now the bottle that we did have on Deku Stick has now, the Deku Stick has now replaced the bottle that we duped over it. So since we picked up that stick, we now no longer have that bottle. We will be using the Deku Stick later, but for now,
I'm failing to Goron Missile.
For now, we're so while the Deku Stick is not going to be used right away, we will, however, be using the spring water that we caught earlier in the run.
Yeah, this one requires a pretty specific lineup, but I keep on messing it up. Okay, this should be good as long as I then have enough speed. No? I'm messing it up somehow. We're not going where we should be going. It's this one. We line up here,
right in the corner.
back walk.
Yeah, that looks right.
And okay, there we go. I don't know what was wrong that second time, but
it might have been roll speed.
Yeah, I might have not rolled.
It looked like because it looked like all the angles were right each time.
Anyway, nice that it's still entertaining even when it fails. So just hear Goron
the
Link
beauty of
screaming
Goron
into the
missile.
void. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna do another Goron missile here. This one to climb up all of Stone Tower. We're gonna use this slope right here. Line up just like this. And I think I should be able to make this a forward momentum.
That's looking good. That was really good.
And now we're in what's supposed to be the fourth dungeon, but it's going to be our second dungeon. And once again, I'm just going to go over and do a safety save in case weird things happen. And we'll proceed on to this side of the dungeon. Now, this side of the dungeon is blocked by a sunblock, which you're normally only supposed to be able to get rid of with light arrows, but did you know that water is also secretly light arrows?
Whoa.
Specifically, if there's a step. Because there's a step there, we can get rid of that sunblock with water. If there was no step there, that would not work because the water would not properly hit the face of the sunblock like we need it to there. But very convenient property that allows us to skip a good chunk of the beginning of Stone Tower.
Remember, everyone, stay hydrated with your light arrows.
Unfortunately, I drink it works in
drink
reverse.
light arrows every day.
Now, electrolytes, those are something you need, but the electrolytes are not light arrows.
That is true.
And we're going to do a weird trick here where we void out as Goron Link twice. That's going to respawn us at the beginning of the room. That's kind of just a game softlock prevention measure in case Goron Link gets stuck somewhere weird. All right, Joash, explain extended hookshot, because I got to do it.
All right, so basically what Jim's going to do here is he's going to have his shield get hit by one bomb, and then as the recoil is happening, he's going to pull out Picto Box as he's getting hit by the second bomb, or rather as the shield's getting hit by the second bomb. And that puts that puts Link into a weird first-person state where we can move around in first person. But there is a special little property with this first-person glitch where the hookshot can actually go very, very far. And anytime the hookshot is used, it doesn't go back to Link's position. So when you keep using the hookshot, it not only goes through the wall, but it just keeps extending further out. So what Jim was able to do there was use the hookshot to shoot through the wall with this first-person glitch and hit the box on the other side, thus skipping having to break the sunblocks. Which we can't do anyways because we do not have Mirror Shield. Keep this trick in mind because we're going to explain it again at a later point, except the next time we do it, it's going to be an even crazier application of it.
Yeah, it'll be a lot more obvious how crazy it can be, because that right there was essentially just you shoot the hookshot through a wall. You can do quite a bit more with it. Alright, now we got our light arrows though, so we're properly hydrated. And we're going to use these light arrows to hydrate Twin Mold, and also flip Stone Tower Temple, because we gotta do that too. So thankfully they changed where this red gem switch is outside, and you no longer have to move one of the platforms to reveal it, which is convenient, because we don't have Elegy of Emptiness. I guess we could just Goron Missile the other side, but...
Yeah, pretty much. Now, an interesting thing is that while the water worked on the sunblock inside Stone Tower, unfortunately, pouring water on this red crystal does not work. for flipping it over. If it was possible to do that, then we could actually just skip getting light arrows entirely.
All right.
But we do need light arrows to get to the other side, or on the flip side, because that will allow us access to the boss room. And here we use our actual light arrows and not our water light arrows to break this sunblock. We're going to head on over here, and we're going to do a specific Goron missile setup here to, you guessed it, twin mold.
Yep. And that's how you skip all of Inverted Stone Tower.
Yeah, so again, the primary reason we had to go through all of the first half is to get the light arrows, because we were not able to access the loading zone for the boss on the right side up version.
Yeah,
we have to make it upside down.
Yeah, Inverted Stone Tower and regular Stone Tower are different stages, so the loading zone for the boss room does not exist on the regular map. Anyway, this is Twin Mold.
This is the most polarized, or one of the most polarizing changes that Grezzo made on the 3D version. You can already see the difference between this one and the original 64 version. So these two twin molds have different properties to them. So for the blue one, for phase 1, they want you to defeat the blue one first by shooting the eyes on the body. If you shoot the red one's tail with a light arrow, then you can actually stun the red one for a little bit so that he doesn't bother you for a while.
I missed. No.
No.
Oh, darn it, you got me.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
And one more arrow will do blue in. There we go. All right. So another big change in 3D is the moved placement of the Giant's Mask. So if you start playing 3D for the first time and you played the 64 version before, you might have been like, well, where's the Giant's Mask? It's not in its normal position. Well, that is because it got moved all the way over here. So they actually put it in the middle of the fight in this version, so that you're forced to use the bow for defeating the blue one. But then once you get the Giant's Mask, you fight the red one as Giant Link. And another big change they made to the Giant's Mask in this version is that we actually get to be Sumo Wrestler Link.
Yep. So, unlike the original version, this fight is very linear. You must defeat Blue Twin Mold as regular Link, and then you are forced to use Giant's Link, or use the Giant's Mask to defeat Red Twin Mold. So, here we go.
Roar!
Okay,
So we have 3 different phases for this particular segment. So what Jim is going to do here is he's trying to get, I believe, 9 punches on Red Twin Mold here. And he's got to get all 9 of these punches in before Twin Mold burrows back into the ground. Because if he burrows back into the ground before those 9 punches are made, then that health actually gets reset. So you want to make sure you get all those punches in before Twin Mold burrows back into the ground.
Health is
Jim has
a little worrying.
Yeah, that. Fortunately, the little guys can drop parts occasionally, but it's still pretty tricky with everything going on. You also have to do a lot of magic management as you go to make sure you don't run out of magic for the Giant's Mask. And fortunately, that first phase that Jim did there was the hardest phase, because for the rest of the phases, we can use the 2 boulders here to toss at Twin Mold, and tossing those boulders will automatically put Twin Mold to the ground so that we can finish a phase pretty quickly. So Jim's just trying to stay away from this one little tiny Twin Mold. Let's see if it drops a heart. Unfortunately, Twin Mold did not drop any more little ones. So it's either Twin Mold will shoot the fire or do the or shoot the fire or spawn more little ones rather.
Yeah, that's why I kept one of the little ones alive, because if there's still one baby Moldorm alive, then Moldorm will always do the fire attack instead of spawning more babies. And then I killed it afterwards to try and get some health back. But thankfully we survived with half a heart. It was a little bit scary, because dying here would be an unfortunate time loss.
Very, very close fight.
Thankfully now we can get the heart container.
It's free refill. And that is dungeon 2 for us. So now we're halfway done with our dungeons.
Only 2 more to go. Yeah, 2 more to
Place
go.
your bets on what the next dungeon's going to be.
Yeah, that was also the longest dungeon.
Yeah, we definitely do the most in that dungeon for sure. All right, so we get to talk to the giants again. And so with the text, so this text that goes one character at a time, this is the only text that like really means anything in terms of what language you play on. That's the only one that makes like any kind of minuscule difference in the actual text speed, which is why Japanese is only a couple of seconds faster. It's because of that text right there. Otherwise, it doesn't really make a difference. That's really the only instance of it making a very tiny difference.
All right, so Woodfall and Stone Tower down. Now we just got Snowhead and Great Bay to go. So next we'll be going to Snowhead, and we're going to get there with, you guessed it, a fairy fountain alternate exit. Not a wrong warp. TM.
Not a wrong warp. Chat, type 1 in the chat if you think it's a wrong warp.
Because very conveniently...
All I'm saying is we're standing on the edge there.
That's true, yeah. But yeah, the fairy fountain is literally just this house right here. So this is the fairy fountain jump that's a little finicky for some reason, even though we are going to buffer it to hopefully get the correct frame. It still sometimes will be weird. So this is the correct frame, so we're going to jump. Okay, it seemed to work this time.
There we go. Very nice.
Just gotta make sure we don't hit the walls. There we go. All right, so now we have to climb up Snowhead, which might seem a little difficult because there's all this wind in the way. But thankfully, we have a trick just for that. It's going to use mask storage, like I mentioned earlier. So we're essentially going to jump up onto this ledge and then do mask storage, but prevent the mask from transformation from actually happening, which is going to activate a glitch called Down A, where the game sort of thinks that we're still on the ledge. And one of the properties of being on a ledge is that you don't get affected by the wind. So now we can just roll up here and not care about the fact that there's a blizzard happening.
A much, much easier trick compared to what they have to do on the 64 version.
Yep.
All right, so now that we're in Snowhead, we're going to... The first thing we're going to do here is we're going to do a trick where we're actually going to be able to shoot a lit fire arrow, or a lit arrow, which is essentially a fire arrow. But we don't have fire arrows. So what Jim's going to do here is he's going to go up to the save statue here. He's going to pull out hookshot and then pull out sticks right after that. And that's actually going to allow him to shoot a fire arrow into that ice over there, skipping a small little portion of the dungeon. And so you might remember the trick we did earlier that we said would come back later in even greater fashion. So this is the extended hookshot glitch again. So Jim's going to plant 2 bombs here. He's going to get hit by one and pull out the picto box in between these 2 explosives. He'll be in first-person mode. And what he's going to do is he's going to keep shooting the hookshot upward. And like before, the hookshot the hook shot's length is not going to go back to length, so it's going to keep going up and up. So Jim's going to put it in a specific position, and he's going to go over to this torch, and he'll open up the menu there, and he'll go all the way up to where his hook shot, chain was left.
And there we go. We skipped the rest of Snowhead except for the boss. And now we're going to do that same trick to give ourselves a fire arrow again, because we have to melt goat. And the way we're going to do that this time is we're going to use the tattle text to interrupt the pulling out of the Deku stick. So we want to use Song of Double Time to make it to Dawn of the Final Day. Pull out hookshot, stick, then talk to Tattle, and then we can shoot our flaming arrow again. So yeah, that's a trick called Action Swap, which sort of weirdly combines the like two actions of the things you use it with, which in this case pulled out a Deku stick that was lit on fire and then allowed us to shoot an arrow through it. All right,
so here we have the goat fight. So Jim is going to try to hit goat while in the air, and that knocks down goat in one hit. And that is a really good spot to hit goat. So that was the most ideal spot to hit goat. Now, ideally we want goat to die in a specific spot to set up for a cutscene skip later, because depending on where goat dies depends on where the loading zone is going to be for the end of the dungeon. But here we can use arrows to continually knock goat down, and then we hit the eyeball with a specific amount of arrows so that we can manipulate just how many phases we can do here to end the fight as quickly as possible. So Jim's going to hit the boss with a few more arrows here, and with that, goat is dead. That was a very ideal fight, and this is the best position for this cutscene skip here. So, like I said, we're going to be doing a cutscene skip, and for this place in particular, we're actually able to do a Goron missile into the loading zone. And when we do that, what we want to do is we want to pick up Goat's remains, but Goron missile out of bounds. So we're holding Goat's remains as we fall out of bounds, and that allows us to get the remains but not watch the cutscene. However, this is kind of a tricky Goron missile, because if we do miss it and go out of bounds without the mask, then we actually have to do the fight again. So we're gonna look for the frame.
That one, or is it one more? I think it's this one.
It might be that one.
I'm sending it.
That
All
looks
right, nice.
Yeah, that's good. Nice.
Yeah, so I'm glad we got that. That's frame perfect, and it's very punishing if you miss it, because as we see here, if you void out, you have to do the whole fight again.
There goes Goat again.
But because we had the remains over our head, they did actually go into our inventory. And if you're one frame late on that, you then have to actually watch the whole dungeon end cutscene.
And now we can leave the dungeon, take our remains, and head on out. This also does make it to where the Snowhead area is still snowy. Now, for this run, that's irrelevant, but that's just more of a fun fact. So there you go. But now we go back to Great Bay to drop off our 3 eggs that we got earlier in Pinnacle Rock, rather. And with these 3, we'll be able to learn the New Wave Bossa Nova and get into Great Bay. Oh yeah,
stuff again here. We shouldn't need any more refills, but that should cover us.
Yeah, we should be good now.
Yeah, so now we just got one more temple to go, but we have to learn a song first and deposit the rest of these eggs. Interestingly, when I deposit these eggs, I actually mash the touch screen for the buttons, for the bottles, because if you try to mash like the X or Y button, if a bottle is on X or Y, it's possible to pull it out too early and just have Zora Link like show it to the air because he doesn't know what to do with it. But because of the like frame delay with using the touch screen to use the item, you can't possibly have that happen if you use the touch screen. Now, here are the fishies.
These were the chat tones before they were cool. And here it is, New Wave Bossa Nova. Just like with Sonata, this is what we use to get into Great Bay.
Yeah,
And I believe, going back to the conversation about Woodfall's loading zone existing, I want to say that Great Bay Temple's loading zone doesn't exist.
Great Bay definitely does not exist.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Great Bay you enter via the cutscene with the turtle, so that's like a cutscene entrance, and you can't just stand on a polygon to activate that. Well, I guess you technically do, but you activate the cutscene, and you can't activate the cutscene early.
Right.
All right.
Oh, so now with our newly found New Wave Bossa Nova, we're going to head on over to Zora Cape, where the Great Bay is. And unlike Woodfall in our comparison here, we're actually going to be doing 2 different cutscene skips, I believe.
Hopefully.
And hopefully.
Yeah.
So the first one is to skip the cutscene with the turtle coming out of the water. The second one is to skip a cutscene showing the pirates getting flung into the air when they try to enter the Great Bay Temple. So for this first cutscene skip, what we want to do, I'm assuming Jim's probably going to do a safety save here due to the home buffers, maybe?
Yeah, I would absolutely safety save here.
Yeah.
We also get
because there is a low
fell.
percent.
No
Oh,
magic,
man.
I guess, but that's fine.
No magic. Yeah, the safety save here is because there is a low percent chance of the game crashing on a home buffer. But in any case, we're going to put a bomb right here, and Jim's going to home buffer to a specific frame of the bomb's animation. We're looking for the first frame it starts to expand, which should be the next frame after this one.
Yep.
Yep.
And
So we're going to let the bomb
ocarina.
explode. Play the song.
There we go. Missed a note.
Right, and then we're going to look. Then we're going to look for one more frame here.
That was
So
really
as
early.
oh, that's good. That was good. Good recovery.
Yeah, so
So we
this
want to
frame
look for
right
the
here.
first one that disappears. So that one, we pause, and there's the cutscene skip. So that pause that we do at the end there, that's the same pause that we were talking about when we were talking about Happy Mass Salesman skip near the very beginning of the run. Same kind of concept there. All right, so now on to the second cutscene skip. So what we want to do is we want to stand in the spot where the loading zone is going to be for this cutscene, and we want to pull out Ocarina. So with the turtle bobbing here, the loading zone also sways with it, and we want to stand in a certain position in order to pull out Ocarina when in a spot where the loading zone is going to appear or move towards where Link is. So the turtle moves a certain way. We're going to slash the tree, pull out Ocarina, and play Song a double time. And if everything goes right, then Link's going to do a little hop here. And when he does that, the cutscene will activate and it'll be skipped. And there we go. The cutscene is skipped.
Yeah, so the transition from
No more
the
cutscene.
transition from day to night is essentially what skips the cutscene there. And yeah, so now we're in Great Bay Temple, and we're also going to be in the boss room in hopefully about 10 seconds. We put on Goron mask and then just do a wee little Goron missile over here.
Just a tiny little one. Very nice.
And there we go. The loading
just
zone
like
is
that.
right there.
Just like that.
Very short
So
tempo.
now for Georg. Yeah, very, very short, simple. So now for Georg, we're going to do a kind of a mixture of using bow here for the first phase, and then for the second phase, the game forces us to use Zora. There is a particular phase skip that we can do in the second half of the fight. We'll see how that goes. when we get to that point. But for now, we have to hit Georg 5 times in order to get our favorite eyeball to appear. And so once we
like, did you know the eyeball was here? We have to have a cutscene to show you that the eyeball is here. At least the first time.
Yeah, fortunately, it doesn't play that every time. Okay, so almost there. All
right, so I realized I needed magic, so I'm going to go get some. Okay.
Nice.
So we're going to try to follow Georg here while doing some damage to him.
This looks good. If he spawns... Okay, yeah, that's good. You got it.
All right, nice.
Very nice. Yeah, so this...
I'm a little bit stuck.
This skips a lot of... Yeah, this skips a lot of waiting getting him to go down at this particular point. Because at this point in the fight, he's going to try to stay very far away from you, and the only way you can damage him is by stunning him with these water bombs here. And so we essentially skipped having to do this an extra time. So we only have to do 2 bombs in order to finish the rest of the fight.
Yeah, so far very good, except for the fact that I had to go out of my way for magic. But other than that, stop.
Yeah, other than that, this has been a really great bang.
All right, very nice.
All right, yeah, very, very good fight.
Gymnast approved Great Bay speedrun.
Indeed. I second this message.
Yeah, so unfortunately, we cannot skip this cutscene like we could the last one. Generally, we can't skip the other 3 cutscenes with Goron Missile, because if you Goron Missile into the remains here, you just don't go out of bounds after picking them up. Just because either there's too much distance you have to cover, or there's no slope that you can go through. Like this room that we're in is just a box, so we can't get out of bounds with Goron Missile even if we tried, unfortunately. But that's why we can skip the Snowhead one, but now we got some cutscenes. And we really get to see the English text. We really get to see the English text shine in this cutscene.
You see all those single characters making their mark. So even if we were able to skip the cutscenes of all 4 temples, we'd really only be able to do it for 3 of them anyways, because we have to at least watch the first one in order to get Oaths to Order. If we skip that cutscene, then we can't get that song, and then we will be unable to go to the moon.
Yep.
Forgive your
Duh. We did it.
Oh, forgive your friend. Okay, we did it. Yay.
Congratulations.
All right. And
all right, so with that, we've beaten all 4 dungeons.
Yep. Have all the remains.
Oh, go ahead.
We can go encounter Skull Kid. And thankfully, because of how the route works out, we play Song of Double Time to make it nighttime. We can also make it so that we don't have to do any fancy tricks to get up into the clock tower here. We can just walk on in. It is possible to, like, Goron Missile into it, but this removes having to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, very convenient time of day usage here. All right, so give it up for the final long cutscene in this game coming up here in a bit. So if you got that last little bit of popcorn you either need to pop or finish off, now is the time to do so. We're getting to the finale here.
To be fair, this cutscene has very good music, in my opinion.
This is true. This
One thing I will slap absolute cinema on.
Absolutely.
And now I get to put down the 3DS for 2 minutes.
Yep, no button presses here, just enjoying the moment and getting a game-approved break here.
just a solid, just enjoyable movie.
That's right.
Speaking of movies,
most speedrunners.
the Zelda
I was gonna say
movie.
most speedrunners hate this, but
The Zelda movie is a
Jim?
thing that will exist.
Jim,
The Zelda movie, indeed.
Jim.
What, Jiggy?
I've gone all weekend without talking about it. I've gone all weekend and we haven't mentioned the Zelda movie at all.
Did you not want
we
to
almost
mention
made
the Zelda
it.
movie?
Literally the last like 10 minutes, 15 minutes of the show, and you're here like, yeah, Zelda movie.
Jiggy, do you not think the Zelda movie will be good?
I think it's gonna be great, but I know I have a lot of hot takes that I think that the Zelda movie is gonna be quite interesting, and I think people are gonna be a little upset about it. That's it.
I do agree that regardless of what happens with the Zelda movie, it will be interesting. Like, I don't think it's going to be boring at all, regardless of what happens.
We're in for a treat either way. It's definitely one of those scenarios where it's either going to be it's bad, so we're laughing at it, or it's surprisingly good and it's enjoyable.
I do think
I think
unlike the Mario movie, they are not going to play Take on Me during the Zelda movie.
If they did, I have
agree with
questions
you.
on my own.
Yeah. I don't think we're gonna be seeing like No Sleep Till Brooklyn and Take on Me, but I'm a little interested in the way that they're going to do it, and I really do not know what we're going to experience.
All right, now Jiggy.
I know.
As I mentioned earlier, there is math coming up.
Oh, I'm ready. I've been preparing this entire time, and chat with all their numbers taught me that there is numbers above 2. So
okay,
I'm hoping that if the audience at home can also count to 20, then I can count to 20.
All right.
So get your YouTube comments and your Twitch chats.
Jiggy, I will cue you in as to when to start counting to 20. All right.
Okay.
Although it's not for a couple more minutes, we still have to get to it's the very final phase of the Majora fight. We have to do 20 Goron punches.
Is this what it's like to be a speedrunner? I'm clenching right now.
Yes, this is what it's like to specifically beat the last phase of Majora as Goron Link.
I'm so ready. I'm focused. I'm locked in. This is so much pressure, Jim. This is the most pressure that I've ever been on.
I mean, it's the last run of the showcase. We had to make it spicy.
And it's the last thing we do. We're literally ending this marathon on math.
See, now, I knew Jiggy wouldn't have agreed to allow me to showcase this category if he knew that there was math in it, so I had to keep it secret from him until now.
This is a grand reveal, I won't lie.
Up we go.
All right, here we go. Phase 1, Majora's Mask.
All right. So, as we enter the Majora fight,
we have to go through
I believe
Windows. I forget what version of Windows it is. The Windows home screen from the mid 2000s.
Windows home
you know the one. Now we can enter the Majora fight.
We're going to get our free refill of magic and arrows here, which we will need. So we're going to start off this fight as Zora Link. So the way you damage the first phase of Majora here is a little bit weird, but what we're going to do is we're going to use the Zora Boomerang to stun Majora, and then we're going to swap back to Human Link to use a light arrow to do some damage on Majora. So it's essentially stun Majora, hit Majora, And about halfway through this phase, we will get the remains to start flying around the arena and trying to attack us.
Oh.
Interesting thing about the remains is that
Hello.
we...
Okay, there we go.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
Majora was
sometimes
a little temperamental at the beginning there.
Yeah, Majora can sometimes be a little bit misbehaving there. But one thing interesting about the remains that are popping up here, they will only shoot you if you look at them, or rather if Link looks at them. So here in this phase in particular, we can keep attacking Majora without being interrupted by the remains as long as we keep looking away from them. And then right at the end of this phase, Jim is going to turn around so that all the remains will shoot at once, so that they don't shoot us at the beginning of phase 2. And so now entering phase 2, this one's probably the scariest phase in my opinion, because it's definitely the most sporadic one.
Yeah,
In the 3D
I'm just
version,
gonna shoot down the remains, honestly, so we don't have to worry about them.
That's smart.
Or it just instantly gets shot at and not
And
being
then
able to do
there's
anything
this.
about that.
So that attack right there, they changed this attack a little bit in the 3D version, and for some reason this attack will do constant damage to you as long as it's being done. It's actually possible for this attack to bring you from full health all the way down to 0 if you're really unlucky. That attack just keeps constantly doing... It does constant damage to you as long as it's going, and after you've gotten hit by it, then you're stunned for quite a while, which also leaves you vulnerable to remains attacks and other attacks by Majora. So essentially, Majora can actually stunlock you before you can stunlock Majora.
Yep.
Speaking of stunlocking Majora, we're using a combination of Boomerang and the electric attack here to keep Majora down, and with that, we are now entering third phase, and this is where the math begins. So
All
get
right,
ready to
Jiggy.
count the Goron punches. Come on, Jiggy, you
okay.
can do this.
I'm ready.
I'm gonna shoot Majora
It is
with an
time.
arrow, transform into Goron Link, and then I want you to begin counting with the Goron punches. All right?
Okay. I can do this. I can do this. Chat, you help.
Here we go.
1, 2,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20.
We're done in this time.
Let's go. That's time.
We
baby.
did it!
Let's go.
Man.
Chat, Jiggy knows how to count to 20. I am
He
so
sure
proud
does.
of you, Jiggy.
I can't believe it. We did it. That was incredible. Thank you so much, Jim, for showcasing this run.
Yeah, of course. Always a fun run to showcase. And at least I think by my own timing, we did it in less than an hour and 40 minutes, which is good in my book.
That is really good.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, big-
it was.
big
It was
GGs.
1 hour and 39 minutes and 28 seconds. So absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, Jim, for doing this. I always think Majora's Mask is a very interesting Zelda title because I have two takes on it. It's either your favorite or you've never played it, and if you have played it, like it's very interesting. The game was made in 9 months. It has some weirdo characters. It's a lot harder than Ocarina of Time, but it's so interesting. So thank you so much, Jim, for showcasing this, and Joish, thank you for being here as well.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having us.
Absolutely.
I guess-
Jim, why don't you tell everybody just a little bit about you, what you're up to, and what you have coming up?
Well, I'm about speedrunning 3D Zelda games, like this one. Except I won't speedrun this one again for a while, probably. But I speedrun Twilight Princess HD on my Twitch channel. You can find it just by Googling Gymnast86, and that should get you to all my socials and whatnot. I'll be running Twilight Princess HD all dungeons for Zeldathon coming up at the end of the month, and also at AGDQ 2026 on Thursday morning. I think I'm the longest individual run of the marathon. I don't know why they let me do that.
Wow.
But,
Oh, nice.
yeah, it's a 4-hour run to hold you over on
That's-
Thursday, January
That's incredible.
8th. I think January 8th. So
Very nice.
That is absolutely fantastic. Well, I will be watching both of those runs. That's gonna be so cool. Josh, do you have any shout outs that you want to give?
Yes, I just want to mainly shout out the MM3D community. We've got some, like you've seen with this run, we have some really cool runs, some cool runners as well. And a lot of the categories are really cool. People are very friendly there and help you out. Shout outs to Futurelander as well. We were actually Futurelander actually helped in making the new route. This is actually a brand new route that we got to show off. So shout outs to this new route and all the contributions that were made to it.
Well, absolutely fantastic. Seriously, Jim and Josh, thank you so much for showcasing this, and it's been a blast to have you. All right, folks, that is it. That is it. I'm not gonna lie, I'm getting emotional. I really love The Legend of Zelda, so I just want to say I appreciate you very, very much for hanging out with me all weekend here on the GDQ channel to celebrate The Legend of Zelda. It is my favorite franchise, and it was my first ever Oops event here on the channel. So about a little bit more than a year ago, GDQ made the biggest mistake ever and brought me on to start these Oops events, and I'm not gonna lie, it's been an absolute dream of mine to be coming here once or twice a month to hang out with you guys, you incredible people, and celebrate the games that make speedrunning amazing. And Zelda, of course, being my favorite, it's just a treat every time I get to do it. So I just want to say thank you for hanging out with me. It's been a fantastic weekend. My name is Jiggy. I love to hang out with you all here, and I will be back next month, aka the first Oops of the year, where we're going to be taking on a different game franchise. Once again, I appreciate you hanging out with me here all weekend. You're incredible. Shout outs to Ray, who ran tech for us all weekend, and thank you to all of the Legend of Zelda runners that came here and shared their games with all of us. You are incredible. With that, everyone, if you missed out on the beginning of today's show, Hippie and a Top Hat will be coming at you right after a quick break with a rerun of today's Phantom Hourglass run. With that, I will see you all next year. And of course, here in the chat, good night, everybody.